Section 47 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 2nd, Chapter 1. Wherein we see the face of him of whom we have hitherto seen only the acts. Nature had been prodigal of her kindness to Gwynplaine. She had bestowed on him a mouth opening to his ears, ears folding over to his eyes, a shapeless nose to support the spectacles of the grimace-maker, and a face that no one could look upon without laughing. We have just said that Nature had loaded Gwynplaine with her gifts. But was it Nature? Had she not been assisted? 2 slits for eyes, a hiatus for a mouth, a snub protuberance with 2 holes for nostrils, a flattened face, all having for the result an appearance of laughter. It is certain that Nature never produces such perfection single-handed. But is laughter a synonym of joy? If in the presence of this mountebank, for he was one, the first impression of gaiety wore off, and the man were observed with attention, traces of art were to be recognized. Such a face could never have been created by chance. It must have resulted from intention. Such perfect completeness is not in nature. Man can do nothing to create beauty, but everything to produce ugliness. A Hottentot profile cannot be changed into a Roman outline, but out of a Grecian nose you may make a Kalmuck's. It only requires to obliterate the root of the nose and to flatten the nostrils. The dog Latin of the Middle Ages had a reason for its creation of the verb deniscere. Had Gwynplaine when a child been so worthy of attention that his face had been subjected to transmutation? Why not? Needed there a greater motive than the speculation of his future exhibition? According to all appearance, industrious manipulators of children had worked upon his face. It seemed evident that a mysterious and probably occult science, which was to surgery what alchemy was to chemistry, had chiseled his flesh, evidently at a very tender age, and manufactured his countenance with premeditation. That science, clever with the knife, skilled in obtrusions and ligatures, had enlarged the mouth, cut away the lips, laid bare the gums, distended the ears, cut the cartilages, displaced the eyelids and the cheeks, enlarged the zygomatic muscle, pressed the scars and cicatrixes to a level, turned back the skin over the lesions whilst the face was thus stretched, from which resulted that powerful and profound piece of sculpture, the mask, Gwynplaine. Man is not born thus. However it may have been, the manipulation of Gwynplaine had succeeded admirably. Gwynplaine was a gift of Providence to dispel the sadness of man. Of what Providence? Is there a providence of demons as well as of God? We put the question without answering it. Gwynplaine was a mountebank. He showed himself on the platform. No such effect had ever before been produced. Hypochondriacs were cured by the sight of him alone. He was avoided by folks in mourning, because they were compelled to laugh when they saw him, without regard to their decent gravity. One day the executioner came, and Gwynplaine made him laugh. Everyone who saw Gwynplaine held his sides. He spoke, and they rolled on the ground. He was removed from sadness, as is pole from pole, spleen at the one, Gwynplaine at the other. Thus he rose rapidly in the fair ground, and at the crossroads to the very satisfactory renown of a horrible man. It was Gwynplaine's laugh which created the laughter of others. Yet he did not laugh himself. His face laughed. His thoughts did not. The extraordinary face, which chance or a special and weird industry had fashioned for him, laughed alone. Gwynplaine had nothing to do with it. The outside did not depend on the interior. The laugh which he had not placed himself on his brow, on his eyelids, on his mouth, he could not remove. It had been stamped forever on his face. It was automatic, and the more irresistible because it seemed petrified. No one could escape from this rictus. Two convulsions of the face are infectious, laughing and yawning. By virtue of the mysterious operation to which Gwynplaine had probably been subjected in his infancy, every part of his face contributed to that rictus. His whole physiognomy led to that result, as a wheel centres in the nave. All his emotions, whatever they might have been, augmented his strange face of joy, or, to speak more correctly, aggravated it. Any astonishment which might seize him, any suffering which he might feel, any anger which might take possession of him, any pity which might move him, would only increase this hilarity of his muscles. If he wept, he laughed, and whatever Gwynplaine was, whatever he wished to be, whatever he thought, the moment that he raised his head, the crowd, if crowd there was, had before them one impersonation, an overwhelming burst of laughter. It was like a head of Medusa, but Medusa hilarious. All feeling or thought in the mind of the spectator was suddenly put to flight by the unexpected apparition, and laughter was inevitable. Antique art formerly placed on the outsides of the Greek theatre a joyous brazen face, called comedy. It laughed and occasioned laughter, but remained pensive. All parody which borders on folly, all irony which borders on wisdom, were condensed and amalgamated in that face. The burden of care, of disillusion, anxiety, and grief were expressed in its impassive countenance, and resulted in the lugubrious sum of mirth. One corner of the mouth was raised, in mockery of the human race, the other side in blasphemy of the gods. Men confronted that model of the ideal sarcasm and exemplification of the irony which each one possesses within him, and the crowd, continually renewed round its fixed laugh, died away with delight before its sepulchral immobility of mirth. One might almost have said that Gwynplaine was that dark, dead mask of ancient comedy, adjusted to the body of a living man. That infernal head of implacable hilarity he supported on his neck. What a weight for the shoulders of a man! An everlasting laugh! An everlasting laugh! Let us understand each other. We will explain. The Manichaeans believed the absolute occasionally gives way, and that God himself sometimes abdicates for a time. So also of the will. We do not admit that it can ever be utterly powerless. The whole of existence resembles a letter modified in the postscript. For Gwynplaine the postscript was this: by the force of his will, and by concentrating all his attention, and on condition that no emotion should come to distract and turn away the fixedness of his effort, he could manage to suspend the everlasting rictus of his face, and to throw over it a kind of tragic veil, and then the spectator laughed no longer, he shuddered. This exertion Gwynplaine scarcely ever made. It was a terrible effort and an insupportable tension. Moreover, it happened that on the slightest distraction, or the slightest emotion, the laugh, driven back for a moment, returned like a tide with an impulse which was irresistible in proportion to the force of the adverse emotion. With this exception, Gwynplaine's laugh was everlasting. On seeing Gwynplaine, all laughed. When they had laughed, they turned away their heads. Women especially shrunk from him with horror. The man was frightful. The joyous convulsion of laughter was as a tribute paid. They submitted to it gladly, but almost mechanically. Besides, when once the novelty of the laugh had passed over, Gwynplaine was intolerable for a woman to see, and impossible to contemplate. But he was tall, well-made, and agile, and no way deformed, excepting in his face. This led to the presumption that Gwynplaine was rather a creation of art than a work of nature. Gwynplaine, beautiful in figure, had probably been beautiful in face. At his birth he no doubt resembled other infants. They had left the body intact and retouched only the face. Gwynplaine had been made to order. At least that was probable. They had left him his teeth. Teeth are necessary to a laugh. The death's head retains them. The operation performed on him must have been frightful. That he had no remembrance of it was no proof that it had not taken place. Surgical sculpture of the kind could never have succeeded except on a very young child, and consequently on one having little consciousness of what happened to him, and who might easily take a wound for a sickness. Besides, we must remember that they had in those times means of putting patients to sleep and of suppressing all suffering. Only then it was called magic, while now it is called anesthesia. Besides this face, those who had brought him up had given him the resources of a gymnast and an athlete, his articulations usefully displaced and fashioned to bending the wrong way, had received the education of a clown, and could, like the hinges of a door, move backwards and forwards. In appropriating him to the profession of mountebank, nothing had been neglected. His hair had been dyed with ochre once for all, a secret which has been rediscovered at the present day. Pretty women use it, and that which was formerly considered ugly is now considered an embellishment. Gwynplaine had yellow hair. His hair, having probably been dyed with some corrosive preparation, had left it woolly and rough to the touch. Its yellow bristles, rather a mane than a head of hair, covered and concealed a lofty brow, evidently made to contain thought. The operation, whatever it had been, which had deprived his features of harmony, and put all their flesh into disorder, had had no effect on the bony structure of his head. The facial angle was powerful and surprisingly grand. Behind his laugh there was a soul, dreaming, as all our souls dream. However, his laugh was to Gwynplaine quite a talent. He could do nothing with it, so he turned it to account. By means of it he gained his living. Gwynplaine, as you have doubtless already guessed, was the child abandoned one winter evening on the coast of Portland, and received into a poor caravan of Weymouth. End of section 47. Section 48 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 2nd, Chapter 2, Dia. That boy was at this time a man. 15 years had elapsed. It was in 1705. Gwynplaine was in his 25th year. Ursus had kept the 2 children with him. They were a group of wanderers. Ursus and Homo had aged. Ursus had become quite bald. The wolf was growing gray. The age of wolves is not ascertained like that of dogs. According to Molière, there are wolves which live to 80, amongst others the little Copara, and the rank wolf, the Canis nubilis of Say. The little girl found on the dead woman was now a tall creature of 16, with brown hair, slight, fragile, almost trembling from delicacy, and almost inspiring fear lest she should break. Admirably beautiful, her eyes full of light yet blind. That fatal winter night, which threw down the beggar woman and her infant in the snow, had struck a double blow. It had killed the mother and blinded the child. Gutta Serena had forever paralyzed the eyes of the girl, now become woman in her turn. On her face, through which the light of day never passed, the depressed corners of the mouth indicated the bitterness of the privation. Her eyes, large and clear, had a strange quality. Extinguished for ever to her, to others they were brilliant. They were mysterious torches lighting only the outside. They gave light, but possessed it not. These sightless eyes were resplendent. A captive of shadow, she lighted up the dull place she inhabited. From the depth of her incurable darkness, from behind the black wall called blindness, she flung her rays. She saw not the sun without, but her soul was perceptible from within. In her dead look there was a celestial earnestness. She was the night, and from the irremediable darkness with which she was amalgamated she came out a star. Ursus, with his mania for Latin names, had christened her Dia. He had taken his wolf into consultation. He had said to him, "You represent man, I represent the beasts. We are of the lower world. This little one shall represent the world on high. Such feebleness is all-powerful. In this manner the universe shall be complete in our hut in its three orders, human, animal, and divine." The wolf made no objection. Therefore the foundling was called Dia. As to Gwynplaine, Ursus had not had the trouble of inventing a name for him. The morning of the day on which he had realized the disfigurement of the little boy and the blindness of the infant, he had asked him, "Boy, what is your name?" And the boy had answered, "They call me Gwynplaine." "Be Gwynplaine, then," said Ursus. Dia assisted Gwynplaine in his performances. If human misery could be summed up, it might have been summed up in Gwynplaine and Dia. Each seemed born in a compartment of the sepulchre, Gwynplaine in the horrible, Dia in the darkness. Their existences were shadowed by two different kinds of darkness, taken from the two formidable sides of night. Dia had that shadow in her, Gwynplaine had it on him. There was a phantom in Dia, a spectre in Gwynplaine. Dia was sunk in the mournful, Gwynplaine in something worse. There was for Gwynplaine, who could see, a heart-rending possibility that existed not for Dia, who was blind. He could compare himself with other men. Now in a situation such as that of Gwynplaine, admitting that he should seek to examine it, to compare himself with others was to understand himself no more. To have, like Dia, empty sight from which the world is absent, is a supreme distress, yet less than to be an enigma to oneself. To feel that something is wanting here as well, and that something oneself. To see the universe and not to see oneself. Dia had a veil over her, the night. Gwynplaine a mask, his face. Inexpressible fact, it was by his own flesh that Gwynplaine was masked. What his visage had been he knew not. His face had vanished. They had affixed to him a false self. He had for a face a disappearance. His head lived, his face was dead. He never remembered to have seen it. Mankind was for Gwynplaine, as for Dia, an exterior fact. It was far off. She was alone, he was alone. The isolation of Dia was funeral. She saw nothing. That of Gwynplaine sinister. He saw all things. For Dia, creation never passed the bounds of touch and hearing. Reality was bounded, limited, short, immediately lost. Nothing was infinite to her but darkness. For Gwynplaine to live was to have the crowd forever before him and outside him. Dia was the proscribed from light, Gwynplaine the banned of life. They were beyond the pale of hope, and had reached the depth of possible calamity. They had sunk into it, both of them. An observer who had watched them would have felt his reverie melt into immeasurable pity. What must they not have suffered?
The degree of misfortune weighed visibly on these human creatures, and never had fate encompassed two beings who had done nothing to deserve it, and more clearly turned destiny into torture and life into hell. They were in a paradise. They were in love. Gwynplaine adored Dia. Dia idolized Gwynplaine. "How beautiful you are," she
Section 49 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the Second, Chapter 3. Oculus non habet et videt. Only one woman on earth saw Gwynplaine. It was the blind girl. She had learned what Gwynplaine had done for her from Ursus, to whom he had related his rough journey from Portland to Weymouth, and the many sufferings which he had endured when deserted by the gang. She knew that when an infant dying upon her dead mother, suckling a corpse, a being scarcely bigger than herself had taken her up, that this being exiled and, as it were, buried under the refusal of the universe to aid him, had heard her cry, that all the world being deaf to him, he had not been deaf to her, that the child, alone, weak, cast off, without resting place here below, dragging himself over the waste, exhausted by fatigue, crushed, had accepted from the hands of night a burden, another child, that he who had nothing to expect in that obscure distribution which we call fate, had charged himself with a destiny, that naked, in anguish and distress, he had made himself a providence, that when heaven had closed he had opened his heart, that, himself lost, he had saved, that having neither roof tree nor shelter, he had been an asylum, that he had made himself mother and nurse, that he who was alone in the world had responded to desertion by adoption, that lost in the darkness he had given an example, that, as if not already sufficiently burdened, he had added to his load another's misery, that in this world, which seemed to contain nothing for him, he had found a duty, that where everyone else would have hesitated he had advanced, that where everyone else would have drawn back he consented, that he had put his hand into the jaws of the grave and drawn her out, Dea, that himself half naked he had given her his rags, because she was cold, that famished he had thought of giving her food and drink, that for one little creature another little creature had combated death, that he had fought it under every form, under the form of winter and snow, under the form of solitude, under the form of terror, under the form of cold, hunger, and thirst, under the form of whirlwind, and that for her, Dea, this Titan of 10 had given battle to the immensity of night. She knew that as a child he had done this, and that now as a man he was strength to her weakness, riches to her poverty, healing to her sickness, and sight to her blindness. Through the mist of the unknown, by which she felt herself encompassed, she distinguished clearly his devotion, his abnegation, his courage. Heroism in immaterial regions has an outline. She distinguished this sublime outline. In the inexpressible abstraction in which thought lives, unlighted by the sun, Dea perceived this mysterious lineament of virtue, in the surrounding of dark things put in motion, which was the only impression made on her by reality, in the uneasy stagnation of a creature, always passive, yet always on the watch for possible evil, in the sensation of being ever defenseless, which is the life of the blind. She felt Gwynplaine above her. Gwynplaine never cold, never absent, never obscured. Gwynplaine sympathetic, helpful, and sweet-tempered. Dea quivered with certainty and gratitude. Her anxiety changed into ecstasy, and with her shadowy eyes she contemplated on the zenith from the depth of her abyss the rich light of his goodness. In the ideal, kindness is the sun, and Gwynplaine dazzled Dea. To the crowd, which has too many heads to have a thought, and too many eyes to have a sight, to the crowd who, superficial themselves, judge only of the surface, Gwynplaine was a clown, a merry andrew, a mountebank, a creature grotesque, a little more and a little less than a beast. The crowd knew only the face. For Dea, Gwynplaine was the saviour, who had gathered her into his arms in the tomb, and borne her out of it, the consoler, who made life tolerable, the liberator, whose hand, holding her own, guided her through that labyrinth called blindness. Gwynplaine was her brother, friend, guide, support, the personification of heavenly power, the husband winged and resplendent. Where the multitude saw the monster, Dea recognized the archangel. It was that Dea, blind, perceived.
Section 50 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maxim Babich from Desnogorsk. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2. Book the Second. Gwynplaine and Dea. Chapter 4. Well-matched lovers. Ursus, being a philosopher, understood. He approved of the fascination of Dea. He said, "The blind see the invisible." He said, "Conscience is vision." Then, looking at Gwynplaine, he murmured, "Semi-monster, but demi-god." Gwynplaine, on the other hand, was madly in love with Dea. There is the invisible eye, the spirit, and the visible eye, the pupil. He saw her with the visible eye. Dea was dazzled by the ideal, Gwynplaine by the real. Gwynplaine was not ugly, he was frightful. He saw his contrast before him. In proportion as he was terrible, Dea was sweet. He was horror, she was grace. Dea was his dream. She seemed a vision scarcely embodied. There was, in her whole person, in her Grecian form, in her fine and supple figure, swaying like a reed, in her shoulders, on which might have been invisible wings, in the modest curves which indicated her sex, to the soul rather than to the senses, in her fairness which amounted almost to transparency, in the august and reserved serenity of her look, divinely shut out from earth, in the sacred innocence of her smile. She was almost an angel, and yet just a woman. Gwynplaine, we have said, compared himself and compared Dea. His existence, such as it was the result of a double and unheard of choice. It was the point of intersection of two rays, one from below and one from above, a black and a white ray. To the same crumb, perhaps pecked at once by the beaks of evil and good, one gave the bite, the other the kiss. Gwynplaine was this crumb, an atom, wounded and caressed. Gwynplaine was the product of fatality combined with providence. Misfortune has placed its finger on him, happiness as well. Two extreme destinies composed his strange lot. He had on him an anathema and a benediction. He was the elect, cursed. Who was he? He knew not. When he looked at himself, he saw one he knew not, but this unknown was a monster. Gwynplaine lived as it were beheaded, with a face which did not belong to him. This face was frightful, so frightful that it was absurd. It caused as much fear as laughter. It was a hell concocted absurdity. It was the shipwreck of a human face into the mask of an animal. Never had been seen so total an eclipse of humanity in a human face. Never parody more complete. Never had apparition more frightful grinned in nightmare. Never had everything repulsive to woman been more hideously amalgamated in a man. The unfortunate heart, masked and calumniated by the face, seemed for ever condemned to solitude under it, as under a tombstone. Yet no! Where unknown malice had done its worst, invisible goodness had lent its aid. In the poor fallen one, suddenly raised up by the side of the repulsive, it had placed the attractive. On the barren shoal it had set the lodestone. It had caused a soul to fly with swift wings towards the deserted one. It had sent the dove to console the creature whom the thunderbolt had overwhelmed, and had made beauty adore deformity. For this to be possible, it was necessary that beauty should not see the disfigurement. For this good fortune, misfortune was required. Providence had made Dea blind. Gwynplaine vaguely felt himself the object of a redemption. Why had he been persecuted? He knew not. Why redeemed? He knew not. All he knew was that a halo had encircled his brand. When Gwynplaine had been old enough to understand, Ursus had read and explained to him the text of Dr. Conquest's De Danasatis, and in another folio Hugo Plagan the passage Nave habens mutilas. But Ursus had prudently abstained from hypotheses, and had been reserved in his opinion of what it might mean. Suppositions were possible. The probability of violence inflicted on Gwynplaine when an infant was hinted at, but for Gwynplaine the result was the only evidence. His destiny was to live under a stigma. Why this stigma? There was no answer. Silence and solitude were around Gwynplaine. All was uncertain in the conjectures which could be fitted to the tragical reality. Excepting the terrible fact, nothing was certain. In his discouragement, Dea intervened a sort of celestial interposition between him and despair. He perceived, melted and inspirited by the sweetness of the beautiful girl who turned to him, that, horrible as he was, a beautified wonder affected his monstrous visage. Having been fashioned to create dread, he was the object of a miraculous exception, that it was admired and adored in the ideal by the light, and, monster that he was, he felt himself the contemplation of a star. Gwynplaine and Dea were united, and these two suffering hearts adored each other. One nest and two birds, that was their story. They had begun to feel a universal law, to please, to seek, and to find each other. Thus hatred had made a mistake. The persecutors of Gwynplaine, whoever they might have been, the deadly enigma, from wherever it came, had missed their aim. They had intended to drive him to desperation. They had succeeded in driving him into enchantment. They had affianced him beforehand to a healing wound. They had predestined him for consolation by an infliction. The pincers of the executioner had softly changed into the delicately moulded hand of a girl. Gwynplaine was horrible, artificially horrible, made horrible by the hand of man. They had hoped to exile him forever, first from his family, if his family existed, and then from humanity. When an infant, they had made him a ruin. Of this ruin nature had repossessed herself, as she does of all ruins. This solitude nature had consoled, as she consoles all solitudes. Nature comes to the succor of the deserted. Where all is lacking, she gives back her whole self. She flourishes and grows green amid ruins. She has ivy for the stones and love for man. Profound generosity. Section 51 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maxim Babich from Desnogorsk. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2. Book the Second. Gwynplaine and Dea. Chapter 5. The Blue Sky Through the Black Cloud. Thus lived these unfortunate creatures together, Dea relying, Gwynplaine accepted. These orphans were all in all to each other, the feeble and the deformed. The widowed were betrothed. An inexpressible thanksgiving arose out of their distress. They were grateful. To whom? To the obscure immensity. Be grateful in your own hearts. That suffices. Thanksgiving has wings and flies to its right destination. Your prayer knows its way better than you can. How many men have believed that they prayed to Jupiter when they prayed to Jehovah? How many believers in amulets are listened to by the Almighty? How many atheists there are who know not that in the simple fact of being good and sad, they pray to God. Gwynplaine and Dea were grateful. Deformity is expulsion. Blindness is a precipice. The expelled one had been adopted. The precipice was habitable. Gwynplaine had seen a brilliant light descending on him, in an arrangement of destiny which seemed to put, in the perspective of a dream, a white cloud of beauty having the form of a woman, a radiant vision in which there was a heart, and the phantom, almost a cloud and yet a woman, clasped him. And the apparition embraced him, and the heart desired him. Gwynplaine was no longer deformed. He was beloved. The rose demanded the caterpillar in marriage, feeling that within the caterpillar there was a divine butterfly. Gwynplaine, the rejected, was chosen. To have one's desire is everything. Gwynplaine had his, Dea hers. The abjection of the disfigured man was exalted and dilated into intoxication, into delight, into belief. And a hand was stretched out towards the melancholy hesitation of the blind girl, to guide her in her darkness. It was the penetration of two misfortunes into the ideal which absorbed them. The rejected found a refuge in each other. Two blanks, combining, filled each other up. They held together by what they lacked. In that in which one was poor, the other was rich. The misfortune of the one made the treasure of the other. Had Dea not been blind, would she have chosen Gwynplaine? Had Gwynplaine not been disfigured, would he have preferred Dea? She would probably have rejected the deformed, as he would have passed by the infirm. What happiness for Dea that Gwynplaine was hideous! What good fortune for Gwynplaine that Dea was blind! Apart from their providential matching, they were impossible to each other. A mighty want of each other was at the bottom of their loves. Gwynplaine saved Dea. Dea saved Gwynplaine. Apposition of misery produced adherence. It was the embrace of those swallowed in the abyss. None closer, none more hopeless, none more exquisite. Gwynplaine had a thought. What should I be without her? Dea had a thought. What should I be without him? The exile of each made a country for both. The two incurable fatalities, the stigmata of Gwynplaine and the blindness of Dea, joined them together in contentment. They sufficed to each other. They imagined nothing beyond each other. To speak to one another was a delight. To approach was beatitude. By force of reciprocal intuition, they became united in the same reverie, and thought the same thoughts. In Gwynplaine's tread, Dea believed that she heard the step of one deified. They tightened their mutual grasp in a sort of sidereal chiaroscuro, full of perfumes, of gleams, of music, of the luminous architecture of dreams. They belonged to each other. They knew themselves to be forever united in the same joy and the same ecstasy. And nothing could be stranger than this construction of an Eden by two of the damned. They were inexpressibly happy. In their hell they had created heaven. Such was the power. All love. Dea heard Gwynplaine's laugh. Gwynplaine saw Dea's smile. Thus ideal felicity was found. The perfect joy of life was realized. The mysterious problem of happiness was solved. And by whom? By two outcasts. For Gwynplaine, Dea was splendor. For Dea, Gwynplaine was presence. Presence is that profound mystery which renders the invisible world divine, and from which results that other mystery, confidence. In religions this is the only thing which is irreducible. But this irreducible thing suffices. The great motive power is not seen, it is felt. Gwynplaine was the religion of Dea. Sometimes, lost in her sense of love towards him, she knelt, like a beautiful priestess, before a gnome in a pagoda, made happy by her adoration. Imagine to yourself an abyss, and in its center an oasis of light, and in this oasis two creatures shut out of life, dazzling each other. No purity could be compared to their loves. Dea was ignorant what a kiss might be, though perhaps she desired it, because blindness, especially in a woman, has its dreams, and though trembling at the approaches of the unknown, does not fear them all. As to Gwynplaine, his sensitive youth made him pensive. The more delirious he felt, the more timid he became. He might have dared anything with this companion of his early youth, with this creature as innocent of fault as of the light, with this blind girl who saw but one thing, that she adored him. But he would have thought it a theft to take what she might have given. So he resigned himself with a melancholy satisfaction to love angelically, and the conviction of his deformity resolved itself into a proud purity. These happy creatures dwelt in the ideal. They were spouses in it, at distances as opposite as the spheres. They exchanged in its firmament the deep effluvium which is in infinity attraction, and on earth the sexes. Their kisses were the kisses of souls. They had always lived a common life. They knew themselves only in each other's society. The infancy of Dea had coincided with the youth of Gwynplaine. They had grown up side by side. For a long time they had slept in the same bed, for the hut was not a large bedchamber. They lay on the chest, Ursus on the floor. That was the arrangement. One fine day, whilst Dea was still very little, Gwynplaine felt himself grown up, and it was in the youth that shame arose. He said to Ursus, "I will also sleep on the floor." And at night he stretched himself with the old man on the bare skin. Then Dea wept. She cried for her bedfellow. But Gwynplaine, become restless because he had begun to love, decided to remain where he was. From that time he always slept by the side of Ursus on the planks. In the summer, when the nights were fine, he slept outside with Homo. When 13, Dea had not yet become resigned to the arrangement. Often in the evening she said, "Gwynplaine, come close to me. That will put me to sleep." A man lying by her side was a necessity to her innocent slumbers. Nudity is to see that one is naked. She ignored nudity. It was the ingenuousness of Arcadia or Otahyde. Dea, untaught, made Gwynplaine wild. Sometimes it happened that Dea, when almost reaching youth, combed her long hair as she sat on her bed. Her chemise unfastened and falling off revealed indications of a feminine outline, and the very commencement of Eve, and would call Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine blushed, lowered his eyes, and knew not what to do in presence of this innocent creature. Stammering, he turned his head, feared, and fled. The Daphnes of darkness took flight before the Chloe of shadow. Such was the idyll blooming in a tragedy.
Section 52 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2. Book the Second, Chapter 6. Ursus is tutor and Ursus is guardian. Ursus added, "Some of these days I will play them a nasty trick. I will marry them." Ursus taught Gwynplaine the theory of love. He said to him, "Do you know how the Almighty lights the fire called love? He places the woman underneath, the devil between, and the man at the top. A match, that is to say, a look, and behold, it is all on fire." "A look is unnecessary," answered Gwynplaine, thinking of Dea. And Ursus replied, "Booby, do souls require mortal eyes to see each other?" Ursus was a good fellow at times. Gwynplaine, sometimes madly in love with Dea, became melancholy, and made use of the presence of Ursus as a guard on himself. One day Ursus said to him, "Bah! Do not put yourself out. When in love, the cock shows himself." "But the eagle conceals himself," replied Gwynplaine. At other times Ursus would say to himself apart, "It is wise to put spokes in the wheels of the Cytherean car. They love each other too much. This may have its disadvantages. Let us avoid a fire. Let us moderate these hearts." Then Ursus had recourse to warnings of this nature, speaking to Gwynplaine when Dea slept, and to Dea when Gwynplaine's back was turned. "Dea, you must not be so fond of Gwynplaine. To live in the life of another is perilous. Egoism is a good root of happiness.
Men escape from women, and then Gwynplaine might end up by becoming infatuated with you. His success is so great. You have no idea how great his success is. Gwynplaine, disproportions are no good. So much ugliness on one side and so much beauty on another ought to compel reflection. Temper your ardor, my boy. Do not become too enthusiastic about Dea. Do you seriously consider that you are made for her? Just think of your deformity and her perfection. See the distance between her and yourself. She has everything, this Dea. What a white skin! What hair! Lips like strawberries! And her foot, her hand! Those shoulders with their exquisite curve! Her expression is sublime. She walks diffusing light, and in speaking the grave tone of her voice is charming. But for all this, to think that she is a woman? She would not be such a fool as to be an angel. She is absolute beauty. Repeat all this to yourself to calm your ardor. These speeches redoubled the love of Gwynplaine and Dea, and Ursus was astonished at his want of success, just as one who would say, "It is singular that with all the oil I throw on fire I cannot extinguish it." Did he then desire to extinguish their love, or to cool it even? Certainly not. He would have been well punished had he succeeded. At the bottom of his heart this love, which was flame for them and warmth for him, was his delight. But it is natural to grate a little against that which charms us. Men call it wisdom. Ursus had been, in his relations with Gwynplaine and Dea, almost a father and a mother. Grumbling all the while he had brought them up. Grumbling all the while he had nourished them. His adoption of them had made the hut roll more heavily, and he had been oftener compelled to harness himself by homicide to help to draw it. We may observe, however, that after the first few years, when Gwynplaine was nearly grown up, and Ursus had grown quite old, Gwynplaine had taken his turn and drawn Ursus. Ursus, seeing that Gwynplaine was becoming a man, had cast the horoscope of his deformity. "It has made your fortune," he had told him. This family of an old man and 2 children, with a wolf, had become, as they wondered, a group more and more intimately united. Their errant life had not hindered education. "To wonder is to grow," Ursus said. Gwynplaine was evidently made to exhibit at fairs. Ursus had cultivated in him feats of dexterity, and had encrusted him as much as possible with all he himself possessed of science and wisdom. Ursus, contemplating the perplexing mask of Gwynplaine's face, often growled, "He has begun well." It was for this reason that he had perfected him with every ornament of philosophy and wisdom. He repeated constantly to Gwynplaine, "Be a philosopher. To be wise is to be invulnerable. You see what I am. I have never shed a tear. This is the result of my wisdom. Do you think that occasion for tears has been wanting? Had I felt disposed to weep?" Ursus, in one of his monologues in the hearing of the wolf, said, "I have taught Gwynplaine everything, Latin included. I have taught Dea nothing, music included." He had taught them both to sing. He had himself a pretty talent for playing on the oaten reed, a little flute of that period. He played on it agreeably, as also on the chiffony, a sort of beggar's hurdy-gurdy, mentioned in the chronicle of Bertrand de Gouselin as the truant instrument, which started the symphony. These instruments attracted the crowd. Ursus would show them the chiffony and say, "It is called organistrum in Latin." He had taught Dea and Gwynplaine to sing, according to the method of Orpheus and of Égide Binchois. Frequently he interrupted the lessons with cries of enthusiasm, such as, "Orpheus, musician of Greece! Binchois, musician of Picardy!" These branches of careful culture did not occupy the children so as to prevent their adoring each other. They had mingled their hearts together as they grew up. as two saplings planted near mingle their branches as they become trees. "No matter," said Ursus, "I will marry them." Then he grumbled to himself, "They are quite tiresome with their love." The past, their little past at least, had no existence for Dea and Gwynplaine. They knew only what Ursus had told them of it. They called Ursus father. The only remembrance which Gwynplaine had of his infancy was as of a passage of demons over his cradle. He had an impression of having been trodden in the darkness under deformed feet. Was this intentional or not? He was ignorant on this point. That which he remembered clearly and to the slightest detail were his tragical adventures when deserted at Portland. The finding of Dea made that dismal night a radiant date for him. The memory of Dea, even more than that of Gwynplaine, was lost in clouds. In so young a child all remembrances melts away. She recollected her mother as something cold. Had she ever seen the sun? Perhaps so. She made efforts to pierce into the blank which was her past life. The sun! What was it? She had some vague memory of a thing luminous and warm, of which Gwynplaine had taken the place. They spoke to each other in low tones. It is certain that cooing is the most important thing in the world. Dea often said to Gwynplaine, "Light means that you are speaking." Once, no longer containing himself, as he saw through a muslin sleeve the arm of Dea, Gwynplaine brushed its transparency with his lips. Ideal kiss of a deformed mouth. Dea felt a deep delight. She blushed like a rose. This kiss from a monster made aurora gleam on that beautiful brow full of night. However, Gwynplaine sighed with a kind of terror, and as the neckerchief of Dea gaped, he could not refrain from looking at the whiteness visible through that glimpse of paradise. Dea pulled up her sleeve, and stretching towards Gwynplaine her naked arm, said, "Again!" Gwynplaine fled. The next day the game was renewed with variations. It was a heavenly subsidence into that sweet abyss called love. At such things heaven smiles. Section 53 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the Second, Chapter 7. Blindness gives lessons in clairvoyance. At times Gwynplaine reproached himself. He made his happiness a case of conscience. He fancied that to allow a woman who could not see him to love him was to deceive her. What would she have said could she have suddenly obtained her sight? How she would have felt repulsed by what had previously attracted her! How she would have recoiled from her frightful lodestone! What a cry! What covering of her face! What a flight! A bitter scruple harassed him. He told himself that such a monster as he had no right to love. He was a hydra idolized by a star. It was his duty to enlighten the blind star. One day he said to Dea, "You know that I am very ugly." "I know that you are sublime," she answered. He resumed, "When you hear all the world laugh, they laugh at me because I am horrible." "I love you," said Dea. After a silence she added, "I was in death. You brought me to life. When you are here, heaven is by my side. Give me your hand that I may touch heaven." Their hands met and grasped each other. They spoke no more, but were silent in the plenitude of love. Ursus, who was crabbed, had overheard this. The next day, when the three were together, he said, "For that matter, Dea is ugly also."
The word produced no effect. Dea and Gwynplaine were not listening. Absorbed in each other, they rarely heeded such exclamations of Ursus. Their depth was a dead loss. This time, however, the precaution of Ursus, "Dea is also ugly," indicated in this learned man a certain knowledge of women. It is certain that Gwynplaine, in his loyalty, had been guilty of an imprudence. To have said, "I am ugly," to any other blind girl than Dea might have been dangerous. To be blind and in love is to be twofold blind. In such a situation dreams are dreamt. Illusion is the food of dreams. Take illusion from love, and you take from it its aliment. It is compounded of every enthusiasm, of both physical and moral admiration. Moreover, you should never tell a woman a word difficult to understand. She will dream about it, and she often dreams falsely. An enigma in a reverie spoils it. The shock caused by the fall of a careless word displaces that against which it strikes. At times it happens, without our knowing why, that because we have received the obscure blow of a chance word, the heart empties itself insensibly of love. He who loves perceives a decline in his happiness. Nothing is to be feared more than this slow exudation from the fissure in the vase. Happily, Dea was not formed of such clay. The stuff of which other women are made had not been used in her construction. She had a rare nature. The frame, but not the heart, was fragile. A divine perseverance and love was in the heart of her being. The whole disturbance which the word used by Gwynplaine had produced in her ended in her saying one day, "To be ugly, what is it?" "It is to do wrong. Gwynplaine only does good. He is handsome." Then, under the form of interrogation so familiar to children and to the blind, she resumed, "To see, what is it that you call seeing? For my own part, I cannot see, I know. It seems that to see means to hide." "What do you mean?" said Gwynplaine. Dea answered, "To see is a thing which conceals the true." "No," said Gwynplaine. "But yes," replied Dea, "since you say you are ugly." She reflected a moment, and then said, "Storyteller!" Gwynplaine felt the joy of having confessed and of not being believed. Both his conscience and his love were consoled. Thus they had reached, Dea 16, Gwynplaine nearly 25. They were not, as it would now be expressed, more advanced than the first day. Less even, for it may be remembered that on their wedding night she was 9 months and he 10 years old. A sort of holy childhood had continued in their love. Thus it sometimes happens that the belated nightingale prolongs her nocturnal song until dawn. Their caresses went no further than pressing hands, or lips brushing a naked arm. Soft, half-articulate whispers sufficed them. 24 and 16. So it happened that Ursus, who did not lose sight of the ill turn he intended to do them, said, "One of these days you must choose a religion." "Wherefore?" inquired Gwynplaine. "That you may marry." "That is already done," said Dea. Dea did not understand that they could be no more man and wife than they were already. At bottom, this chimerical and virginal content, this innocent union of souls, this celibacy taken for marriage, was not displeasing to Ursus. Besides, were they not already married? If the indissoluble existed anywhere, was it not in their union? Gwynplaine and Dea? They were creatures worthy of the love they mutually felt, flung by misfortune into each other's arms. And as if they were not enough in this first link, love had survened on misfortune, and had attached them, united and bound them together. What power could ever break that iron chain, bound with knots of flowers? They were indeed bound together. Dea had beauty, Gwynplaine had sight. Each brought a dowry. They were more than coupled, they were paired, separated solely by the sacred interposition of innocence. Though dream as Gwynplaine would, however, and absorb all meaner passions as he could in the contemplation of Dea, and before the tribunal of conscience, he was a man. Fatal laws are not to be eluded. He underwent, like everything else in nature, the obscure fermentations willed by the Creator. At times, therefore, he looked at the women who were in the crowd, but he immediately felt that the look was a sin, and hastened to retire, repentant, into his own soul. Let us add that he met with no encouragement. On the face of every woman who looked upon him he saw aversion, antipathy, repugnance, and rejection. It was clear that no other than Dea was possible for him. This Section 54 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 2nd, Chapter 8. Not only happiness, but prosperity. What true things are told in stories! The burnt scar of the invisible fiend who has touched you is remorse for a wicked thought. In Gwynplaine's evil thoughts never ripened, and he had therefore no remorse. Sometimes he felt regret. Vague mists of conscience. What was this? Nothing. Their happiness was complete, so complete that they were no longer even poor. From 1680 to 1704 a great change had taken place. It happened sometimes, in the year 1704, that as night fell on some little village on the coast, a great heavy van drawn by a pair of stout horses made its entry. It was like the shell of a vessel reversed, the keel for a roof, the deck for a floor, placed on 4 wheels. The wheels were all of the same size, and high as wagon wheels. Wheels, pole, and van were all painted green, with a rhythmical graduation of shades, which ranged from bottle green for the wheels to apple green for the roofing. This green color had succeeded in drawing attention to the carriage, which was known in all the fairgrounds as the Green Box. The Green Box had but 2 windows, one at each extremity, and at the back a door with steps to let down. On the roof, from a tube painted green like the rest, smoke arose. This moving house was always varnished and washed afresh. In front, on a ledge fastened to the van, with the window for a door, behind the horses and by the side of an old man who held the reins and directed the team, 2 gypsy women dressed as goddesses sounded their trumpets. The astonishment with which the villagers regarded this machine was overwhelming. This was the old establishment of Ursus, its proportions augmented by success, and improved from a wretched booth into a theatre. A kind of animal between dog and wolf was chained under the van. This was Homo. The old coachman who drove the horses was the Philosopher himself. Whence came this improvement from the miserable hut to the Olympic caravan? From this Gwynplaine had become famous. It was with a correct scent of what would succeed amongst men that Ursus had said to Gwynplaine, "They made your fortune." Ursus, it may be remembered, had made Gwynplaine his pupil. Unknown people had worked upon his face. He, on the other hand, had worked on his mind. And behind this well-executed mask he had placed all that he could have thought. So soon as the growth of the child had rendered him fitted for it, he had brought him out on the stage. That is, he had produced him in front of the van. The effect of his appearance had been surprising. The passers-by were immediately struck with wonder. Never had anything been seen to be compared to this extraordinary mimic of laughter.
They were ignorant how the miracle of infectious hilarity had been obtained. Some believed it to be natural, others declared it to be artificial, and as conjecture was added to reality, everywhere, at every crossroad on the journey, in all the grounds of fairs and fetes, the crowd ran after Gwynplaine. Thanks to this great attraction, there had come into the poor purse of the wandering group first a rain of farthings, then of heavy pennies, and finally of shillings. The curiosity of one place exhausted, they passed on to another. Rolling does not enrich a stone, but it enriches a caravan, and year by year from city to city, with the increased growth of Gwynplaine's person and of his ugliness, the fortune predicted by Ursus had come. "What a good turn they did you there, my boy," said Ursus. This fortune had allowed Ursus, who was the administrator of Gwynplaine's success, to have the chariot of his dreams constructed, that is to say, a caravan large enough to carry a theatre, and to sow science and art in the highways. Moreover, Ursus had been able to add to the group composed of himself, Homo, Gwynplaine, and Dea, 2 horses and 2 women, who were the goddesses of the troop, as we have just said, and its servants. A mythological frontispiece was, in those days, of service to a caravan of mountebanks. "We are a wandering temple," said Ursus. These 2 gypsies, picked up by the philosopher from amongst the vagabondage of cities and suburbs, were ugly and young, and were called by order of Ursus, the one Phoebe and the other Venus. For these read Phoebe and Venus, that we may conform to English pronunciation. Phoebe cooked, Venus scrubbed the temple. Moreover, on days of performance, they dressed Dea. Mountebanks have their public life as well as princes, and on these occasions Dea was arrayed, like Phoebe and Venus, in a Florentine petticoat of flowered stuff, and a woman's jacket without sleeves, leaving the arms bare. Ursus and Gwynplaine wore men's jackets, and, like sailors on board a man-of-war, great loose trousers. Gwynplaine had, besides, for his work and for his feats of strength, round his neck and over his shoulders, an esclavine of leather. He took charge of the horses. Ursus and Homo took charge of each other. Dea, being used to the green box, came and went in the interior of the wheeled house with almost as much ease and certainty as those who saw. The eye which could penetrate within this structure and its internal arrangements might have perceived in a corner, fastened to the planks, and immovable on its 4 wheels, the old hut of Ursus, placed on half pay, allowed to rust, and from thenceforth dispensed the labor of rolling as Ursus was relieved from the labor of drawing it. This hut, in a corner at the back, to the right of the door, served as bedchamber and dressing-room to Ursus and Gwynplaine. It now contained 2 beds. In the opposite corner was the kitchen. The arrangement of a vessel was not more precise and concise than that of the interior of the green box. Everything within it was in its place, arranged, foreseen, and intended. The caravan was divided into 3 compartments, partitioned from each other. These communicated by open spaces without doors. A piece of stuff fell over them, and answered the purpose of concealment. The compartment behind belonged to the men, the compartment in front to the women. The compartment in the middle, separating the 2 sexes, was the stage. The instruments of the orchestra and the properties were kept in the kitchen. A loft under the arch of the roof contained the scenes, and on opening a trap-door lamps appeared, producing wonders of light. Ursus was the poet of these magical representations. He wrote the pieces. He had a diversity of talents. He was clever at sleight of hand. Besides the voices he imitated, he produced all sorts of unexpected things, shocks of light and darkness, spontaneous formations of figures or words, as he willed, on the partition, vanishing figures in chiaroscuro, strange things amidst which he seemed to meditate, unmindful of the crowd who marveled at him. One day Gwynplaine said to him, "Father, you look like a sorcerer." And Ursus replied, "Then I look perhaps like what I am." The green box, built on a clear model of Ursus's, contained this refinement of ingenuity, that between the fore and hind wheels the central panel of the left side turned on hinges by the aid of chains and pulleys, and could be let down at will like a drawbridge. As it dropped, it set at liberty 3 legs on hinges, which supported the panel when let down, and which placed themselves straight on the ground like the legs of a table, and supported it above the earth like a platform. This exposed the stage, which was thus enlarged by the platform in front. This opening looked for all the world like a mouth of hell. In the words of the itinerant Puritan preachers, who turned away from it with horror, it was perhaps for some such pious invention that Solon kicked out Thespis. For all that Thespis has lasted much longer than is generally believed. The traveling theater is still in existence. It was on those stages on wheels that, in the 16th and 17th centuries, they performed in England the ballets and dances of Amner and Pilkington, in France the pastorals of Gilbert Colin, in Flanders at the annual fairs the double choruses of Clement, called Non Papa, in Germany the Adam and Eve of Thales, and in Italy the Venetian exhibitions of Animutia and of Caphosis, the Sylvae of Gesualdo, the Prince of Venosa, the Satyr of Laura Guidiccioni, the Despair of Feline, the Death of Ugolina, by Vincent Galileo, father of the astronomer, which Vincent Galileo sang his own music, and accompanied himself on his viol de gamba, as well as all the first attempts of the Italian opera which from 1580 substituted free inspiration for the madrigal style. The chariot of the color of hope, which carried Ursus, Gwynplaine, and their fortunes, and in front of which Phoebe and Venus trumpeted like figures of fame, played its part of this grand bohemian and literary brotherhood. Thespis would no more have disowned Ursus than Congrio would have disowned Gwynplaine. Arrived at open spaces in towns or villages, Ursus, in the intervals between the tutoing of Phoebe and Venus, gave instructive revelations as to the trumpetings. "This symphony is Gregorian," he would exclaim. "Citizens and townsmen, the Gregorian form of worship, this great progress, is opposed in Italy to the ambrosial ritual, and in Spain to the Mozarabic ceremonial, and has achieved its triumph over them with difficulty." After which the green box drew up in some places chosen by Ursus, and evening having fallen, and the panel stage having been let down, the theater opened, and the performance began. The scene of the green box represented a landscape painted by Ursus, and as he did not know how to paint, it represented a cavern just as well as a landscape. The curtain, which we call drop nowadays, was a checked silk with squares of contrasted colors. The public stood without, in the street, in the fair, forming a semicircle round the stage, exposed to the sun and the showers, an arrangement which made rain less desirable for theaters in those days than now. When they could, they acted in an inn-yard, on which occasions the windows of the different stories made rows of boxes for the spectators. The theater was thus more enclosed, and the audience a more paying one. Ursus was in everything, in the piece, in the company, in the kitchen, in the orchestra. Venus beat the drum, and handled the sticks with a great dexterity. Phoebe played on the marachi, a kind of guitar. The wolf had been promoted to a utility gentleman, and played as occasion required his little parts. Often when they appeared side by side on the stage, Ursus in his tightly laced bearskin, Homo with his wolf's skin fitting still better, no one could tell which was the beast. Section 55 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 2nd, Chapter 9. Absurdities which folks without taste call poetry. The pieces written by Ursus were interludes, a kind of composition out of fashion nowadays. One of these pieces, which has not come down to us, was entitled Ursus Versus. It is probable that he played the principal part himself. A pretended exit, followed by a reappearance, was apparently its praiseworthy and sober subject. The titles of the interludes of Ursus were sometimes Latin, as we have seen, and the poetry frequently Spanish. The Spanish verses written by Ursus were rhymed, as was nearly all the Castilian poetry of that period. This did not puzzle the people. Spanish was then a familiar language, and the English sailors spoke Castilian, even as the Roman sailors spoke Carthaginian. See Plautus. Moreover, at a theatrical representation, as at Mass, Latin, or any other language unknown to the audience, is by no means a subject of care with them. They get out of the dilemma by adapting to the sounds familiar words. Our old Gaelic France was particularly prone to this manner of being devout. At church, under cover of an Immolatus, the faithful chanted, "I will make merry," and under a Sanctus, "Kiss me, sweet." The Council of Trent was required to put an end to these familiarities. Ursus had composed expressly for Gwynplaine an interlude, in which he was well pleased. It was his best work. He had thrown his whole soul into it. To give the sum of all one's talents in the production is the greatest triumph that any one can achieve. The toad which produces a toad achieves a grand success. You doubt it? Try then to do as much. Ursus had carefully polished this interlude. This bear's cub was entitled Chaos Vanquished. Here it was, a night scene. When the curtain drew up, the crowd, massed around the green box, saw nothing but blackness. In this blackness 3 confused forms moved in the reptile state: wolf, a bear, and a man. The wolf acted the wolf, Ursus the bear, Gwynplaine the man. The wolf and the bear represented the ferocious forces of nature, unreasoning hunger and savage ignorance. Both rushed on Gwynplaine. It was chaos combating man. No face could be distinguished. Gwynplaine fought enfolded in a winding sheet, and his face was covered by his thickly falling locks. All else was shadow. The bear growled, the wolf gnashed his teeth, and the man cried out. The man was down. The beasts overwhelmed him. He cried for aid and succor. He hurled to the unknown an agonized appeal. He gave a death rattle. To witness this agony of the prostrate man, now scarcely distinguishable from the brutes, was appalling. The crowd looked on breathless. In 1 minute more the wild beast would triumph, and chaos reabsorb man. A struggle, cries, howlings. Then, all at once, silence. A song in the shadows. A breath had passed, and they heard a voice. Mysterious music floated, accompanying this chant of the invisible. And suddenly, none knowing whence or how, a white apparition arose. This apparition was a light. This light was a woman. This woman was a spirit. Dea, calm, fair, beautiful, formidable in her serenity and sweetness, appeared in the center of a luminous mist, a profile of brightness in a dawn. She was a voice light, deep, indescribable. She sang in the newborn light. She, invisible, made visible. They thought they heard the hymn of an angel or the song of a bird. At this apparition the man, starting up in his ecstasy, struck the beasts with his fist and overthrew them. Then the vision, gliding along in a manner difficult to understand, and therefore the more admired, sang these words in Spanish, sufficiently pure for the English sailors who were present: Ora, llora, de palabra nace razón, de luz el son. Then looking down, as if she saw a gulf beneath, she went on: Noche, quítate de allí, el alba canta, hayali. As she sang, the man raised himself by degrees. Instead of lying, he was now kneeling, his hands elevated toward the vision, his knees resting on the beasts, which lay motionless, and as if thunder-stricken. She continued, turning towards him, Es menester a cielos ir, y tú que llorabas reír. And approaching him with the majesty of a star, she added, Gebra barzón, deja, monstruo, a tu negro caparazón. And she put hot hand on his brow. Then another voice arose, deeper and consequently still sweeter, a voice broken and enwrapped with a gravity both tender and wild. It was the human chant responding to the chant of the stars. Gwynplaine, still in obscurity, his head under Dea's hand, and kneeling on the vanquished bear and wolf, sang, O ven, ama, eres alma, soy corazón. And suddenly from the shadow a ray of light fell full upon Gwynplaine. Then through the darkness was a monster full exposed. To describe the commotion of the crowd is impossible. A sun of laughter rising, such was the effect. Laughter springs from unexpected causes, and nothing could be more unexpected than this termination. Never was sensation comparable to that produced by the ray of light striking on that mask. At once ludicrous and terrible, they laughed all around his laugh. Everywhere, above, below, behind, before, at the uttermost distance, men, women, old greyheads, rosy-faced children, the good, the wicked, the gay, the sad, everybody, and even in the streets, the passer-by who could see nothing, hearing the laughter, laughed also. The laughter ended in clapping of hands and stamping of feet. The curtain dropped. Gwynplaine was recalled with frenzy. Hence an immense success. Have you seen chaos vanquished? Gwynplaine was run after. The listless came to laugh. The melancholy came to laugh. Evil consciences came to laugh. A laugh so irresistible that it seemed almost an epidemic. But there is a pestilence from which men do not fly, and that is the contagion of joy. The success, it must be admitted, did not rise higher than the populace. A great crowd means a crowd of nobodies. Chaos vanquished could be seen for a penny. Fashionable people never go where the price of admission is a penny. Ursus thought a good deal of his work, which he brooded over for a long time. "It is in the style of one Shakespeare," he said modestly. The juxtaposition of Dea added to the indescribable effect produced by Gwynplaine. Her white face by the side of the gnome represented what might have been called divine astonishment. The audience regarded Dea with a sort of mysterious anxiety. She had in her aspect the dignity of a virgin and of a priestess, not knowing man and knowing God. They saw that she was blind, and felt that she could see. She seemed to stand on the threshold of the supernatural. The light that beamed on her seemed half earthly and half heavenly. She had come to work on earth, and to work as heaven works, in the radiance of morning. Finding a hydra, she formed a soul. She seemed like a creative power,
satisfied but astonished at the result of her creation, and the audience fancied that they could see in the divine surprise of that face desire of the cause and wonder at the result. They felt that she loved this monster. Did she know that he was one? Yes, since she touched him. No, since she accepted him. This depth of night and this glory of day united, formed in the mind of the spectator a chiaroscuro in which appeared endless perspectives. How much divinity exists in the germ, in what manner the penetration of the soul into matter is accomplished, how the solar ray is an umbilical cord, how the disfigured is transfigured, how the deformed becomes heavenly. All these glimpses of mysteries added an almost cosmical emotion to the convulsive hilarity produced by Gwynplaine. Without going too deep, for spectators do not like the fatigue of seeking below the surface, something more was understood than was perceived, and this strange spectacle had the transparency of an avatar. As to Dea, what she felt cannot be expressed by human words. She knew that she was in the midst of a crowd, and knew not what a crowd was. She heard a murmur, that was all. For her the crowd was but a breath. Generations are passing breaths. Man respires, aspires, and expires. In that crowd Dea felt herself alone, and shuddering as one hanging over a precipice. Suddenly, in this trouble of innocence and distress, prompt to accuse the unknown, in her dread of a possible fall, Dea, serene notwithstanding, and superior to the vague agonies of peril, but inwardly shuddering at her isolation, found confidence and support. She had seized her thread of safety in the universe of shadows. She put her hand on the powerful head of Gwynplaine. Joy unspeakable. She placed her rosy fingers on his forest of crisp hair. Wool, when touched, gives an impression of softness. Dea touched a lamb, which she knew to be a lion. Her whole heart poured out an ineffable love. She felt out of danger. She had found her Savior. The public believed that they saw the contrary. To the spectators, the being loved was Gwynplaine, and the Savior was Dea. What matters? Thought Ursus, to whom the heart of Dea was visible. And Dea, reassured, consoled, and delighted, adored the angel, whilst the people contemplated the monster, and endured, fascinated herself as well, though in the opposite sense, that dread Promethean laugh. True love is never weary. Being all soul, it cannot cool. A brazier comes to be full of cinders, not so a star. Her exquisite impressions were renewed every evening for Dea, and she was ready to weep with tenderness, whilst the audience was in convulsions of laughter. Those around her were but joyful. She was happy. The sensation of gaiety due to the sudden shock caused by the rictus of Gwynplaine was evidently not intended by Ursus. He would have preferred more smiles and less laughter, and more of a literary triumph. But success consoles. He reconciled himself every evening to his excessive triumph, as he counted how many shillings the piles of farthings made, and how many pounds the piles of shillings. And besides, he said, after all, when the laugh had passed, chaos vanquished would be found in the depths of their minds, and something of it would remain there. Perhaps he was not altogether wrong. The foundations of a work settle down in the mind of the public. The truth is that the populace, attentive to the wolf, the bear, to the man, then to the music, to the howlings governed by harmony, to the night dissipated by dawn, to the chant releasing the light, accepted with a confused, dull sympathy, and with a certain emotional respect, the dramatic poem of chaos vanquished.
the victory of spirit over matter, ending with the joy of man. Such were the vulgar pleasures of the people. They sufficed them. The people had not the means of going to the noble matches of the gentry, and could not, like lords and gentlemen, bet 1,000 guineas on Helmsgail against felon.
Section 56 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maxim Babich from Desnogorsk. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the Second, Gwynplaine and Dea. Chapter 10. An Outsider's View of Men and Things. Man has a notion of revenging himself on that which pleases him. Hence the contempt felt for the comedian. This being charms me, diverts, distracts, teaches, enchants, consoles me, flings me into an ideal world, is agreeable and useful to me. What evil can I do him in return? Humiliate him. Disdain is a blow from afar. Let us strike the blow. He pleases me, therefore he is vile. He serves me, therefore I hate him. Where can I find a stone to throw at him? Priest, give me yours. Philosopher, give me yours. Bossuet, excommunicate him. Rousseau, insult him. Orator, spit the pebbles from your mouth at him. Bear, fling your stone. Let us cast stones at the tree, hit the fruit, and eat it. Bravo, and down with him. To repeat poetry is to be infected with the plague. Wretched play actor, we will put him in the pillory for his success. Let him follow up his triumph with our hisses. Let him collect a crowd and create a solitude. Thus it is that the wealthy, termed the higher classes, have invented for the actor that form of isolation, applause. The crowd is less brutal. They neither hated nor despised Gwynplaine. Only the meanest cocker of the meanest crew of the meanest merchantman, anchored in the meanest English seaport, considered himself immeasurably superior to this amuser of the scum, and believed that a cocker is as superior to an actor as a lord is to a cocker. Gwynplaine was, therefore, like all comedians, applauded and kept at a distance. Truly, all success in this world is a crime, and must be expiated. He who obtains the medal has to take its reverse side as well. For Gwynplaine there was no reverse. In this sense, both sides of his medal pleased him. He was satisfied with the applause, and content with the isolation. In applause he was rich, in isolation happy. To be rich in his low estate means to be no longer wretchedly poor, to have neither holes in his clothes, nor cold at his hearth, nor emptiness in his stomach. It is to eat when hungry, and drink when thirsty. It is to have everything necessary, including a penny for a beggar. This indigent wealth, enough for liberty, was possessed by Gwynplaine. So far as his soul was concerned, he was opulent. He had love. What more could he want? Nothing. You may think that had the offer been made to him to remove his deformity, he would have grasped at it. Yet he would have refused it emphatically. What? To throw off his mask and have his former face restored? To be the creature he had perchance been created, handsome and charming? No, he would never have consented to it. For what would he have to support Dea? What would have become of that poor child, the sweet blind girl who loved him? Without his rictus, which made him a clown without parallel, he would have been a mountebank like any other, a common athlete, a picker-up of pence from the chinks in the pavement, and Dea would perhaps not have had bread every day. It was with deep and tender pride that he felt himself the protector of the helpless and heavenly creature. Night, solitude, nakedness, weakness, ignorance, hunger, and thirst, 7 yawning jaws of misery, were raised around her, and he was the St. George fighting the dragon. He triumphed over poverty. How? By his deformity. By his deformity he was useful, helpful, victorious, great. He had but to show himself, and money poured in. He was a master of crowds, the sovereign of the mob. He could do everything for Dea. Her wants he foresaw, her desires, her tastes, her fancies. In the limited sphere in which wishes are possible to the blind, he fulfilled. Gwynplaine and Dea were, as we have already shown, providence to each other. He felt himself raised on her wings. She felt herself carried in his arms. To protect the being who loves you, to give what she requires to her who shines on you as your star, can anything be sweeter? Gwynplaine possessed this supreme happiness, and he owed it to his deformity. His deformity had raised him above all. By it he had gained the means of life for himself and others. By it he had gained independence, liberty, celebrity, internal satisfaction, and pride. In his deformity he was inaccessible. The fates could do nothing beyond this blow in which they had spent their whole force, and which he had turned into a triumph. This lowest depth of misfortune had become the summit of Elysium. Gwynplaine was imprisoned in his deformity, but with Dea, and this was, as we have already said, to live in a dungeon of paradise. A wall stood between them and the living world. So much the better. This wall protected as well as enclosed them. What could affect Dea? What could affect Gwynplaine with such a fortress around them? To take from him his success was impossible. They would have had to deprive him of his face. Take from him his love? Impossible. Dea could not see him. The blindness of Dea was divinely incurable. What harm did his deformity do Gwynplaine? None. What advantage did it give him? Every advantage. He was beloved, notwithstanding its horror, and perhaps for that very cause. Infirmity and deformity had by instinct been drawn towards and coupled with each other. To be beloved, is not that everything? Gwynplaine thought of his disfigurement only with gratitude. He was blessed in the stigma. With joy he felt that it was irremediable and eternal. What a blessing that it was so! While there were highways and fair grounds, and journeys to take, the people below and the sky above, they would be sure to live. Dea would want nothing, and they should have love. Gwynplaine would not have changed faces with Apollo. To be a monster was his form of happiness. Thus, as we said before, destiny had given him all, even to overflowing. He who had been rejected had been preferred. He was so happy that he felt compassion for the men around him. He pitied the rest of the world. It was, besides, his instinct to look about him, because no one is always consistent, and the man's nature is not always theoretic. He was delighted to live within an enclosure, but from time to time he lifted his head above the wall. Then he retreated again with more joy into his loneliness with Dea, having drawn his comparisons. What did he see around him? What were those living creatures of which his wandering life showed him so many specimens, changed every day? Always new crowds, always the same multitude, ever new faces, ever the same miseries, a jumble of ruins. Every evening every phase of social misfortune came and encircled his happiness. The Green Box was popular. Low prices attract the low classes. Those who came were the weak, the poor, the little. They rushed to Gwynplaine as they rushed to gin. They came to buy a pennyworth of forgetfulness. From the height of his platform, Gwynplaine passed those wretched people in review. His spirit was enwrapped in the contemplation of every succeeding apparition of widespread misery. The physiognomy of man is modelled by conscience and by the tenor of life, and is the result of a crowd of mysterious excavations. There was never a suffering, not an anger, not a shame, not a despair, of which Gwynplaine did not see the wrinkle. The mouths of those children had not eaten. That man was a father, that woman a mother, and behind them their families might be guessed to be on the road to ruin. There was a face already marked by vice, on the threshold of crime, and the reasons were plain: ignorance and indigence. Another showed the stamp of original goodness, obliterated by social pressure, and turned to hate. On the face of an old woman he saw starvation, on that of a girl, prostitution. The same fact, and although the girl had the resource of her youth, all the sadder for that. In the crowd were arms without tools. The workers asked only for work, but the work was wanting. Sometimes a soldier came and seated himself by the workmen, sometimes a wounded pensioner, and Gwynplaine saw the spectre of war. Here Gwynplaine read want of work, there man farming, slavery. On certain brows he saw an indescribable ebbing back towards animalism, and that slow return of man to beast, produced on those below by the dull pressure of the happiness of those above. There was a break in the gloom for Gwynplaine. He and Dea had a loophole of happiness. The rest was damnation. Gwynplaine felt above him the thoughtless trampling of the powerful, the rich, the magnificent, the great, the elect of chance. Below he saw the pale faces of the disinherited. He saw himself and Dea, with their little happiness, so great to themselves, between two worlds. That which was above went and came, free, joyous, dancing, trampling underfoot. Above him the world which treads, below the world which is trodden upon. It is a fatal fact, and one indicating a profound social evil, that light should crush the shadow. Gwynplaine thoroughly grasped this dark evil. What? A destiny so reptile? Shall a man drag himself thus along with such adherence to dust and corruption, with such vicious tastes, such an abdication of right, or such abjectness that one feels inclined to crush him underfoot? Of what butterfly is, then, this earthly life the grub? What, in the crowd, which hungers and which denies everywhere and before all the questions of crime and shame, the flexibility of the law producing laxity of conscience, is there no child that grows but to be stunted, no virgin but matures for sin, no rose that blooms but for the slime of the snail? His eyes at times sought everywhere, with the curiosity of emotion, to probe the depths of that darkness, in which there died away so many useless efforts, and in which there struggled so much weariness. Families devoured by society, morals tortured by the laws, wounds gangrened by penalties, poverty gnawed by taxes, wrecked intelligence swallowed up by ignorance, rafts in distress alive with the famished, feuds, dearth, death rattles, cries, disappearances. He felt the vague oppression of a keen, universal suffering. He saw the vision of the foaming wave of misery, dashing over the crowd of humanity. He was safe in port himself, as he watched the wreck around him. Sometimes he laid his disfigured head in his hands, and dreamed. What folly to be happy! How one dreams! Ideas were born within him, absurd notions crossed his brain. Because formerly he had succored an infant, he felt a ridiculous desire to succor the whole world. The mists of reverie sometimes obscured his individuality, and he lost his ideas of proportion so far as to ask himself the question, "What can be done for the poor?" Sometimes he was so absorbed in his subject as to express it aloud. Then Ursus shrugged his shoulders and looked at him fixedly. Gwynplaine continued his reverie. "Oh, were I powerful, would I not aid the wretched? But what am I? An atom. What can I do? Nothing." He was mistaken. He was able to do a great deal for the wretched. He could make them laugh. And, as we have said, to make people laugh is to make them forget. What a benefactor!
Section 57 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the Second, Chapter 11. Gwynplaine Thinks Justice and Ursus Talks Truth. A philosopher is a spy. Ursus, a watcher of dreams, studied his pupil. Our monologues leave on our brows a faint reflection, distinguishable to the eye of a physiognomist. Hence, what occurred to Gwynplaine did not escape Ursus. One day, as Gwynplaine was meditating, Ursus pulled him by his jacket and exclaimed, "You strike me as being an observer, you fool! Take care, it is no business of yours. You have one thing to do, to love Dea. You have two causes of happiness. The first is that the crowd sees your muzzle. The second is that Dea does not. You have no right to the happiness you possess, for no woman who saw your mouth would consent to your kiss, and that mouth which has made your fortune, and that face which has given you riches, are not your own. You were not born with that countenance. It was borrowed from the grimace which is at the bottom of the infinite. You have stolen your mask from the devil. You are hideous. Be satisfied with having drawn that prize in the lottery. There are in this world, and a very good thing too, the happy by right and the happy by luck. You are happy by luck. You are in a cave wherein a star is enclosed. The poor star belongs to you. Do not seek to leave the cave, and guard your star, O spider. You have in your web the carbuncle, Venus. Do me the favor to be satisfied. I see your dreams are troubled. It is idiotic of you. Listen, I am going to speak to you in the language of true poetry. Let Dea eat beefsteaks and mutton chops, and in 6 months she will be as strong as a Turk. Marry her immediately, give her a child, 2 children, 3 children, a long string of children. This is what I call philosophy. Moreover, it is happiness, which is no folly. To have children is a glimpse of heaven. Have brats, wipe them, blow their noses, dirt them, wash them, and put them to bed. Let them swarm about you. If they laugh, it is well. If they howl, it is better. To cry is to live. Watch them suck at 6 months, crawl at a year, walk at 2, grow tall at 15, fall in love at 20. He who has these joys has everything. For myself, I lacked the advantage. And that is the reason why I am a brute. God, a composer of beautiful poems and the first of men of letters, said to his fellow workman, Moses, "Increase and multiply." Such is the text. Multiply, you beast. As to the world, it is as it is. You cannot make nor mar it. Do not trouble yourself about it. Pay no attention to what goes on outside. Leave the horizon alone. A comedian is made to be looked at, not to look.
Do you know what there is outside? The happy by right. You, I repeat, are the happy by chance. You are the pickpocket of the happiness of which they are the proprietors. They are the legitimate possessors. You are the intruder. You live in concubinage with luck. What do you want that you have not already? Shibboleth, help me! This fellow is a rascal. To multiply himself by Dea would be pleasant all the same. Such happiness is like a swindle. Those above who possess happiness by privilege do not like folks below them to have so much enjoyment. If they ask you what right you have to be happy, you will not know what to answer. You have no patent, and they have. Jupiter, Allah, Vishnu, Sabaoth, it does not matter who, has given them the passport to happiness. Fear them. Do not meddle with them, lest they should meddle with you. Wretch, do you know what the man is who is happy by right? He is a terrible being. He is a lord. A lord! He must have intrigued pretty well in the devil's unknown country before he was born, to enter life by the door he did. How difficult it must have been to him to be born! It is the only trouble he has given himself. By just heavens, what a one! To obtain from destiny the blind blockhead, to mark him in his cradle a master of men, to bribe the box-keeper to give him the best place at the show. Read the memoranda in the old hut, which I have placed on half pay. Read that breviary of my wisdom, and you will see what it is to be a lord. A lord is one who has all and is all. A lord is one who exists above his own nature. A lord is one who has when young the rights of an old man, when old the success in intrigue of a young one. If vicious, the homage of respectable people. If a coward, the command of brave men. If a do-nothing, the fruits of labor. If ignorant, the diploma of Cambridge or Oxford. If a fool, the admiration of poets. If ugly, the smiles of women. If a Thersites, the helm of Achilles. If a hare, the skin of a lion. Do not misunderstand my words. I do not say that a lord must necessarily be ignorant, a coward, ugly, stupid, or old. I only mean that he may be all those things without any detriment to himself. On the contrary, lords are princes. The King of England is only a lord, the first peer of the peerage. That is all, but it is much. Kings were formerly called lords. The Lord of Denmark, the Lord of Ireland, the Lord of the Isles. The Lord of Norway was first called king 300 years ago. Lucius, the most ancient king in England, was spoken to by Saint Telesphonus as my Lord Lucius. The lords are peers, that is to say equals. Of whom? Of the king. I do not commit the mistake of confounding the lords with Parliament. The assembly of the people, which the Saxons before the conquest called Wapentake, the Normans after the conquest entitled Parlamentum. By degrees the people were turned out. The king's letters clause convoking the commons, addressed formerly ad concilium impendendum, are now addressed ad consentiendum. To say yes is their liberty. The peers can say no, and the proof is that they have said it. The peers can cut off the king's head. The people cannot. The stroke of the hatchet which decapitated Charles I is an encroachment, not on the king, but on the peers, and it was well to place on the gibbet the carcass of Cromwell. The lords have power. Why? Because they have riches. Who has turned over the leaves of the Doomsday Book? It is the proof that the lords possess England. It is the registry of the estates of subjects, compiled under William the Conqueror, and it is in the charge of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. To copy anything in it, you have to pay 2 pence a line. it is a proud book. Do you know that I was domestic doctor to a lord, who was called Marmaduke, and who had 36,000 a year? Think of that, you hideous idiot! Do you know that, with rabbits only from the warrens of Earl Lindsay, they could feed all the riffraff of the Cinque Ports? And the good order kept. Every poacher is hung, for 2 long furry ears sticking out of a game bag. I saw the father of 6 children hanging on the gibbet. Such is the peerage. The rabbit of a great lord is of more importance than God's image in a man. Lords exist, you trespasser, do you see? And we must think it good that they do. And even if we do not, what harm will it do to them? The people object, indeed. Why? Plautus himself would never have attained the comicality of such an idea. A philosopher would be jesting if he advised the poor devil of the masses to cry out against the size and weight of the lords. Just as well might the gnat dispute with the foot of an elephant. One day I saw a hippopotamus tread upon a molehill. He crushed it utterly. He was innocent. The great soft-headed fool of a mastodon did not even know of the existence of moles. My son, the moles that are trodden on are the human race. To crush is a law. And do you think that the mole himself crushes nothing? Why, it is the mastodon of the flesh-worm, who is the mastodon of the globe-worm. But let us cease arguing. My boy, there are coaches in the world. My lord is inside. The people under the wheels. The philosopher gets out of the way. Stand aside and let them pass. As to myself, I love lords and shun them. I lived with one. The beauty of my recollections suffices me. I remember his country house, like a glory in the cloud. My dreams are all retrospective. Nothing could be more admirable than Marmaduke Lodge in grandeur, beautiful symmetry, rich avenues, and the ornaments and surroundings of the edifice. The houses, country seats, and palaces of the lords present a selection of all that is greatest and most magnificent in this flourishing kingdom. I love our lords. I thank them for being opulent, powerful, and prosperous. I myself am clothed in shadow, and I look with interest upon the shred of heavenly blue which is called a lord. You enter Marmaduke Lodge by an exceedingly spacious courtyard, which forms an oblong square divided into 8 spaces, each surrounded by a balustrade. On each side is a wide approach, and a superb hexagonal fountain plays in the midst. This fountain is formed of 2 basins, which are surmounted by a dome of exquisite openwork, elevated on 6 columns. It was there that I knew a learned Frenchman, Monsieur l'Abbé de Croix, who belonged to the Jacobin monastery in the Rue Saint-Jacques. Half the library of Pennies is at Marmaduke Lodge, the other half being at the Theological Gallery at Cambridge. I used to read the books, seated under the ornamented portal. These things are only shown to a select number of curious travelers. Do you know, you ridiculous boy, that William North, who is Lord Grey of Rolleston, and sits 14th on the bench of barons, has more forest trees on his mountains than you have hairs on your horrible noodle? Do you know that Lord Norreys of Rycote, who is Earl of Abingdon, has a square keep 100 feet high, having this device, Virtus ariete fortuere, which you would think meant that virtue is stronger than a ram, but which really means, you idiot, that courage is stronger than a battering machine. Yes, I honor, accept, respect, and revere our lords. It is the lords who, with her royal majesty,
work to procure and preserve the advantages of the nation. Their consummate wisdom shines in intricate junctures. Their precedent over others I wish they had not, but they have it. What is called principality in Germany, grandeeship in Spain, is called peerage in England and France. There being a fair show of reason for considering the world a wretched place enough, heaven felt where the burden was most galling, and to prove that it knew how to make happy people, created lords for the satisfaction of philosophers. This acts as a set-off, and gets heaven out of the scrape, affording it a decent escape from a false position. The great are great. A peer, speaking of himself, says we. A peer is a plural. The king qualifies the peer consanguine nostri. The peers have made a multitude of wise laws, amongst others, one which condemns to death anyone who cuts down a 3-year-old poplar tree. Their supremacy is such that they have a language of their own. In heraldic style, black, which is called sable for gentry, is called saturn for princes and diamond for peers. Diamond dust, a night thick with stars, such is the night of the happy. Even amongst themselves these high and mighty lords have their own distinctions. A baron cannot wash with a viscount without his permission. These are indeed excellent things, and safeguards to the nation. But a fine thing it is for the people to have 25 dukes, 5 marquises, 76 earls, 9 viscounts, and 61 barons, making altogether 176 peers, of which some are your grace, and some my lord. What matter a few rags here and there withal? Everybody cannot be dressed in gold. Let the rags be. Cannot you see the purple? One balances the other. A thing must be built of something. Yes, of course there are the poor. What of them? They line the happiness of the wealthy. Devil take it, our lords are our glory. The pack of hounds belonging to Charles Baron Mohune cost him as much as the hospital for lepers in Moorgate, and for Christ's Hospital, founded for children in 1553 by Edward VI. Thomas Osborne, Duke of Leeds, spends yearly on his liveries 5,000 golden guineas. The Spanish grandees have a guardian appointed by law to prevent their ruining themselves. That is cowardly. Our lords are extravagant and magnificent. I esteem them for it. Let us not abuse them like envious folks. I feel happy when a beautiful vision passes. I have not the light, but I have the reflection. A reflection thrown on my ulcer, you will say. Go to the devil. I am a Job, delighted in the contemplation of Trimalcion. Oh, that beautiful and radiant planet up there! But the moonlight is something. To suppress the lords was an idea which Orestes, mad as he was, would not have dared to entertain. To say that the lords are mischievous or useless is as much as to say that the state should be revolutionized, and that men are not made to live like cattle, browsing the grass and bitten by the dog. The field is shorn by the sheep by the shepherd. It is all one to me. I am a philosopher, and I care about life as much as a fly. Life is but a lodging. When I think that Henry Bowes Howard, Earl of Berkshire, has in his stable 24 state carriages, of which one is mounted in silver and another in gold, good heavens! I know that every one has not got 24 state carriages. But there is no need to complain for all that. Because you were cold one night, what was that to him? It concerns you only. Others besides you suffer cold and hunger. Don't you know that without that cold, Dea would not have been blind? And if Dea were not blind, she would not love you? Think of that, you fool! And besides, if all the people who were lost were to complain, there would be a pretty tumult. Silence is the rule.
I have no doubt that heaven imposes silence on the damned, otherwise heaven itself would be punished by their everlasting cry. The happiness of Olympus is bought by the silence of Cocytus. Then people be silent. I do better myself. I approve and admire. Just now I was enumerating the lords, and I ought to add to the list 2 archbishops and 24 bishops. Truly, I am quite affected when I think of it. I remember to have seen at the tithe gathering of the Reverend Dean of Raffaud, who combined the peerage with the church, a great tithe of beautiful wheat taken from the peasants in the neighborhood, and which the dean had not been at the trouble of growing. This left him time to say his prayers. Do you know that Lord Marmaduke, my master, was Lord Grand Treasurer of Ireland, and High Seneschal of the sovereignty of Knaresborough in the county of York? Do you know that the Lord High Chamberlain, which is an office hereditary in the family of the Dukes of Ancaster, dresses the king for his coronation, and receives for his trouble 40 yards of crimson velvet, besides the bed on which the king has slept, and that the usher of the Black Rod is his deputy? I should like to see you deny this, that the senior Viscount of England is Robert Brent, created a Viscount by Henry V. The Lord's titles imply sovereignty over land, except that of Earl Rivers, who takes his title from his family name. How admirable is the right which they have to tax others, and to levy, for instance, 4 shillings in the pound sterling income tax, which has just been continued for another year, and all the time taxes on distilled spirits, on the excise of wine and beer, on tonnage and poundage, on cider, on perry, on mum, malt, and prepared barley, on coals, and on 100 things besides. Let us venerate things as they are. The clergy themselves depend on the lords. The Bishop of Man is subject to the Earl of Derby. The lords have wild beasts of their own, which they place in their armorial bearings. God not having made enough, they have invented others. They have created the heraldic wild boar, who is as much above the wild boar as the wild boar is above the domestic pig, and the lord is above the priest. They have created the griffin, which is an eagle to lions, and a lion to eagles, terrifying lions by his wings, and eagles by his mane. They have the gouvre, the unicorn, the serpent, the salamander, the tarasque, the dree, the dragon, and the hippogriff. All these things, terrible to us, are to them but an ornament and an embellishment. They have a menagerie which they call the blazon, in which unknown beasts roar. The prodigies of the forest are nothing compared to the inventions of their pride. Their vanity is full of phantoms, which move as in a sublime night, armed with helm and cuirass, spurs on their heels and the scepters in their hands, saying in a grave voice, "We are the ancestors." The canker worms eat the roots, and the panoplies eat the people. Why not? Are we to change the laws? The peerage is part of the order of society. Do you know that there is a duke in Scotland who can ride 90 miles without leaving his own estate? Do you know that the Archbishop of Canterbury has a revenue of £40,000 a year? Do you know that Her Majesty has £700,000 sterling from the civil list, besides castles, forests, domains, fiefs, tenancies, freeholds, prebendaries, tithes, rent, confiscations, and fines, which bring in over £1,000,000 sterling? Those who are not satisfied are hard to please. "Yes," murmured Gwynplaine sadly, "the paradise of the rich is made out of the hell of the poor."
Section 58 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maxim Babich, from Desnogorsk. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the Second, Gwynplaine and Dia. Chapter 12. Ursus the poet drags on Ursus the philosopher. Then Dia entered. He looked at her, and saw nothing but her. This is love. One may be carried away for a moment by the importunity of some other idea, but the beloved one enters, and all that does not appertain to her presence immediately fades away, without her dreaming that perhaps she is effacing in us a world. Let us mention a circumstance. In Chaos Vanquished, the word monstruo, addressed to Gwynplaine, displeased Dia. Sometimes, with the smattering of Spanish which every one knew at the period, she took it into her head to replace it by quiero, which signifies I wish it. Ursus tolerated, although not without an expression of impatience, this alteration in his text. He might have said to Dia, as in our day Massard said to Vissot, "Tu manques de respect au répertoire." The Laughing Man. Such was the form of Gwynplaine's fame. His name, Gwynplaine, little known at any time, had disappeared under his nickname, as his face had disappeared under its grin. His popularity was like his visage, a mask. His name, however, was to be read on a large placard in front of the Green Box, which offered the crowd the following narrative composed by Ursus. Here is to be seen Gwynplaine, deserted at the age of 10, on the night of the 29th of January, 1690, by the villainous Comprachicos, on the coast of Portland. The little boy has grown up, and is called now the Laughing Man. The existence of these mountebanks was as an existence of lepers in a leper house, and of the blessed in one of the Pleiades. There was every day a sudden transition from the noisy exhibition outside into the most complete seclusion. Every evening they made their exit from this world. They were like the dead, vanishing on condition of being reborn next day. A comedian is a revolving light, appearing one moment, disappearing the next, and existing for the public but as a phantom or a light, as his life circles round. To exhibition succeeded isolation. When the performance was finished, whilst the audience were dispersing and their murmur of satisfaction was dying away in the streets, the Green Box shut up its platform as a fortress does its drawbridge, and all communication with mankind was cut off. On one side the universe, on the other the caravan, and this caravan contained liberty, clear consciences, courage, devotion, innocence, happiness, love, all the constellations. Blindness having sight, and deformity beloved, sat side by side, hand pressing hand, brow touching brow, and whispered to each other, intoxicated with love. The compartment in the middle served two purposes. For the public it was a stage, for the actors a dining room. Ursus, ever delighting in comparisons, profited by the diversity of its uses to liken the central compartment in the Green Box to the aeroduct in an Abyssinian hut. Ursus counted the receipts. Then they supped. In love all is ideal. In love, eating and drinking together affords opportunities for many sweet promiscuous touches, by which a mouthful becomes a kiss. They drank ale or wine from the same glass, as they might drink dew out of the same lily. Two souls in love are as full of grace as two birds. Gwynplaine waited on Dia, cut her bread, poured out her drink, approached her too close. "Hum!" cried Ursus, and he turned away, his scolding melting into a smile. The wolf supped under the table, heedless of everything which did actually not concern his bone. Phoebe and Venus shared the repast, but gave little trouble. These vagabonds, half wild and as uncouth as ever, spoke in the gypsy language to each other. At length Dea re-entered the women's apartment with Phoebe and Venus. Ursus chained up Homo under the green box. Gwynplaine looked after the horses, the lover becoming a groom, like a hero of Homer's or a paladin of Charlemagne's. At midnight all were asleep, except the wolf, who, alive to his responsibility, now and then opened an eye. The next morning they met again. They breakfasted together, generally on ham and tea. Tea was introduced into England in 1678. Then Dea, after the Spanish fashion, took a siesta, acting on the advice of Ursus, who considered her delicate, and slept some hours, while Gwynplaine and Ursus did all the little jobs of work, without and within, which their wandering life made necessary. Gwynplaine rarely wandered away from the green box, except on unfrequented roads and in solitary places. In cities he went out only at night, disguised in a large slouched hat, so as not to exhibit his face in the street. His face was to be seen uncovered only on the stage. The Green Box had frequented cities but little. Gwynplaine at 24 had never seen towns larger than the Cinque Ports. His renown, however, was increasing. It began to rise above the populace and to percolate through higher ground. Amongst those who were fond of and ran after strange foreign curiosities and prodigies, it was known that there was somewhere in existence, leading a wandering life, now here, now there, an extraordinary monster. They talked about him, they sought him, they asked where he was. The Laughing Man was becoming decidedly famous. A certain lustre was reflected on chaos vanquished. So much so, that one day Ursus
Section 59 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 3rd, Chapter 1, The Tadcaster Inn. At that period, London had but one bridge, London Bridge, with houses built upon it. This bridge united London to Southwark, a suburb which was paved with flint pebbles taken from the Thames, divided into small streets and alleys like the city, with a great number of buildings, houses, dwellings, and wooden huts jammed together, a pell-mell mixture of combustible matter, amidst which fire might take its pleasure, as 1666 had proved. Southwark was then pronounced Sudrick. It is now pronounced Susurk, or near it. Indeed, an excellent way of pronouncing English names is not to pronounce them. Thus, for Southampton, say Stumpton. It was the time when Chatham was pronounced Chatham. The Southwark of those days resembles the Southwark of today about as much as Vaugirard resembles Marseille. It was a village. It is a city. Nevertheless, a considerable trade was carried on there. The long old Cyclopean wall by the Thames was studded with rings, to which were anchored the river barges. This wall was called the Effric Wall, or Effric Stone. York, in Saxon times, was called Effric. The legend related that a Duke of Effric had been drowned at the foot of the wall. Certainly the water there was deep enough to drown a duke. At low water it was 6 good fathoms. The excellence of this little anchorage attracted sea vessels. and the old Dutch tub, called the vocat, came to anchor at the Effric Stone. The vocat made the crossing from London to Rotterdam, and from Rotterdam to London, punctually once a week. Other barges started twice a day, either for Deptford, Greenwich, or Gravesend, going down with one tide and returning with the next. The voyage to Gravesend, though 20 miles, was performed in 6 hours. The vocat was of a model now no longer to be seen except in naval museums. It was almost a junk. At that time, while France copied Greece, Holland copied China. The vocat, a heavy hull with 2 masts, was partitioned perpendicularly so as to be watertight, having a narrow hold in the middle and 2 decks, one fore and the other aft. The decks were flush as in the iron turret vessels of the present day, the advantage of which is that in foul weather the force of the wave is diminished, and the inconvenience of which is that the crew is exposed to the action of the sea, owing to there being no bulwarks. There was nothing to save anyone on board from falling over. Hence the frequent falls overboard and the losses of men, which have caused the model to fall into disuse. The vocat went to Holland direct, and did not even call at Gravesend. An old ridge of stones, rock as much as masonry, ran along the bottom of the Effric Stone, and being passable at all tides, was used as a passage on board the ships moored to the wall. This wall was, at intervals, furnished with steps. It marked the southern point of Southwark. An embankment at the top allowed the passers-by to rest their elbows on the Effric Stone, as on the parapet of a quay. Thence they could look down on the Thames. On the other side of the water London dwindled away into fields. Up the river from the Effric Stone, at the bend of the Thames, which is nearly opposite St. James's Palace, behind Lambeth House, not far from the walk then called Vauxhall probably, there was between a pottery in which they made porcelain, and a glass-blower's where they made ornamental bottles, one of those large unenclosed spaces covered with grass, called formerly in France cultures and mails, and in England bowling greens. Of bowling green, a green on which to roll a ball, the French have made bowling green. Folks have this green inside their houses nowadays, only it is put on the table, is a cloth instead of turf, and is called billiards. It is difficult to see why, having boulevard, which is the same word as bowling green, the French should have adopted bowling green. It is surprising that a person so grave as the dictionary should indulge in useless luxuries. The bowling green of Southwark was called Tarrinzeau Field, because it had belonged to the Barons Hastings, who are also Barons Tarrinzeau and Mauchline. From the Lords Hastings the Tarrinzeau Field passed to the Lords Tadcaster, who had made a speculation of it, just as, at a later date, a Duke of Orleans made a speculation of the Palais Royal. Tarrinzeau Field afterwards became waste ground and parochial property. Tarrinzeau Field was a kind of permanent fairground, covered with jugglers, athletes, mountebanks, and music on platforms, and always full of fools going to look at the devil, as Archbishop Sharp said. To look at the devil means to go to the play. Several inns, which harbored the public and sent them to these outlandish exhibitions, were established in this place, which kept holiday all the year round, and thereby prospered. These inns were simply stalls, inhabited only during the day. In the evening the tavern-keeper put into his pocket the key of the tavern and went away. One only of these inns was a house, the only dwelling in the whole bowling green, the caravans of the fairground having the power of disappearing at any moment, considering the absence of any ties in the vagabond life of the mountebanks. Mountebanks have no roots to their lives. This inn, called the Tadcaster, after the former owners of the ground, was an inn rather than a tavern, an hotel rather than an inn, and had a carriage entrance and a large yard. The carriage entrance, opening from the court on the field, was the legitimate door of the Tadcaster Inn,
which had beside it a small bastard door by which people entered. To call it bastard is to mean preferred. This lower door was the only one used. It opened into the tavern properly so called, which was a large tap-room, full of tobacco smoke, furnished with tables, and low in the ceiling. Over it was a window on the first floor, to the iron bars of which was fastened and hung the sign of the inn. The principal door was barred and bolted, and always remained closed. It was thus necessary to cross the tavern to enter the courtyard. At the Tadcaster inn there was a landlord and a boy. The landlord was called Master Nicholas, the boy Govicum. Master Nicholas, doubtless, which the English habit of contraction had made Nicholas, was a miserly widower, and one who respected and feared the laws. As to his appearance, he had bushy eyebrows and hairy hands. The boy, aged 14, who poured out drink and answered to the name of Govicum, wore a merry face and an apron. His hair was cropped close, a sign of servitude. He slept on the ground floor in a nook in which they formerly kept a dog. This nook had for window
Section 60 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 3rd, Chapter 2. Open Air Eloquence. One very cold and windy evening, on which there was every reason why folks should hasten on their way along the street, a man who was walking in Torinzo Field close under the walls of the tavern stopped suddenly. It was during the last months of winter between 1704 and 1705. This man, whose dress indicated a sailor, was of good mien and fine figure, things imperative to courtiers, and not forbidden to common folk. Why did he stop? To listen. What to? To a voice apparently speaking in the court on the other side of the wall, a voice a little weakened by age, but so powerful notwithstanding that it reached the passer-by in the street. At the same time might be heard in the enclosure, from which the voice came, the hubbub of a crowd. This voice said, "Men and women of London, here I am. I cordially wish you joy of being English. You are a great people. I say more, you are a great populace. Your fisticuffs are even better than your sword thrusts. You have an appetite. You are the nation which eats other nations, a magnificent function. This suction of the world makes England preeminent. As politicians and philosophers in the management of colonies, populations, and industry, and in the desire to do others any harm which may turn to your own good, you stand alone. The hour will come when two boards will be put up on earth, inscribed on one side, men, on the other, Englishmen. I mention this to your glory, I, who am neither English nor human, having the honor to be a bear. Still more, I am a doctor. That follows. Gentlemen, I teach. What? Two kinds of things, things which I know and things which I do not. I sell my drugs and I sell my ideas. Approach and listen. Science invites you. Open your ear. If it is small, it will hold but little truth. If large, a great deal of folly will find its way in. Now then, attention! I teach the pseudoxia epidemica. I have a comrade who will make you laugh, but I can make you think. We live in the same box. Laughter being of quite as old a family as thought. When people asked Democritus, "How do you know?" he answered, "I laugh." And if I am asked, "Why do you laugh?" I shall answer, "I know." However, I am not laughing. I am the rectifier of popular errors. I take upon myself the task of cleaning your intellects. They require it. Heaven permits people to deceive themselves,
and to be deceived. It is useless to be absurdly modest. I frankly avow that I believe in Providence, even where it is wrong. Only when I see filth, errors are filth, I sweep them away. How am I sure of what I know? That concerns only myself. Everyone catches wisdom as he can. Lactantius asked questions of, and received answers from, a bronze head of Virgil. Sylvester II conversed with birds. Did the birds speak? Did the Pope twitter? That is a question. The dead child of the Rabbi Elkazir talked to St. Augustine. Between ourselves, I doubt all these facts except the last. The dead child might perhaps talk, because under its tongue it had a gold plate, on which were engraved divers constellations. Thus he deceived people. The fact explains itself. You see my moderation. I separate the true from the false. See? Here are other errors in which no doubt you partake, poor ignorant folks that you are, and from which I wish to free you. Dioscorides believed that there was a god in the hembane, Chrysippus in the cynopaste, Josephus in the root barus, Homer in the plant moly. They were all wrong. The spirits in herbs are not gods, but devils. I have tested this fact. It is not true that the serpent which tempted Eve had a human face, as Cadmus relates. Garcias de Horto, Cadamosto, and John Hugo, Archbishop of Treves, deny that it is sufficient to saw down a tree to catch an elephant. I incline to their opinion. Citizens, the efforts of Lucifer are the cause of all false impressions. Under the reign of such a prince, it is natural that meteors of errors and of perdition should arise. My friends, Claudius Pulcher did not die because the fowls refused to come out of the fowl house. The fact is that Lucifer, having foreseen the death of Claudius Pulcher, took care to prevent the birds feeding. That Beelzebub gave the Emperor Vespasian the virtue of curing the lame and giving sight to the blind by his touch was an act praiseworthy in itself, but of which the motive was culpable. Gentlemen, distrust those false doctors who sell the root of the bryony and the white snake, and who make washes with honey and the blood of a cock. See clearly through that which is false. It is not quite true that Orion was a result of a natural function of Jupiter. The truth is that it was Mercury who produced this star in that way. It is not true that Adam had a navel. When St. George killed the dragon, he had not the daughter of a saint standing by his side. St. Jeremy had not a clock on the chimney-piece of his study. First, because living in a cave, he had no study. Secondly, because he had no chimney-piece. Thirdly, because clocks were not yet invented. Let us put these things right. Put them right. Oh, gentle folks who listen to me, if anyone tells you that a lizard will be born in your head if you smell the herb valerian, that the rotting carcass of the ox changes into bees, and that of the horse into hornets, that a man weighs more when dead than when alive, that the blood of the he-goat dissolves emeralds, that a caterpillar, a fly, and a spider, seen on the same tree, announces famine, war, and pestilence, that the falling sickness is to be cured by a worm found in the head of a buck, do not believe him. These things are errors. But now listen to truths. The skin of a sea calf is a safeguard against thunder. The toad feeds upon earth, which causes a stone to come into his head. The rose of Jericho blooms on Christmas Eve. Serpents cannot endure the shadow of the ash tree. The elephant has no joints, and sleeps resting upright against a tree. Make a toad sit upon a cock's egg, and he will hatch a scorpion which will become a salamander.
A blind person will recover sight by putting one hand on the left side of the altar and the other on his eyes. Virginity does not hinder maternity. Honest people, lay these truths to heart. Above all, you can believe in Providence in either of two ways, either as thirst believes in the orange, or as the ass believes in the whip. Now I am going to introduce you to my family." Here a violent gust of wind shook the window frames and shutters of the inn, which stood detached. It was like a prolonged murmur of the sky. The orator paused a moment and then resumed. "An interruption. Very good. Speak, north wind. Gentlemen, I am not angry. The wind is loquacious, like all solitary creatures. There is no one to keep him company up there, so he jabbers. I resume the thread of my discourse. Here you see associated artists. We are four, a lupo principium. I begin by my friend, who is a wolf. He does not conceal it. See him! He is educated, grave, and sagacious. Providence, perhaps, entertained for a moment the idea of making him a doctor of the university, but for that one must be rather stupid, and that he is not. I may add that he has no prejudices, and is not aristocratic. He chats sometimes with bitches, he who by right should consort only with she-wolves. His heirs, if he have any, will no doubt gracefully combine the yap of their mother with the howl of their father, because he does howl. He howls in sympathy with men. He barks as well, in condescension to civilization, a magnanimous concession. Homo is a dog made perfect. Let us venerate the dog. The dog, curious animal, sweats with its tongue and smiles with its tail. Gentlemen, Homo equals in wisdom and surpasses in cordiality the hairless wolf of Mexico, the wonderful Solosaniski. I may add that he is humble. He has the modesty of a wolf who is useful to men. He is helpful and charitable and says nothing about it. His left paw knows not the good which his right paw does. These are his merits. Of the other, my second friend, I have but one word to say. He is a monster. You will admire him. He was formerly abandoned by pirates on the shores of the wild ocean. The third one is blind. Is she an exception? No, we are all blind. The miser is blind. He sees gold and he does not see riches. The prodigal is blind. He sees the beginning and does not see the end. The coquette is blind. She does not see her wrinkles. The learned man is blind. He does not see his own ignorance. The honest man is blind. He does not see the thief. The thief is blind. He does not see God. God is blind. The day that he created the world, he did not see the devil manage to creep into it. I myself am blind. I speak and do not see that you are deaf. This blind girl who accompanies us is a mysterious priestess. Vesta has confided to her torch. She has in her character depths as soft as a division in the wool of a sheep. I believe her to be a king's daughter, though I do not assert it as a fact. A laudable distrust is the attribute of wisdom. For my own part, I reason and I doctor, I think and I heal. Chirurga sum. I cure fevers, miasmas, and plagues. Almost all our melancholy and sufferings are issues, which if carefully treated relieve us quietly from other evils which might be worse. All the same, I do not recommend you to have an anthrax, otherwise called carbuncle. It is a stupid malady and serves no good end. One dies of it, that is all. I am neither uncultivated nor rustic. I honor eloquence and poetry, and live in an innocent union with these goddesses. I conclude by a piece of advice. Ladies and gentlemen, on the sunny side of your dispositions, cultivate virtue, modesty, honesty, probity, justice, and love. Each one here below may thus have his little pot of flowers on his window-sill. My lords and gentlemen, I have spoken. The play is about to begin." The man, who was apparently a sailor, and who had been listening outside, entered the lower room of the inn, crossed it, paid the necessary entrance money, reached the courtyard, which was full of people, saw at the bottom of it a caravan on wheels, wide open, and on the platform an old man dressed in a bearskin, a young man looking like a mask, a blind girl, and a wolf. Section 61 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 3rd, Chapter 3, Where the Passerby Reappears. The Green Box, as we have just seen, had arrived in London. It was established at Southwark. Ursus had been tempted by the bowling green, which had one great recommendation, that it was always fair day there, even in winter. The dome of St. Paul's was a delight to Ursus. London, take it all in all, has some good in it. It was a brave thing to dedicate a cathedral to St. Paul. The real cathedral saint is St. Peter. St. Paul is suspected of imagination. In matters ecclesiastical, imagination means heresy. St. Paul is a saint only with extenuating circumstances. He entered heaven only by the artist's door. A cathedral is a sign. St. Peter is the sign of Rome, the city of the dogma. St. Paul that of London, the city of schism. Ursus, whose philosophy had arms so long that it embraced everything, was a man who appreciated these shades of difference, and his attraction towards London arose, perhaps, from a certain taste of his for St. Paul. The yard of the Tadcaster Inn had taken the fancy of Ursus. It might have been ordered for the Green Box. It was a theatre ready-made. It was a square, with 3 sides built round, and a wall forming the 4th. Against this wall was placed the Green Box, which they were able to draw into the yard, owing to the height of the gate. A large wooden balcony, roofed over and supported on posts on which the rooms of the first story opened, ran round the 3 fronts of the interior facade of the house, making 2 right angles. The windows of the ground floor made boxes, the pavement of the court the pit, and the balcony the gallery. The Green Box, reared against the wall, was thus in front of a theatre. It was very like the Globe, where they played Othello, King Lear, and The Tempest. In a corner behind the Green Box was a stable. Ursus had made his arrangements with the tavern-keeper, Master Nicholas, who, owing to his respect for the law, would not admit the wolf without charging him extra. The placard, Gwynplaine the Laughing Man, taken from its nail in the Green Box, was hung up close to the sign of the inn. The sitting-room of the tavern had, as we have seen, an inside door which opened into the court. By the side of the door was constructed, offhand, by means of an empty barrel, a box for the money-taker, who was sometimes Phoebe and sometimes Phinos. This was managed much as at present, pay and pass in. Under the placard announcing the Laughing Man was a piece of wood, painted white, hung on 2 nails, on which was written in charcoal in large letters the title of Ursus' grand piece, Chaos Vanquished. In the center of the balcony, precisely opposite the Green Box, and in a compartment having for entrance a window reaching to the ground, there had been partitioned off a space for the nobility. It was large enough to hold in 2 rows 10 spectators. "We are in London," said Ursus. "We must be prepared for the gentry." He had furnished this box with the best chairs in the inn, and had placed in the center a grand armchair of yellow Utrecht velvet, with a cherry-colored pattern, in case some alderman's wife should come. They began their performances. The crowd immediately flocked to them, but the compartment for the nobility remained empty. With that exception, their success became so great that no mountebank memory could recall its parallel. All Southwark ran in crowds to admire the laughing man. The Merry Andrews and mountebanks of Tarrinzeau Field were aghast at Gwynplaine. The effect he caused was as that of a sparrowhawk flapping his wings in a cage of goldfinches, and feeding in their seed trough. Gwynplaine ate up their public. Besides the small fry, the swallowers of swords and the grimace makers, real performances took place on the green. There was a circus of women, ringing from morning till night with a magnificent peal of all sorts of instruments, psalteries, drums, rebecks, micamons, timbrels, reeds, dulcimers, gongs, chevrets, bagpipes, German horns, English eschaquels, pipes, flutes, and flageolets. In a large round tent were some tumblers, who could not have equaled our present climbers of the Pyrenees, Dulma, Bordenavi, and Melonga, who from the peak of Pierrefitte descend to the plateau of Limicon, an almost perpendicular height. There was a travelling menagerie, where was to be seen a performing tiger, who, lashed by the keeper, snapped at the whip and tried to swallow the lash. Even this comedian of jaws and claws was eclipsed in success. Curiosity, applause, receipts, crowds, the laughing man monopolized everything. It happened in the twinkling of an eye. Nothing was thought of but the green box. "Chaos vanquished is chaos victor," said Ursus, appropriating half Gwynplaine's success, and taking the wind out of his sails, as they say at sea. That success was prodigious. Still it remained local. Fame does not cross the sea easily. It took 130 years for the name of Shakespeare to penetrate from England into France. The sea is a wall, and if Voltaire, a thing which he very much regretted when it was too late, had not thrown a bridge over to Shakespeare, Shakespeare might still be in England, on the other side of the wall, a captive in insular glory. The glory of Gwynplaine had not passed London Bridge. It was not great enough yet to re-echo throughout the city, at least not at first, but Southwark ought to have sufficed to satisfy the ambition of a clown. Ursus said, "The money-bag grows palpably bigger." They played Ursus, Rufus, and Chaos Vanquished. Between the acts Ursus exhibited his power as an angastromist and executed marvels of ventriloquism. He imitated every cry which occurred in the audience, a song, a cry, enough to startle, so exact the imitation, the singer or the crier himself, and now and then he copied the hubbub of the public, and whistled as if there were a crowd of people within him. These were remarkable talents. Besides this, he harangued like Cicero, as we have just seen, sold his drugs, attended sickness, and even healed the sick. Southwark was enthralled. Ursus was satisfied with the applause of Southwark, but by no means astonished. "They are the ancient Trinobantes," he said. Then he added, "I must not mistake them, for delicacy of taste, for the Atrobates, who people Berkshire, or the Belgians, who inhabited Somersetshire, nor for the Parisians, who founded York." At every performance the yard of the inn, transformed into a pit, was filled with a ragged and enthusiastic audience. It was composed of watermen, chairmen, coachmen, and bargemen, and sailors, just ashore, spending their wages in feasting and women. In it there were felons, ruffians, and blackguards,
who were soldiers condemned for some crime against discipline to wear their red coats, which were lined with black inside out, and from thence the name of blackguard, which the French turn into blagueurs. All these flowed from the street into the theatre, and poured back from the theatre into the tap. The emptying of tankards did not decrease their success. Amidst what is usual to call the scum, there was one taller than the rest, bigger, stronger, less poverty-stricken, broader in the shoulders, dressed like the common people, but not ragged, admiring and applauding everything to the skies, clearing his way with his fists, wearing a disordered periwig, swearing, shouting, joking, never dirty, and at need ready to blacken an eye or pay for a bottle. This frequenter was the passer-by whose cheer of enthusiasm had been recorded. This connoisseur was suddenly fascinated, and had adopted the laughing man. He did not come every evening, but when he came he led the public. Applause grew into acclamation. Success rose not to the roof, for there was none, but to the clouds, for there were plenty of them, which clouds, seeing that there was no roof, sometimes wept over the masterpiece of Ursus. His enthusiasm caused Ursus to remark this man, and Gwynplaine to observe him. They had a great friend in this unknown visitor. Ursus and Gwynplaine wanted to know him, at least to know who he was. One evening Ursus was in the side scene, which was the kitchen door of the Green Box. Seeing Master Nicholas standing by him, showed him this man in the crowd, and asked him, "Do you know that man?" "Of course I do. Who is he?" "A sailor." "What is his name?" said Gwynplaine, interrupting. "Tom Jim Jack," replied the innkeeper. Then, as he redescended the steps at the back of the Green Box to enter the inn, Master Nicholas let fall this profound reflection, so deep as to be unintelligible. What a pity that he should not be a lord! He would make a famous scoundrel. Otherwise, although established in the tavern, the group in the Green Box had in no way altered their manner of living, and held to their isolated habits. Except a few words exchanged now and then with the tavern-keeper, they held no communication with any of those who were living, either permanently or temporarily, in the inn, and continued to keep to themselves. Since they had been at Southwark, Gwynplaine had made it his habit, after the performance and the supper of both family and horses, when Ursus and Dea had gone to bed in their respective compartments, to breathe a little the fresh air of the bowling green, between 11 o'clock and midnight. A certain vagrancy in our spirits impels us to take walks at night, and to saunter under the stars. There is a mysterious expectation in youth. Therefore it is that we are prone to wander out in the night without an object. At that hour there was no one in the fair-ground, except perhaps some reeling drunkard, making staggering shadows in dark corners. The empty taverns were shut up, and the lower room in the Tadcaster Inn was dark, except where, in some corner, a solitary candle lighted a last reveller. An indistinct glow gleamed through the window shutters of the half-closed tavern, as Gwynplaine, pensive, content, and dreaming, happy in a haze of divine joy, passed backwards and forwards in front of the half-open door. Of what was he thinking? Of Dea? Of nothing? Of everything? Of the depths? He never wandered far from the Green Box, being held as by a thread to Dea. A few steps away from it was far enough for him. Then he returned, found the whole Green Box asleep.
Section 62 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maxim Babich from Desnogorsk. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2. Book the Third. The Beginning of the Fisher. Chapter 4. Contraries. Fraternize in Hate. Success is hateful, especially to those whom it overthrows. It is rare that the eaten adore the eaters. The Laughing Man had decidedly made a hit. The mountebanks around were indignant. A theatrical success is a siphon. It pumps in the crowd and creates emptiness all round. The shop opposite is done for. The increased receipts of the green box caused a corresponding decrease in the receipts of the surrounding shows. Those entertainments, popular up to that time, suddenly collapsed. It was like a low water mark, showing inversely but in perfect concordance the rise here, the fall there. Theatres experience the effect of tides. They rise in one only on condition of falling in another. The swarming foreigners who exhibited their talents and their trumpetings on the neighboring platforms, seeing themselves ruined by the Laughing Man, were despairing, yet dazzled. All the grimacers, all the clowns, all the merry andrews envied Gwynplaine. How happy he must be with the snout of a wild beast! The buffoon mothers and dancers on the tight-rope with pretty children looked at them in anger, and pointing out Gwynplaine, would say, "What a pity you have not a face like that!" Some beat their babes savagely for being pretty. More than one, had she known the secret, would have fashioned her son's face in the Gwynplaine style. The head of an angel, which brings no money in, is not as good as that of a lucrative devil. One day the mother of a little child, who was a marvel of beauty, and who acted a Cupid, exclaimed, "Our children are failures. They only succeeded with Gwynplaine." And shaking her fists at her son, she added, "If I only knew your father, wouldn't he catch it?" Gwynplaine was the goose with the golden eggs. What a marvellous phenomenon! There was an uproar through all the caravans. The mountebanks, enthusiastic and exasperated, looked at Gwynplaine and gnashed their teeth. Admiring anger is called envy. Then it howls. They tried to disturb Chaos Vanquished, made a cabal, hissed, scolded, shouted. This was an excuse for Ursus to make out-of-door harangues to the populace, and for his friend Tom Jimjack to use his fists to re-establish order. His pugilistic marks of friendship brought him still more under the notice and regard of Ursus and Gwynplaine. At a distance, however, for the group in the green box sufficed to themselves, and held aloof from the rest of the world, and because Tom Jimjack, this leader of the mob, seemed a sort of supreme bully, without a tie, without a friend, a smasher of windows, a manager of men, now here, now gone, hail fellow well met with every one, companion of none. This raging envy against Gwynplaine did not give in for a few friendly hits from Tom Jimjack. The outcries having miscarried, the mountebanks of Tarrinzeau Field fell back on a petition. They addressed to the authorities, "This is the usual course. Against an unpleasant success we first try to stir up the crowd, and then we petition the magistrate." With the merry andrews the reverends allied themselves. The Laughing Man had inflicted a blow on the preachers. There were empty places not only in the caravans, but in the churches. The congregations in the churches of the 5 parishes in Southwark had dwindled away. People left before the sermon to go to Gwynplaine. Chaos Vanquished, the Green Box, the Laughing Man, all the abominations of Baal eclipsed the eloquence of the pulpit. The voice crying in the desert, vox clamantis in deserto, is discontented, and is prone to call for the aid of the authorities. The clergy of the 5 parishes complained to the Bishop of London, who complained to Her Majesty. The complaint of the Merry Andrews was based on religion. They declared it to be insulted. They described Gwynplaine as a sorcerer, and Ursus as an atheist. The reverend gentlemen invoked social order. Setting orthodoxy aside, they took action on the fact that Acts of Parliament were violated. It was clever, because it was the period of Mr. Locke, who had died but 6 months previously, 28th October, 1704, and when scepticism, which Bolingbroke had imbibed from Voltaire, was taking root. Later on, Wesley came and restored the Bible, as Loyola restored the papacy. Thus the Green Box was battered on both sides, by the Merry Andrews in the name of the Pentateuch, and by chaplains in the name of the police, in the name of heaven and of the inspectors of nuisances. The Green Box was denounced by the priests as an obstruction, and by the jugglers as sacrilegious. Had they any pretext? Was there any excuse? Yes. What was the crime? This: there was the wolf. A dog was allowable, a wolf forbidden. In England the wolf is an outlaw. England admits the dog which barks, but not the dog which howls. A shade of difference between the yard and the woods. The rectors and vicars of the 5 parishes of Southwark called attention in their petitions to numerous parliamentary and royal statutes, putting the wolf beyond the protection of the law. They moved for something like the imprisonment of Gwynplaine and the execution of the wolf, or, at any rate, for their banishment. The question was one of public importance, the danger to persons passing, etc. And on this point they appealed to the faculty. They cited the opinion of the 80 physicians of London, a learned body which dates from Henry VIII, which has a seal like that of the state, which can raise sick people to the dignity of being amenable to their jurisdiction, which has the right to imprison those who infringe its law and contravene its ordinances, and which, amongst other useful regulations for the health of the citizens, put beyond doubt this fact acquired by science, that if a wolf sees a man first, the man becomes hoarse for life. Besides, he may be beaten. Homo, then, was a pretext. Ursus heard of these designs through the innkeeper. He was uneasy. He was afraid of 2 claws, the police and the justices. To be afraid of the magistracy, it is sufficient to be afraid. There is no need to be guilty. Ursus had no desire for contact with sheriffs, provosts, bailiffs, and coroners. His eagerness to make their acquaintance amounted to nil. His curiosity to see the magistrates was about as great as the hare's to see the greyhound. He began to regret that he had come to London. "Better is the enemy of good," murmured he apart. "I thought the proverb was ill considered. I was wrong. Stupid truths are true truths." Against the coalition of powers, Merry Andrews taking in hand the cause of religion, and chaplains indignant in the name of medicine, the poor Green Box, suspected of sorcery in Gwynplaine and of hydrophobia in Homo, had only one thing in its favour, but a thing of great power in England: municipal inactivity. It is to the local authorities letting things take their own course that Englishmen owe their liberty. Liberty in England behaves very much as the sea around England. It is a tide. Little by little, manners surmount the law. A cruel system of legislation drowned under the wave of custom. a savage code of laws still visible through the transparency of universal liberty. Such is England. The Laughing Man, Chaos Vanquished, and Homo might have mountebanks, preachers, bishops, the House of Commons, the House of Lords, Her Majesty, London, and the whole of England against them, and remain undisturbed so long as Southwark permitted. The Green Box was the favourite amusement of the suburb, and the local authorities seemed disinclined to interfere. In England indifference is protection, so long as the sheriff of the county of Surrey, to the jurisdiction of which Southwark belongs, did not move in the matter. Ursus breathed freely, and Homo could sleep on his wolf's ears. So long as the hatred which it excited did not occasion acts of violence, it increased success. The Green Box was none the worse for it, for the time. On the contrary, hints were scattered that it contained something mysterious. Hence the Laughing Man became more and more popular. The public follow with gusto the scent of anything contraband. To be suspected is a recommendation. The people adopt by instinct that at which the finger is pointed. The thing which is denounced is like the savour of forbidden fruit. We rush to eat it. Besides, applause, which irritates someone, especially if that someone is in authority, is sweet. To perform, whilst passing a pleasant evening, both an act of kindness to the oppressed and of opposition to the oppressor, is agreeable. You are protecting at the same time that you are being amused. So the theatrical caravans on the bowling green continued to howl and to cabal against the Laughing Man. Nothing could be better calculated to enhance his success. The shouts of one's enemies are useful, and give point and vitality to one's triumph. A friend wearies sooner in praise than an enemy in abuse. To abuse does not hurt. Enemies are ignorant of this fact. They cannot help insulting us, and this constitutes their use. They cannot hold their tongues, and thus keep the public awake. The crowds which flocked to Chaos Vanquished increased daily. Ursus kept what Master Nicholas had said of intriguers and complaints in high places to himself, and did not tell Gwynplaine, lest it should trouble the ease of his acting by creating anxiety.
Section 63 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 3rd, Chapter 5. The Wapentake. Once, however, he thought it his duty to derogate from this prudence, for prudence' sake, thinking that it might be well to make Gwynplaine uneasy. It is true that this idea arose from a circumstance much graver in the opinion of Ursus than the cabals of the fair or of the church. Gwynplaine, as he picked up a farthing which had fallen when counting the receipts, had, in the presence of the innkeeper, drawn a contrast between the farthing, representing the misery of the people, and the die, representing under the figure of Anne the parasitical magnificence of the throne, an ill-sounding speech. This observation was repeated by Master Nicholas, and had such a run that it reached to Ursus through Phoebe and Venus. It put Ursus into a fever. Seditious words, lèse-majesté. He took Gwynplaine severely to task. Watch over your abominable jaws. There is a rule for the great to do nothing, and a rule for the small to say nothing. The poor man has but one friend, silence. He should only pronounce one syllable, yes. To confess and to consent is all the right he has. Yes to the judge, yes to the king. Great people, if it pleases them to do so, beat us. I have received blows from them. It is their prerogative, and they lose nothing of their greatness by breaking our bones. The ossifrage is a species of eagle. Let us venerate the sceptre, which is the first of staves. Respect is prudence, and mediocrity is safety. To insult the king is to put oneself in the same danger as a girl rashly paring the nails of a lion. They tell me that you have been prattling about the farthing, which is the same thing as the liard, and that you have found fault with the august medallion, for which they sell us at market the 1/8 part of a salt herring. Take care. Let us be serious. Consider the existence of pains and penalties. Suck in these legislative truths. You are in a country in which the man who cuts down a tree 3 years old is quietly taken off to the gallows. As to swearers, their feet are put into the stocks. The drunkard is shut up in a barrel with the bottom out, so that he can walk with a hole in the top through which his head is passed, and with 2 in the bung for his hands, so that he cannot lie down. He who strikes another one in Westminster Hall is imprisoned for life and has his goods confiscated. Whoever strikes any one in the king's palace has his hand struck off. A fillip on the nose chances to bleed, and behold, you are maimed for life. He who is convicted of heresy in the bishop's court is burnt alive. It was for no great matter that Cuthbert Simpson was quartered on a turnstile. 3 years since, in 1702, which is not long ago, you see, they placed in the pillory a scoundrel called Daniel Defoe, who had had the audacity to print the names of the members of Parliament who had spoken on the previous evening. He who commits high treason is disembowelled alive, and they tear out his heart and buffet his cheeks with it. Impress on yourself notions of right and justice. Never allow yourself to speak a word, and at the first cause of anxiety run for it. Such is the bravery which I counsel and which I practice. In the way of temerity, imitate the birds. In the way of talking, imitate the fishes. England has one admirable point in her favour, that her legislation is very mild. His admonition over, Ursus remained uneasy for some time. Gwynplaine not at all. The intrepidity of youth arises from want of experience. However, it seemed that Gwynplaine had good reason for his easy mind, for the weeks flowed on peacefully, and no bad consequences seemed to have resulted from his observations about the Queen. Ursus, we know, lacked apathy, and, like a roebuck on the watch, kept a look-out in every direction. One day, a short time after his sermon to Gwynplaine, as he was looking out from the window in the wall which commanded the field, he became suddenly pale. "Gwynplaine!" "What?" "Look!" "Where?" "In the field." "Well?" "Do you see that passer-by?" "The man in black?" "Yes." "Who has a kind of mace in his hand?" "Yes." "Well?" "Well, Gwynplaine, that man is a wapentake." "What is a wapentake?" "He is the bailiff of the 100. "What is the bailiff of the 100? "He is the propositus hundredi." "And what is the propositus hundredi?" "He is a terrible officer." "What has he got in his hand?" "The iron weapon." "What is the iron weapon?" "A thing made of iron." "What does he do with that?" "First of all, he swears upon it. It is for that reason that he is called the wapentake." "And then?" "And then he touches you with it." "With what?" "With the iron weapon." "The wapentake touches you with the iron weapon?" "Yes." "What does that mean?" "That means follow me." "And must you follow?" "Yes." "Whither?" "How should I know?" "But he tells you where he is going to take you?" "No." "How is that?" "He says nothing, and you say nothing." "But He touches you with the iron weapon. All is over then. You must go. But where? After him. But where? Wherever he likes, Gwynplaine. And if you resist, you are hanged. Ursus looked out of the window again, and drawing a long breath, said, "Thank God he has passed. He was not coming here." Ursus was perhaps unreasonably alarmed about the indiscreet remark, and the consequences likely to result from the unconsidered words of Gwynplaine. Master Nicholas, who had heard them, had no interest in compromising the poor inhabitants of the Green Box. He was amassing, at the same time as the Laughing Man, a nice little fortune. Chaos vanquished had succeeded in two ways. While it made art triumph on the stage, Section 64 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 3rd, Chapter 6. The Mouse Examined by the Cats. Ursus was soon afterwards startled by another alarming circumstance. This time it was he himself who was concerned. He was summoned to Bishopsgate before a commission composed of 3 disagreeable countenances. They belonged to 3 doctors, called overseers. One was a doctor of theology, delegated by the Dean of Westminster. Another, a doctor of medicine, delegated by the College of Surgeons. The third, a doctor in history and civil law, delegated by Gresham College. These 3 experts, in omne re scibili, had the censorship of everything said in public throughout the bounds of the 130 parishes of London, the 73 of Middlesex, and by extension the 5 of Southwark. Such theological jurisdictions still subsist in England, and do good service. In December 1868, by sentence of the Court of Arches, confirmed by the decision of the Privy Council, the Reverend McConaughey was censured, besides being condemned in costs, for having placed lighted candles on a table. The liturgy allows no jokes. Ursus, then, one fine day received from the delegated doctors an order to appear before them, which was, luckily, given into his own hands, and which he was therefore enabled to keep secret. Without saying a word, he obeyed the citation, shuddering at the thought that he might be considered culpable to the extent of having the appearance of being suspected of a certain amount of rashness. He who had so recommended silence to others had here a rough lesson. Curule sana te ipsum. The 3 doctors, delegated and appointed overseers, sat at Bishopsgate, at the end of a room on the ground floor, in 3 armchairs covered with black leather, with 3 busts of Minos, Aeacus, and Rhadamanthus in the wall above their heads, a table before them, and at their feet a form for the accused. Ursus, introduced by a tipstaff of placid but severe expression, entered, perceived the doctors, and immediately in his own mind gave to each of them the name of the judge of the infernal regions represented by the bust placed above his head. Minos, the president, the representative of theology, made him a sign to sit down on the form. Ursus made a proper bow, that is to say, bowed to the ground, and knowing that bears are charmed by honey and doctors by Latin, he said, keeping his body still bent respectfully, "Tres faciunt capitulum." Then, with head inclined, for modesty disarms, he sat down on the form. Each of the 3 doctors had before him a bundle of papers, of which he was turning the leaves. Minos began. You speak in public? Yes, replied Ursus. By what right? I am a philosopher. That gives no right. I am also a mountebank, said Ursus. That is a different thing. Ursus breathed again, but with humility. Minos resumed. As a mountebank you may speak. As a philosopher you must keep silence. I will try, said Ursus. Then he thought to himself, I may speak, but I must be silent. How complicated. He was much alarmed. The same overseer continued. You say things which do not sound right. You insult religion. You deny the most evident truths. You propagate revolting errors. For instance, you have said that the fact of virginity excludes the possibility of maternity. Ursus lifted his eyes meekly. I did not say that. I said that the fact of maternity excludes the possibility of virginity. Minos was thoughtful and mumbled, True, that is the contrary. It was really the same thing, but Ursus had parried the first blow. Minos, meditating on the answer just given by Ursus, sank into the depths of his own imbecility and kept silent. The overseer of history, or, as Ursus called him, Rhadamanthus, covered the retreat of Minos by this interpolation. Accused, your audacity and your errors are of two sorts. You have denied that the battle of Pharsalia would have been lost because Brutus and Cassius had met a Negro. I said, murmured Ursus, that there was something in the fact that Caesar was the better captain. The man of history passed without transition to mythology. You have excused the infamous acts of Actaeon. I think, said Ursus insinuatingly, that a man is not dishonoured by having seen a naked woman. Then you are wrong, said the judge severely. Rhadamanthus returned to history. Apropos of the accidents which happened to the cavalry of Mithridates, you have contested the virtues of herbs and plants. You have denied that a herb like the Secura duca could make the shoes of horses fall off. Pardon me, replied Ursus. I said that the power existed only in the herb Sphera cavallo. I never denied the virtue of any herb. And he added in a low voice, nor of any woman. By this extraneous addition to his answer, Ursus proved to himself that, anxious as he was not disheartened. Ursus was a compound of terror and presence of mind. To continue, resumed Rhadamanthus, you have declared that it was folly in Scipio, when he wished to open the gates of Carthage, to use as a key the herb Aethiopus, because the herb Aethiopus has not the property of breaking locks. I merely said that he would have done better to have used the herb Lunaria. That is a matter of opinion, murmured Rhadamanthus, touched in his turn, and the man of history was silent. The theologian, Minos, having returned to consciousness, questioned Ursus anew. He had had time to consult his notes. You have classed orpiment amongst the products of arsenic, and you have said that it is a poison. The Bible denies this. The Bible denies, but arsenic affirms it, sighed Ursus. The man whom Ursus called Aeacus, and who was the envy of medicine, had not yet spoken, but now, looking down on Ursus with proudly half-closed eyes, he said, The answer is not without some show of reason. Ursus thanked him with his most cringing smile. Minos frowned frightfully. I resume, said Minos. You have said that it is false that the basilisk is the king of serpents under the name of cockatrice. Very reverend sir, said Ursus, so little did I desire to insult the basilisk that I have given out as certain that it has a man's head. Be it so, replied Minos severely, but you added that Poerius had seen one with the head of a falcon. Can you prove it? Not easily, said Ursus. Here he had lost a little ground. Minos, seizing the advantage, pushed it. You have said that a converted Jew has not a nice smell. Yes, but I added that a Christian who becomes a Jew has a nasty one. Minos lost his eyes over the accusing documents. You have affirmed and propagated things which are impossible. You have said that Alien had seen an elephant write sentences. Nay, very reverend gentlemen, I simply said that Opian had heard a hippopotamus discuss a philosophical problem. You have declared that it is not true that a dish made of beechwood will become covered of itself with all the viands that one can desire. I said that if it has this virtue, it must be that you received it from the devil. That I received it? No, most reverend sir, I, nobody, everybody. Aside, Ursus thought, I don't know what I'm saying. But his outward confusion, though extreme, was not distinctly visible. Ursus struggled with it. All this, Minos began again, implies a certain belief in the devil. Ursus held his own. Very reverend sir, I am not an unbeliever with regard to the devil. Belief in the devil is the reverse side of faith in God. The one proves the other. He who does not believe a little in the devil does not believe much in God. He who believes in the sun must believe in the shadow. The devil is the night of God. What is night? The proof of day. Ursus here extemporized a fathomless combination of philosophy and religion. Minos remained pensive and relapsed into silence. Ursus breathed afresh. A sharp onslaught now took place. Aeacus, the medical delegate, who had disdainfully protected Ursus against the theologian, now turned suddenly from auxiliary into assailant. He placed his closed fist on his bundle of papers, which was large and heavy. Ursus received this apostrophe full in the breast. It is proved that crystal is sublimated ice, and that the diamond is sublimated crystal. It is averred that ice becomes crystal in 1,000 years, and crystal diamond in 1,000 ages. You have denied this. Nay, replied Ursus with sadness, I only said that in 1,000 years ice had time to melt, and that 1,000 ages were difficult to count. The examination went on. Questions and answers clashed like swords. You have denied that plants can talk. Not at all, but to do so they must grow under a gibbet. Do you own that the mandragora cries? No, but it sings. You have denied that the fourth finger of the left hand has a cordial virtue. I only said that to sneeze to the left was a bad sign. You have spoken rashly and disrespectfully of the phoenix. Learned judge, I merely said that when he wrote that the brain of the phoenix was a delicate morsel, but that it produced a headache, Plutarch was a little out of his reckoning, inasmuch as the phoenix never existed. A detestable speech! The cinnamorca which makes its nest with sticks of cinnamon, the rhynticus that Paracelsus used in the manufacture of his poisons, the manucodiathus, which is the bird of paradise, and the semenda, which has a threefold beak, have been mistaken for the phoenix, but the phoenix has existed. I do not deny it. You are a stupid ass. I desire to be thought no better. You have confessed that the elder tree cures the quinsy, but you added that it was not because it has in its root a fairy excrescence. I said it was because Judas hung himself on an elder tree. A plausible opinion, growled the theologian, glad to strike his little blow at Aeacus. Arrogance repulsed soon turns to anger. Aeacus was enraged. Wandering mountebank, you wander as much in mind as with your feet. Your tendencies are out of the way and suspicious. You approach the bounds of sorcery. You have dealings with unknown animals. You speak to the populace of things that exist but for you alone, and the nature of which is unknown, such as the hemeris. The hemeris is a viper which was seen by Tremellius. This repartee produced a certain disorder in the irritated science of Dr. Aeacus. Ursus added, the existence of the hemeris is quite as true as that of the odoriferous hyena and of the civet described by Castellus. Aeacus got out of the difficulty by charging home. "Here are your own words, and very diabolical words they are. Listen." With his eyes on his notes, Aeacus read, "Two plants, the thalassigal and the aglaphotis, are luminous in the evening, flowers by day, stars by night." And looking steadily at Ursus, "What have you to say to that?" Ursus answered, "Every plant is a lamp. Its perfume is its light." Aeacus turned over other pages. "You have denied that the vesicles of the otter are equivalent to castoreum." "I merely said that perhaps it may be necessary to receive the teaching of Aetius on this point with some reserve." Aeacus became furious. "You practice medicine?" "I practice medicine," sighed Ursus timidly. "On living things?" "Rather than on dead ones," said Ursus. Ursus defended himself stoutly but dully, an admirable mixture in which meekness predominated. He spoke with such gentleness that Dr. Aeacus felt that he must insult him. "What are you murmuring there?" said he, rudely. Ursus was amazed, and restricted himself to saying, "Murmurings are for the young, and moans for the aged. Alas, I moan." Aeacus replied, "Be assured of this. If you attend a sick person and he dies, you will be punished by death." Ursus hazarded a question. "And if he gets well?" "In that case," said the doctor, softening his voice, "you will be punished by death." "There is little difference," said Ursus. The doctor replied, "If death ensues, we punish gross ignorance. If recovery, we punish presumption. The gibbet in either case." "I was ignorant of the circumstances," murmured Ursus. "I thank you for teaching me. One does not know all the beauties of the law." "Take care of yourself." "Religiously," said Ursus. "We know what you are about." "As for me," thought Ursus, "that is more than I always know myself." "We could send you to prison." "I see that perfectly, gentlemen." "You cannot deny your infractions nor your encroachments." "My philosophy asks pardon." "Great audacity has been attributed to you." "That is quite a mistake." "It is said that you have cured the sick." "I am the victim of calumny." The three pairs of eyebrows which were so horribly fixed on Ursus contracted. The three wise faces drew near to each other and whispered. Ursus had the vision of a vague fool's cap sketched out above those three empowered heads. The low and requisite whispering of the trio was of some minutes' duration, during which time Ursus felt all the ice and all the scorch of agony. At length Minos, who was president, turned to him and said angrily, "Go away." Ursus felt something like Jonas when he was leaving the belly of the whale. Minos continued, "You are discharged." Ursus said to himself, "They won't catch me at this again. Goodbye, medicine." And he added in his innermost heart, "From henceforth I will carefully allow them to die." Bent double, he bowed everywhere, to the doctors, to the busts, the tables, the walls, and retiring backwards through the door, disappeared almost as a shadow, melting into air. He left the hall slowly, like an innocent man, and rushed from the street rapidly, like a guilty one. The officers of justice are so singular and obscure in their ways that even when acquitted, one flies from them. As he fled, he mumbled, "I am well out of it. I am the savant untamed, they the savants civilized. Doctors cavil at the learned. False science is the excrement of the true, and is employed to the destruction of philosophers. Philosophers, as they produce sophists, produce their own scourge. Of the dung of the thrush is born the mistletoe, with which is made bird-lime, with which the thrush is captured. Turdus sibi malum cacat." We do not represent Ursus as a refined man. He was imprudent enough to use words which expressed his thoughts. He had no more taste than Voltaire. When Ursus returned to the Green Box, he told Master Nicholas that he had been delayed by following a pretty woman, and let not a word escape him concerning his adventure. Except in the evening, when he said in a low voice to Homo, "See here, I have vanquished the..." Section 65 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 3rd, Chapter 7. Why should a gold piece lower itself by mixing with a heap of pennies? An event happened. The Tadcaster Inn became more and more a furnace of joy and laughter. Never was there more resonant gaiety. The landlord and his boy were become insufficient to draw the ale, stout, and porter. In the evening, in the lower room, with its windows all aglow, there was not a vacant table. They sang, they shouted. The great old hearth, vaulted like an oven, with its iron bars piled with coals, shone out brightly. It was like a house of fire and noise. In the yard, that is to say, in the theatre, the crowd was greater still. Crowds as great as a suburb of Southwick could supply so thronged the performances of Chaos Vanquished that directly the curtain was raised, that is to say, the platform of the Green Box was lowered, every place was filled. The windows were alive with spectators, the balcony was crammed. Not a single paving stone in the paved yard was to be seen. It seemed paved with faces. Only the compartment for the nobility remained empty. There was thus a space in the centre of the balcony, a black hole, called in metaphorical slang an oven. No one there. Crowds everywhere except in that one spot. One evening it was occupied. It was on a Saturday, a day on which the English make all haste to amuse themselves before the ennui of Sunday. The hall was full. We say hall. Shakespeare for a long time had to use the yard of an inn for a theatre, and he called it hall. Just as the curtain rose on the prologue of Chaos Vanquished, with Ursus, Homo, and Gwynplaine on the stage, Ursus, from habit, cast a look at the audience, and felt a sensation. The compartment for the nobility was occupied. A lady was sitting alone in the middle of the box, on a Utrecht velvet armchair. She was alone, and she filled the box. Certain beings seemed to give out light. This lady, like Dea, had a light in herself, but a light of a different character. Dea was pale, this lady was pink. Dea was the twilight, this lady Aurora. Dea was beautiful, this lady was superb. Dea was innocence, candour, fairness, alabaster. This woman was of the purple, and one felt that she did not fear the blush. Her irradiation overflowed the box. She sat in the midst of it, immovable, in the spreading majesty of an idol. Amidst the sordid crowd she shone out grandly, as with the radiance of a carbuncle. She inundated it with so much light that she drowned it in a shadow, and all the mean faces in it underwent eclipse. Her splendour blotted out all else. Every eye was turned towards her. Tom Jim Jack was in the crowd. He was lost like the rest in the nimbus of this dazzling creature. The lady at first absorbed the whole attention of the public, who had crowded to the performance, thus somewhat diminishing the opening effects of Chaos Vanquished. Whatever might be the air of dreamland about her, for those who were near, she was a woman, perchance too much a woman. She was tall and amply formed, and showed as much as possible of her magnificent person. She wore heavy earrings of pearls, with which were mixed those whimsical jewels called keys of England. Her upper dress was of Indian muslin.
embroidered all over with gold, a great luxury, because those muslin dresses then cost 600 crowns. A large diamond brooch closed her chemise, the which she wore so as to display her shoulders and bosom in the immodest fashion of the time. The chemisette was made of that lawn of which Anne of Austria had sheets so fine that they could be passed through a ring. She wore what seemed like a cuirass of rubies, some uncut but polished, and precious stones were sewn all over the body of her dress. Then her eyebrows were blackened with Indian ink, and her arms, elbows, shoulders, chin, and nostrils, with the top of her eyelids, the lobes of her ears, the palms of her hands, the tips of her fingers, were tinted with a glowing and provoking touch of colour. Above all, she wore an expression of implacable determination to be beautiful. This reached the point of ferocity. She was like a panther with the power of turning cat at will and caressing. One of her eyes was blue, the other black. Gwynplaine, as well as Ursus, contemplated her. The Green Box somewhat resembled a phantasmagoria in its representations. Chaos Vanquished was rather a dream than a piece. It generally produced on the audience the effect of a vision. Now this effect was reflected on the actors. The house took the performers by surprise, and they were thunderstruck in their turn. It was a rebound of fascination. The woman watched them, and they watched her. At the distance at which they were placed, and in that luminous mist which is the half-light of a theatre, details were lost, and it was like a hallucination. Of course it was a woman, but was it not a chimera as well? The penetration of her light into their obscurity stupefied them. It was like the appearance of an unknown planet. It came from a world of the happy. Her irradiation amplified her figure. The lady was covered with nocturnal glitterings like a Milky Way. Her precious stones were stars. The diamond brooch was perhaps a Pleiad. The splendid beauty of her bosom seemed supernatural. They felt, as they looked upon the star-like creature, the momentary but thrilling approach of the regions of felicity. It was out of the heights of a paradise that she leaned towards their mean-looking Green Box, and revealed to the gaze of its wretched audience her expression of inexorable serenity. As she satisfied her unbounded curiosity, she fed at the same time the curiosity of the public. It was the zenith permitting the abyss to look at it. Ursus, Gwynplaine, Venus, Phoebe, the crowd, every one had succumbed to her dazzling beauty, except Dea, ignorant in her darkness. An apparition was indeed before them, but none of the ideas usually evoked by the word were realized in the lady's appearance. There was nothing about her diaphanous, nothing undecided, nothing floating, no mist. She was an apparition, rose-coloured and fresh, and full of health. Yet, under the optical condition in which Ursus and Gwynplaine were placed, she looked like a vision. There are fleshy phantoms called vampires. Such a queen as she, though a spirit to the crowd, consumes 1,200,000 a year to keep her health. Behind the lady, in the shadow, her page was to be perceived, El Mozo, a little childlike man, fair and pretty, with a serious face. A very young and very grave servant was the fashion at that period. This page was dressed from top to toe in scarlet velvet, and had on his skull-cap, which was embroidered with gold, a bunch of curled feathers. This was the sign of a high class of service, and indicated attendance on a very great lady. The lackey is part of the lord, and it was impossible not to remark in the shadow of his mistress the train-bearing page. Memory often takes notes unconsciously, and, without Gwynplaine suspecting it, the round cheeks, the serious mien, the embroidered and plumed cap of the lady's page left some trace on his mind. The page, however, did nothing to call attention to himself. To do so is to be wanting in respect. He held himself aloof and passive at the back of the box, retiring as far as the closed door permitted. Notwithstanding the presence of her train-bearer, the lady was not the less alone in the compartment, since a valet counts for nothing. However powerful a diversion had been produced by this person, who produced the effect of a personage, the denouement of Chaos Vanquished was more powerful still. The impression which it made was, as usual, irresistible. Perhaps even there occurred in the hall, on account of the radiant spectator, for sometimes the spectator is part of the spectacle, an increase of electricity. The contagion of Gwynplaine's laugh was more triumphant than ever. The whole audience fell into an indescribable epilepsy of hilarity, through which could be distinguished the sonorous and magisterial ha-ha of Tom Jim Jack. Only the unknown lady looked at the performance with the immobility of a statue, and with her eyes, like those of a phantom, she laughed not. A spectre, but sun-born. The performance over, the platform drawn up, and the family reassembled in the Green Box, Ursus opened and emptied on the supper-table the bag of receipts. From a heap of pennies there slid suddenly forth a Spanish gold onza. "Hers!" cried Ursus. The onza, amidst the pence covered with verdigris, was a type of the lady amidst the crowd. "She has paid an onza for her seat!" cried Ursus with enthusiasm. Just then the hotel-keeper entered the Green Box, and, passing his arm out of the window at the back of it, opened the loophole in the wall of which we have already spoken, which gave a view over the field, and which was level with the window. Then he made a silent sign to Ursus to look out. A carriage, swarming with plumed footmen carrying torches and magnificently appointed, was driving off at a fast trot. Ursus took the piece of gold between his forefinger and thumb respectfully, and showing it to Master Nicholas, said, "She is a goddess." Then his eyes falling on the carriage which was about to turn the corner of the field, and on the imperial, of which the footmen's torches lighted up a gold coronet with 8 strawberry leaves, he exclaimed, "She is more. She is a duchess." The carriage disappeared. The rumbling of its wheels died away in the distance. Ursus remained some moments in an ecstasy, holding the gold piece between his finger and thumb as in a monstrance, elevating it as the priest elevates the host. Then he placed it on the table, and, as he contemplated it, began to talk of Madam. The innkeeper replied, "She was a duchess. Yes, they knew her title, but her name, of that they were ignorant. Master Nicholas had been close to the carriage, and seen the coat of arms, and the footmen covered with lace. The coachman had a wig on which might have belonged to a Lord Chancellor. The carriage was of that rare design called in Spain coche tumbone, a splendid build, with a top like a tomb, which makes a magnificent support for a coronet. The page was a man in miniature, so small that he could sit on the step of the carriage outside the door. The duty of those pretty creatures was to bear the trains of their mistresses. They also bore their messages. And did you remark the plumed cap of the page? How grand it was! You pay a fine if you wear those plumes without the right of doing so. Master Nicholas had seen the lady, too, quite close, a kind of queen. Such wealth gives beauty. The skin is whiter, the eye more proud, the gait more noble, and grace more insolent. Nothing can equal the elegant impertinence of hands which never work. Master Nicholas told the story of all the magnificence of the white skin with the blue veins, the neck, the shoulders, the arms, the touch of paint everywhere, the pearl earrings, the headdress powdered with gold, the profusion of stones, the rubies, the diamonds. "Less brilliant than her eyes," murmured Ursus. Gwynplaine said nothing. Dea listened. "And do you know," said the tavern-keeper, "the most wonderful thing of all?" "What?" said Ursus. "I saw her get into her carriage." "What then?" "She did not get in alone." "Nonsense." "Some one got in with her." "Who?" "Guess." "The king," said Ursus. "In the first place," said Master Nicholas, "there is no king at present. We are not living under a king. Guess who got into the carriage with the Duchess?" "Jupiter," said Ursus. The hotel-keeper replied, "Tom Jim Jack." Gwynplaine, who had not said a word, broke silence. "Tom Jim Jack!" he cried. There was a pause of astonishment, during which the low voice of Dea was heard to say, "Cannot this woman be prevented?"
Section 66 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maxim Babich from Desnogorsk. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the Third. The Beginning of the Fisher. Chapter 8. Symptoms of Poisoning. The apparition did not return. It did not reappear in the theatre, but it reappeared to the memory of Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine was, to a certain degree, troubled. It seemed to him that for the first time in his life he had seen a woman. He made that first stumble, a strange dream. We should beware of the nature of the reveries that fasten on us. Reverie has in it the mystery and subtlety of an odour. It is to thought what perfume is to the tuberose. It is at times the exudation of a venomous idea, and it penetrates like a vapour. You may poison yourself with reveries, as with flowers. An intoxicating suicide, exquisite and malignant. The suicide of the soul is evil thought. In it is the poison. Reverie attracts, cajoles, lures, entwines, and then makes you its accomplice. It makes you bear your half in the trickeries which it plays on conscience. It charms, then it corrupts you. We may say of reverie as of play. One begins by being a dupe, and ends by being a cheat. Gwynplaine dreamed. He had never before seen a woman. He had seen the shadow in the women of the populace, and he had seen the soul in Dea. He had just seen the reality, a warm and living skin, under which one felt the circulation of passionate blood, an outline with the precision of marble, and the undulation of the wave, a high and impassive mien, mingling refusal with attraction, and summing itself up in its own glory, hair of the colour of the reflection from a furnace, a gallantry of adornment producing in herself and in others a tremor of voluptuousness, the half-revealed nudity betraying a disdainful desire to be coveted at a distance by the crowd, an ineradicable coquetry, the charm of impenetrability, temptation seasoned by the glimpse of perdition, a promise to the senses and a menace to the mind, a double anxiety, the one desire, the other fear. He had just seen these things. He had just seen woman. He had seen more and less than a woman. He had seen a female, and at the same time an Olympian, the female of a god. The mystery of sex had just been revealed to him. And where? On inaccessible heights, at an infinite distance. O mocking destiny! The soul, that celestial essence, he possessed. He held it in his hand. It was Dea. Sex, that terrestrial embodiment, he perceived in the heights of heaven. It was that woman. A duchess. More than a goddess, Ursus had said. What a precipice! Even dreams dissolved before such a perpendicular height to escalade. Was he going to commit the folly of dreaming about the unknown beauty? He debated with himself. He recalled all that Ursus had said of high stations which are almost royal. The philosopher's disquisitions, which had hitherto seemed so useless, now became landmarks for his thoughts. A very thin layer of forgetfulness often lies over our memory, through which at times we catch a glimpse of all beneath it. His fancy ran on that august world, the peerage, to which the lady belonged, and which was so inexorably placed above the inferior world, the common people, of which he was one. And was he even one of the people? Was not he, the mountebank, below the lowest of the low? For the first time since he had arrived at the age of reflection, he felt his heart vaguely contracted by a sense of his baseness, and of that which we nowadays call abasement. The paintings and the catalogues of Ursus, his lyrical inventories, his dithyrambics of castles, parks, fountains, and colonnades, his catalogues of riches and of power, revived in the memory of Gwynplaine, in the relief of reality mingled with mist. He was possessed with the image of this zenith. That a man should be a lord, it seemed chimerical. It was so, however. Incredible thing! There were lords! But were they of flesh and blood like ourselves? It seemed doubtful. He felt that he lay at the bottom of all darkness, encompassed by a wall, while he could just perceive in the far distance above his head, through the mouth of the pit, a dazzling confusion of azure, of figures, and of rays, which was Olympus. In the midst of this glory, the Duchess shone out resplendent. He felt for this woman a strange, inexpressible longing, combined with a conviction of the impossibility of attainment. This poignant contradiction returned to his mind again and again, notwithstanding every effort. He saw near to him, even within his reach, in close and tangible reality, the soul, and in the unattainable, in the depths of the ideal, the flesh. None of these thoughts attained to certain shape. They were as a vapor within him, changing every instant its form, and floating away. But the darkness which the vapor caused was intense. He did not form even in his dreams any hope of reaching the heights where the Duchess dwelt. Luckily for him. The vibration of such ladders of fancy, if ever we put out foot upon them, may render our brains dizzy forever. Intending to scale Olympus, we reach Bedlam. Any distinct feeling of actual desire would have terrified him. He entertained none of that nature. Besides, was he likely ever to see the lady again? Most probably not. To fall in love with a passing light on the horizon, madness cannot reach to that pitch. To make loving eyes at a star, even, is not incomprehensible. It is seen again, it reappears, it is fixed in the sky. But can anyone be enamored of a flash of lightning? Dreams flowed and ebbed within him. The majestic and gallant idol at the back of the box had cast a light over his diffused ideas, then faded away. He thought, yet thought not of it, turned to other things, returned to it. It rocked about in his brain, nothing more. It broke his sleep for several nights. Sleeplessness is as full of dreams as sleep. It is almost impossible to express in their exact limits the abstract evolutions of the brain. The inconvenience of words is that they are more marked in form than ideas. All ideas have indistinct boundary lines. Words have not. A certain diffused phase of the soul ever escapes words. Expression has its frontiers. Thought has none. The depths of our secret souls are so vast that Gwynplaine's dreams scarcely touched Dea. Dea reigned sacred in the center of his soul. Nothing could approach her. Still, for such contradictions make up the soul of man, there was a conflict within him. Was he conscious of it? Scarcely. In his heart of hearts he felt a collision of desires. We all have our weak points. Its nature would have been clear to Ursus, but to Gwynplaine it was not. Two instincts, one the ideal, the other sexual, were struggling within him. Such contests occur between the angels of light and darkness on the edge of the abyss. At length the angel of darkness was overthrown. One day Gwynplaine suddenly thought no more of the unknown woman. The struggle between two principles, the duel between his earthly and his heavenly nature, had taken place within his soul, and at such a depth that he had understood it but dimly. One thing was certain, that he had never for one moment ceased to adore Dea. He had been attacked by a violent disorder, his blood had been fevered, but it was over. Dea alone remained. Gwynplaine would have been much astonished had anyone told him that Dea had ever been, even for a moment, in danger. And in a week or two, the phantom which had threatened the hearts of both their souls faded away. Within Gwynplaine nothing remained but the heart, which was the hearth, and the love, which was its fire. Besides, we have just said that the Duchess did not return. Ursus thought it all very natural. The lady with the gold piece is a phenomenon. She enters, pays, and vanishes. It would be too much joy were she to return. As to Dea, she made no allusion to the woman who had come and passed away. She listened, perhaps, and was sufficiently enlightened by the sighs of Ursus, and now and then by some significant exclamation, such as, "One does not get ounces of gold every day." She spoke no more of the woman. This showed deep instinct. The soul takes obscure precautions, in the secrets of which it is not always admitted itself. To keep silence about any one seems to keep them afar off. One fears that questions may call them back. We put silence between us, as if we were shutting a door. So the incident fell into oblivion. Was it ever anything? Had it ever occurred? Could it be said that a shadow had floated between Gwynplaine and Dea? Dea did not know of it, nor Gwynplaine either. No, nothing had occurred. The Duchess herself was blurred in the distant perspective, like an illusion. It had been but a momentary dream, passing over Gwynplaine, out of which he had awakened. When it fades away, a reverie, like a mist, leaves no trace behind. And when the cloud has passed on, love shines out.
Section 67 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo, Part 2, Book the 4th, Chapter 9. Abyssus abyssum vocat. Another face disappeared. Tom Jim Jack's. Suddenly he ceased to frequent the Tadcaster Inn. Persons so situated as to be able to observe other phases of fashionable life in London might have seen that about this time the Weekly Gazette, between two extracts from parish registers, announced the departure of Lord David Dirry-Moir by order of Her Majesty, to take command of his frigate in the White Squadron then cruising off the coast of Holland. Ursus, perceiving that Tom Jim Jack did not return, was troubled by his absence. He had not seen Tom Jim Jack since the day on which he had driven off in the same carriage with the lady of the gold piece. It was indeed an enigma who this Tom Jim Jack could be, who carried off duchesses under his arm. What an interesting investigation! What questions to propound! What things to be said! Therefore Ursus said not a word. Ursus, who had had experience, knew the smart caused by rash curiosity. Curiosity ought always to be proportioned to the curious. By listening we risk our ear, by watching we risk our eye. Prudent people neither see nor hear. Tom Jim Jack had got into a princely carriage. The tavern-keeper had seen him. It appeared so extraordinary that the sailor should sit by the lady, that it made Ursus circumspect. The caprices of those in high life ought to be sacred to the lower orders. The reptiles called the poor had best squat in their holes when they see anything out of the way. Quiescence is a power. Shut your eyes if you have not the good luck to be blind. Stop up your ears if you have not the good fortune to be deaf. Paralyze your tongue if you have not the perfection of being mute. The great do what they like, the little what they can. Let the unknown pass unnoticed. Do not importune mythology, do not interrogate appearances. Have a profound respect for idols. Do not let us direct our gossiping towards the lessenings or increasings which take place in superior regions, of the motives of which we are ignorant. Such things are mostly optical delusions to us inferior creatures. Metamorphoses are the business of the gods. The transformations and the contingent disorders of great persons who float above us are clouds, impossible to comprehend and perilous to study. Too much attention irritates the Olympians, engaged in their gyrations of amusement or fancy, and a thunderbolt may teach you that the bull you are too curiously examining is Jupiter. Do not lift the folds of the stone-coloured mantles of those terrible powers. Indifference is intelligence. Do not stir, and you will be safe. Feign death, and they will not kill you. Therein lies the wisdom of the insect. Ursus practised it. The tavern-keeper, who was puzzled as well, questioned Ursus one day. "Do you observe that Tom Jim Jack never comes here now?" "Indeed," said Ursus, "I have not remarked it." Master Nicholas made an observation in an undertone, no doubt touching the intimacy between the ducal carriage and Tom Jim Jack, a remark which, as it might have been irreverent and dangerous, Ursus took care not to hear. Still, Ursus was too much of an artist not to regret Tom Jim Jack. He felt some disappointment. He told his feelings to Homo, of whose discretion alone he felt certain. He whispered into the ear of the wolf, "Since Tom Jim Jack ceased to come, I feel a blank as a man and a chill as a poet." This pouring out of his heart to a friend relieved Ursus. His lips were sealed before Gwynplaine, who, however, made no allusion to Tom Jim Jack. The fact was that Tom Jim Jack's presence or absence mattered not to Gwynplaine, absorbed as he was in Dea. Forgetfulness fell more and more on Gwynplaine. As for Dea, she had not even suspected the existence of a vague trouble. At the same time, no more cabals or complaints against the Laughing Man were spoken of. Hate seemed to have let go its hold. All was tranquil in and around the Green Box. No more opposition from strollers, Mary Andrews, nor priests. No more grumbling outside. Their success was unclouded. Destiny allows of such sudden serenity. The brilliant happiness of Gwynplaine and Dea was for the present absolutely cloudless. Little by little it had risen to a degree which admitted of no increase. There is one word which expresses the situation: apogee. Happiness, like the sea, has its high tide. The worst thing for the perfectly happy is that it recedes. There are two ways of being inaccessible: being too high and being too low. At least as much, perhaps, as the first is the second to be desired. More surely than the eagle escapes the arrow, the animalcule escapes being crushed. This security of insignificance, if it had ever existed on earth, was enjoyed by Gwynplaine and Dea, and never before had it been so complete. They lived on daily more and more ecstatically wrapped in each other. The heart saturates itself with love as with a divine salt that preserves it, and from this arises the incorruptible constancy of those who have loved each other from the dawn of their lives, and the affection which keeps its freshness in old age. There is such a thing as the embalmment of the heart. It is of Daphnis and Chloe that Philemon and Baucis are made. The old age of which we speak, evening resembling morning, was evidently reserved for Gwynplaine and Dea. In the meantime they were young. Ursus looked on this love as a doctor examines his case. He had what was in those days termed a Hippocratical expression of face. He fixed his sagacious eyes on Dea, fragile and pale, and growled out, "It is lucky that she is happy." At other times he said, "She is lucky for her health's sake." He shook his head, and at times read attentively a portion treating of heart disease in Avicenna, translated by Vossiscus Fortunatus, Louvain, 1650, an old worm-eaten book of his. Dea, when fatigued, suffered from perspirations and drowsiness, and took a daily siesta, as we have already seen. One day, while she was lying asleep on the bearskin, Gwynplaine was out, and Ursus bent down softly and applied his ear to Dea's heart. He seemed to listen for a few minutes, and then stood up, murmuring, "She must not have any shock. It would find out the weak place." The crowd continued to flock to the performance of Chaos Vanquished. The success of the Laughing Man seemed inexhaustible. Every one rushed to see him, no longer from Southwark only, but even from other parts of London. The general public began to mingle with the usual audience, which no longer consisted of sailors and drivers only. In the opinion of Master Nicholas, who was well acquainted with crowds, there were in the crowd gentlemen and baronets disguised as common people. Disguise is one of the pleasures of pride, and was much in fashion at that period. This mixing of the aristocratic element with the mob was a good sign, and showed that their popularity was extending to London. The fame of Gwynplaine has decidedly penetrated into the great world. Such was the fact. Nothing was talked of but the Laughing Man. He was talked about even at the Mohawk Club, frequented by noblemen. In the Green Box they had no idea of all this. They were content to be happy. It was intoxication to Dea to feel, as she did every evening, the crisp and tawny head of Gwynplaine. In love there is nothing like habit. The whole of life is concentrated in it. The reappearance of the stars is the custom of the universe. Creation is nothing but a mistress, and the sun is a lover. Light is a dazzling caryatid supporting the world. Each day, for a sublime minute, the earth, covered by night, rests on the rising sun. Dea, blind, felt a like return of warmth and hope within her when she placed her hand on the head of Gwynplaine. To adore each other in the shadows, to love in the plenitude of silence. Who could not become reconciled to such an eternity? One evening, Gwynplaine, feeling within him that overflow of felicity which, like the intoxication of perfumes, causes a sort of delicious faintness, was strolling, as he usually did after the performance, in the meadow some 100 paces from the Green Box. Sometimes, in those high tides of feeling in our souls, we feel that we would fain pour out the sensations of the overflowing heart. The night was dark but clear. The stars were shining. The whole fair-ground was deserted. Sleep and forgetfulness reigned in the caravans, which were scattered over Tarrinzeau Field. One light alone was unextinguished. It was the lamp of the Tadcaster Inn, the door of which was left ajar to admit Gwynplaine on his return. Midnight had just struck in the 5 parishes of Southwick, with the breaks and differences of tone of their various bells. Gwynplaine was dreaming of Dea. Of whom else should he dream? But that evening, feeling singularly troubled and full of a charm which was at the same time a pang, he thought of Dea as a man thinks of a woman. He reproached himself for this. It seemed to be failing in respect to her. The husband's attack was forming dimly within him, sweet and imperious impatience. He was crossing the invisible frontier, on this side of which is the virgin, on the other the wife. He questioned himself anxiously. A blush, as it were, overspread his mind. The Gwynplaine of long ago had been transformed by degrees unconsciously in a mysterious growth. His old modesty was becoming misty and uneasy. We have an ear of light into which speaks the spirit, and an ear of darkness into which speaks the instinct. Into the latter strange voices were making their proposals. However pure-minded may be the youth who dreams of love, a certain grossness of the flesh eventually comes between his dream and him. Intentions lose their transparency. The unavowed desire implanted by nature enters into his conscience. Gwynplaine felt an indescribable yearning of the flesh, which abounds in all temptation, and Dea was scarcely flesh. In this fever, which he knew to be unhealthy, he transfigured Dea into a more material aspect, and tried to exaggerate her seraphic form into feminine loveliness. It is thou, O woman, that we require. Love comes not to permit too much of paradise. It requires the fevered skin, the troubled life, the unbound hair, the kiss electrical and irreparable, the clasp of desire. The sidereal is embarrassing, the ethereal is heavy. Too much of the heavenly in love is like too much fuel on a fire. The flame suffers from it. Gwynplaine fell into an exquisite nightmare. Dea to be clasped in his arms, Dea clasped in them. He heard nature in his heart crying out for a woman. Like a Pygmalion in a dream, modelling a Galatea out of the azure, in the depths of his soul he worked at the chaste contour of Dea, a contour with too much of heaven, too little of Eden. For Eden is Eve, and Eve was a female, a carnal mother, a terrestrial nurse. The sacred womb of generations, the breast of unfailing milk, the rocker of the cradle of the new-born world, and wings are incompatible with the bosom of woman. Virginity is but the hope of maternity. Still, in Gwynplaine's dreams, Dea until now had been enthroned above flesh. Now, however, he made wild efforts in thought to draw her downwards by that thread, sex, which ties every girl to earth. Not one of those birds is free. Dea, like all the rest, was within this law, and Gwynplaine, though he scarcely acknowledged it, felt a vague desire that she should submit to it. This desire possessed him in spite of himself, and with an ever-recurring relapse. He pictured Dea as woman. He came to the point of regarding her under a hitherto unheard of form, as a creature no longer of ecstasy only, but of voluptuousness, as Dea with her head resting on the pillow. He was ashamed of this visionary desecration. It was like an attempt at profanation. He resisted its assault. He turned from it, but it returned again. He felt as if he were committing a criminal assault. To him Dea was encompassed by a cloud. Cleaving that cloud, he shuddered, as though he were raising her chemise. It was in April. The spine has its dreams. He rambled at random with the uncertain step caused by solitude. To have no one by is a provocation to wander. Whither flew his thoughts? He would not have dared to own it to himself. To heaven? No. To a bed. You are looking down upon him, O ye stars. Why talk of a man in love? Rather say a man possessed. To be possessed by the devil is the exception. To be possessed by a woman, the rule. Every man has to bear this alienation of himself. What a sorceress is a pretty woman! The true name of love is captivity. Man is made prisoner by the soul of a woman, by her flesh as well, and sometimes even more by the flesh than by the soul. The soul is the true love, the flesh the mistress. We slander the devil. It was not he who tempted Eve, it was Eve who tempted him. The woman began. Lucifer was passing by quietly. He perceived the woman, and became Satan. The flesh is the cover of the unknown. It is provocative, which is strange, by its modesty. Nothing could be more distracting. It is full of shame, the hussy. It was the terrible love of the surface which was then agitating Gwynplaine, and holding him in its power. Fearful the moment in which man covets the nakedness of woman. What dark things lurk beneath the fairness of Venus! Something within him was calling Dea aloud, Dea the maiden, Dea the other half of a man, Dea flesh and blood, Dea with uncovered bosom. That cry was almost driving away the angel. Mysterious crisis through which all love must pass, and in which the ideal is in danger. Therein is the predestination of creation. Moment of heavenly corruption. Gwynplaine's love of Dea was becoming nuptial. Virgin love is but a transition. The moment was come. Gwynplaine coveted the woman. He coveted a woman. Precipice of which one sees but the first gentle slope. The indistinct summons of nature is inexorable. The whole of woman, what an abyss! Luckily there was no woman for Gwynplaine but Dea, the only one he desired, the only one who could desire him. Gwynplaine felt that vague and mighty shudder which is the vital claim of infinity. Besides, there was the aggravation of the spring. He was breathing the nameless odours of the starry darkness. He walked forward in a wild feeling of delight. The wandering perfumes of the rising sap, the heady irradiations which float in shadow, the distant opening of nocturnal flowers, the complicity of little hidden nests, the murmurs of waters and of leaves, soft sighs rising from all things, the freshness, the warmth, and the mysterious awakening of April and May, is the vast diffusion of sex murmuring in whispers their proposals of voluptuousness, until the soul stammers in answer to the giddy provocation. The ideal no longer knows what it is saying. Anyone observing Gwynplaine walk would have said, "See, a drunken man." He almost staggered under the weight of his own heart, of spring and of the night. The solitude in the bowling green was so peaceful that at times he spoke aloud. The consciousness that there is no listener induces speech. He walked with slow steps, his head bent down, his hands behind him, the left hand in the right, the fingers open. Suddenly he felt something slipped between his fingers. He turned round quickly. In his hand was a paper, and in front of him a man. It was the man who, coming behind him with the stealth of a cat, had placed the paper in his fingers. The paper was a letter. The man, as he appeared pretty clearly in the starlight, was small, chubby-cheeked, young, sedate, and dressed in a scarlet livery, exposed from top to toe through the opening of a long grey cloak, then called a capanouche, a Spanish word contracted. In French it was cap de nuit. His head was covered by a crimson cap like the skull cap of a cardinal, on which servitude was indicated by a strip of lace. On this cap was a plume of tisseré feathers. He stood motionless before Gwynplaine, like a dark outline in a dream. Gwynplaine recognized the Duchess's page. Before Gwynplaine could utter an exclamation of surprise, he heard the thin voice of the page, at once childlike and feminine in its tone, saying to him, "At this hour to-morrow, be at the corner of London Bridge. I will be there to conduct you—" "Whither?" demanded Gwynplaine. "Where you are expected." Gwynplaine dropped his eyes on the letter, which he was holding mechanically in his hand. When he looked up, the page was no longer with him. He perceived a vague form lessening rapidly in the distance. It was the little valet. He turned the corner of the street, and solitude reigned again. Gwynplaine saw the page vanish, then looked at the letter. There are moments in our lives when what happens seems not to happen. Stupor keeps us for a moment at a distance from the fact. Gwynplaine raised the letter to his eyes as if to read it, but soon perceived that he could not do so for two reasons. First, because he had not broken the seal, and secondly, because it was too dark. It was some minutes before he remembered that there was a lamp at the inn. He took a few steps sideways, as if he knew not whither he was going. A somnambulist, to whom a phantom had given a letter, might walk as he did. At last he made up his mind. He ran rather than walked towards the inn, stood in the light which broke through the half-open door, and by it again examined the closed letter. There was no design on the seal, and on the envelope was written, "To Gwynplaine." He broke the seal, tore the envelope, unfolded the letter, put it directly under the light, and read as follows: "You are hideous. I am beautiful. You are a player. I am a duchess. I am the highest. You are the lowest. I desire you. I love you."
Section 68 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo, Part 2, Book the 4th, Chapter 1, The Temptation of St. Gwynplaine. One jet of flame hardly makes a prick in the darkness. Another sets fire to a volcano. Some sparks are gigantic. Gwynplaine read the letter, then he read it over again. Yes, the words were there. I love you. Terrors chased each other through his mind. The first was that he believed himself to be mad. He was mad, that was certain. He had just seen what had no existence. The twilight spectres were making game of him, poor wretch. The little man in scarlet was the will-o'-the-wisp of a dream. Sometimes at night nothings, condensed into flame, come and laugh at us. Having had his laugh out, the visionary being had disappeared, and left Gwynplaine behind him mad.
Such are the freaks of darkness. The second terror was to find out that he was in his right senses. A vision? Certainly not. How could that be? Had he not a letter in his hand? Did he not see an envelope, a seal, paper, and writing? Did he not know from whom that came? It was all clear enough. Someone took a pen and ink and wrote. Someone lighted a taper and sealed it with wax. Was not his name written on the letter, to Gwynplaine? The paper was scented. All was clear. Gwynplaine knew the little man. The dwarf was a page. The gleam was a livery. The page had given him a rendezvous for the same hour on the morrow, at the corner of London Bridge. Was London Bridge an illusion? No, no. All was clear. There was no delirium. All was reality. Gwynplaine was perfectly clear in his intellect. It was not a phantasmagoria suddenly dissolving above his head and fading into nothingness. It was something which had really happened to him. No, Gwynplaine was not mad, nor was he dreaming. Again he read the letter. Well, yes, but then? That then was terror-striking. There was a woman who desired him. If so, let no one ever again pronounce the word incredible. A woman desire him? A woman who had seen his face, a woman who was not blind? And who was this woman? An ugly one? No. A beauty? A gipsy? No, a duchess. What was it all about, and what could it all mean? What peril in such a triumph? And how was he to help plunging into it headlong? What, that woman? The siren, the apparition, the lady in the visionary box, the light in the darkness? It was she, yes, it was she. The crackling of the fire burst out in every part of his frame. It was the strange, unknown lady, she who had previously so troubled his thoughts, and his first tumultuous feelings about this woman returned, heated by the evil fire. Forgetfulness is nothing but a palimpsest. An incident happens unexpectedly, and all that was effaced revives in the blanks of wandering memory. Gwynplaine thought that he had dismissed that image from his remembrance, and he found that it was still there, and she had put her mark in his brain, unconsciously guilty of a dream. Without his suspecting it, the lines of the engraving had been bitten deep by reverie. And now a certain amount of evil had been done, and this train of thought, thenceforth, perhaps irreparable, he took up again eagerly. What? She desired him? What? The princess descend from her throne, the idol from its shrine, the statue from its pedestal, the phantom from its cloud? What, from the depths of the impossible, had this chimera come? This deity of the sky, this irradiation, this Nereid, all glistening with jewels, this proud and unattainable beauty from the height of her radiant throne was bending down to Gwynplaine. What? Had she drawn up her chariot of the dawn with its yoke of turtle doves and dragons before Gwynplaine, and said to him, "Come"? What? This terrible glory of being the object of such abasement from the empyrean for Gwynplaine? This woman, if he could give that name to a form so star-like and majestic, this woman proposed herself, gave herself, delivered herself up to him. Wonder of wonders! A goddess prostituting herself for him. The arms of a courtesan opening in a cloud to clasp him to the bosom of a goddess, and that without degradation. Such majestic creatures cannot be sullied. The gods bathed themselves pure in light, and this goddess who came to him knew what she was doing. She was not ignorant of the incarnate hideousness of Gwynplaine. She had seen the mask which was his face, and that mask had not caused her to draw back. Gwynplaine was loved notwithstanding it. Here was a thing surpassing all the extravagance of dreams. He was loved in consequence of his mask, Far from repulsing the goddess, the mask attracted her. Gwynplaine was not only loved, he was desired. He was more than accepted, he was chosen. He chosen. What? There where this woman dwelt in the regal region of irresponsible splendour, and in the power of full free will. Where there were princes, and she could take a prince. Nobles, and she could take a noble. Where there were men handsome, charming, magnificent, and she could take an Adonis. Whom did she take? Naphron. She could choose from the midst of meteors and thunders the mighty six-winged seraphim, and she chose the lava crawling in the slime. On one side were highnesses and peers, all grandeur, all opulence, all glory. On the other, a mountebank. The mountebank carried it. What kind of scales could there be in the heart of this woman? By what measure did she weigh her love? She took off her ducal coronet and flung it on the platform of a clown. She took from her brow the Olympian aureola and placed it on the bristly head of a gnome. The world had turned topsy-turvy. The insects swarmed on high, the stars were scattered below, whilst the wonder-stricken Gwynplaine, overwhelmed by a falling ruin of light, and lying in the dust, was enshrined in a glory. One all-powerful, revolting against beauty and splendour, gave herself to the damned of night, preferred Gwynplaine to Antinous. Excited by curiosity, she entered the shadows, and descending within them, and from this abdication of goddess-ship, was rising, crowned and prodigious, the royalty of the wretched. "You are hideous, I love you." These words touched Gwynplaine in the ugly spot of pride. Pride is the heel in which all heroes are vulnerable. Gwynplaine was flattered in his vanity as a monster. He was loved for his deformity. He, too, was the exception, as much and perhaps more than the Jupiters and the Apollos. He felt superhuman, and so much a monster as to be a god. Fearful bewilderment. Now, who was this woman? What did he know about her? Everything and nothing. She was a duchess, that he knew. He knew also that she was beautiful and rich, that she had liveries, lackeys, pages, and footmen running with torches by the side of her coroneted carriage. He knew that she was in love with him, at least she said so. Of everything else he was ignorant. He knew her title, but not her name. He knew her thought, he knew not her life. Was she married, widow, maiden? Was she free? Of what family was she? Were there snares, traps, dangers about her? Of the gallantry existing on the idle heights of society, the caves on those summits in which savage charmers dream amidst the scattered skeletons of the loves which they have already preyed on. Of the extent of tragic cynicism to which the experiments of a woman may attain who believes herself to be beyond the reach of man. Of things such as these Gwynplaine had no idea. Nor had he even in his mind materials out of which to build up a conjecture, information concerning such things being very scanty in the social depths in which he lived. Still he detected a shadow. He felt that a mist hung over all this brightness. Did he understand it? No. Could he guess at it? Still less. What was there behind that letter? One pair of folding doors opening before him, another closing on him, and causing him a vague anxiety. On the one side an avowal, on the other an enigma. Avowal and enigma, which, like two mouths, one tempting, the other threatening, pronounced the same word, dare. Never had perfidious chance taken its measures better, nor timed more fitly the moment of temptation. Gwynplaine, stirred by spring and by the sap rising in all things, was prompt to dream the dream of the flesh. The old man who was not to be stamped out, and over whom none of us can triumph, was awaking in that backward youth, still a boy at 24. It was just then, at the most stormy moment of the crisis, that the offer was made him, and the naked bosom of the Sphinx appeared before his dazzled eyes. Youth is an inclined plane. Gwynplaine was stooping, and something pushed him forward. What? The season and the night. Who? The woman. Were there no month of April, man would be a great deal more virtuous. The budding plants are a set of accomplices. Love is the thief, spring the receiver. Gwynplaine was shaken. There is a kind of smoke of evil preceding sin, in which the conscience cannot breathe. The obscure nausea of hell comes over virtue and temptation. The yawning abyss discharges an exhalation which warns the strong and turns the weak giddy. Gwynplaine was suffering its mysterious attack. Dilemmas, transient and at the same time stubborn, were floating before him. Sin, presenting itself obstinately again and again to his mind, was taking form. The morrow, midnight, London Bridge. The page? Should he go? Yes, cried the flesh. No, cried the soul. Nevertheless, we must remark that, strange as it may appear at first sight, he never once put himself the question, should he go, quite distinctly. Reprehensible actions are like over-strong brandies. You cannot swallow them at a draught. You put down your glass. You will see to it presently. There is a strange taste even about that first drop. One thing is certain, he felt something behind him pushing him forward towards the unknown. And he trembled. He could catch a glimpse of a crumbling precipice, and he drew back, stricken by the terror encircling him. He closed his eyes. He tried hard to deny to himself that the adventure had ever occurred, and to persuade himself into doubting his reason. This was evidently his best plan. The wisest thing he could do was to believe himself mad. Fatal fever. Every man, surprised by the unexpected, has at times felt the throb of such tragic pulsations. The observer ever listens with anxiety to the echoes resounding from the dull strokes of the battering ram of destiny striking against a conscience. Alas, Gwynplaine put himself questions. Where duty is clear, to put oneself questions is to suffer defeat. There are invasions which the mind may have to suffer. There are the vandals of the soul, evil thoughts coming to devastate our virtue. 1,000 contrary ideas rushed into Gwynplaine's brain, now following each other singly, now crowding together. Then silence reigned again, and he would lean his head on his hands in a kind of mournful attention, as of one who contemplates a landscape by night. Suddenly he felt that he was no longer thinking. His reverie had reached that point of utter darkness in which all things disappear. He remembered, too, that he had not entered the inn. It might be about 2:00 in the morning. He placed the letter which the page had brought him in his side pocket, but perceiving that it was next to his heart, he drew it out again, crumpled it up, and placed it in a pocket of his hose. He then directed his steps towards the inn, which he entered stealthily, and without awakening little Govicum, who, while waiting up for him, had fallen asleep on the table with his arms for a pillow. He closed the door, lighted a candle at the lamp, fastened the bolt, turned the key in the lock, taking mechanically all the precautions usual to a man returning home late, ascended the staircase of the Green Box, slipped into the old hovel which he used as a bedroom, looked at Ursus, who was asleep, blew out his candle, and did not go to bed. Thus an hour passed away. Weary at length, and fancying that bed and sleep were one, he laid his head upon the pillow without undressing, making darkness the concession of closing his eyes. But the storm of emotions which assailed him had not waned for an instant. Sleeplessness is a cruelty which night inflicts on man. Gwynplaine suffered greatly. For the first time in his life he was not pleased with himself. Ache of heart mingled with gratified vanity. What was he to do? Day broke at last. He heard Ursus get up, but did not raise his eyelids. No truce for him, however. The letter was ever in his mind. Every word of it came back to him in a kind of chaos. In certain violent storms within the soul, thought becomes a liquid. It is convulsed. It heaves, and something rises from it like the dull roaring of the waves. Flood and flow, sudden shocks and whirls, the hesitation of the wave before the rock. Hail and rain, clouds with the light shining through their breaks. The petty flights of useless foam. Wild swell broken in an instant. Great efforts lost. Wreck appearing all around. Darkness and universal dispersion. As these things are of the sea, so are they of man. Gwynplaine was a prey to such a storm. At the acme of his agony, his eyes still closed, he heard an exquisite voice saying, "Are you asleep, Gwynplaine?" He opened his eyes with a start and sat up. Dea was standing in the half-open doorway. Her ineffable smile was in her eyes and on her lips. She was standing there, charming in the unconscious serenity of her radiance. Then came, as it were, a sacred moment. Gwynplaine watched her, startled, dazzled, awakened. Awakened from what? From sleep? No, from sleeplessness. It was she, it was Dea. And suddenly he felt in the depths of his being the indescribable wane of the storm and the sublime descent of good over evil. The miracle of the look from on high was accomplished. The blind girl, the sweet light-bearer, with no effort beyond her mere presence, dissipated all the darkness within him. The curtain of cloud was dispersed from the soul as if drawn by an invisible hand, and a sky of azure, as though by celestial enchantment, again spread over Gwynplaine's conscience. In a moment he became, by the virtue of that angel, the great and good Gwynplaine, the innocent man. Such mysterious confrontations occur to the soul as they do to creation. Both were silent. She who was the light, he who was the abyss. She who was divine, he who was appeased. And over Gwynplaine's stormy heart, Dea shone with the indescribable effect of a Section 69 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo, Part 2, Book the 4th, Chapter 2. From Gay to Grave. How simple is a miracle! It was breakfast hour in the Green Box, and Dea had merely come to see why Gwynplaine had not joined their little breakfast table. "It is you!" exclaimed Gwynplaine, and he had said everything. There was no other horizon, no vision for him now but the heavens where Dea was. His mind was appeased in such a manner as he alone can understand who has seen the smile spread swiftly over the sea when the hurricane had passed away. Over nothing does the calm come so quickly as over the whirlpool. This results from its power of absorption, and so it is with the human heart. Not always, however. Dea had but to show herself, and all the light that was in Gwynplaine left him and went to her, and behind the dazzled Gwynplaine there was but a flight of phantoms. What a peacemaker is adoration! A few minutes afterwards they were sitting opposite each other, Ursus between them, Homo at their feet. The teapot, hung over a little lamp, was on the table. Phoebe and Venus were outside waiting. They breakfasted as they supped, in the centre compartment. From the position in which the narrow table was placed, Dea's back was turned towards the aperture in the partition which was opposite the entrance door of the Green Box. Their knees were touching. Gwynplaine was pouring out tea for Dea. Dea blew gracefully on her cup. Suddenly she sneezed. Just at that moment a thin smoke rose above the flame of the lamp, and something like a piece of paper fell into ashes. It was the smoke which had caused Dea to sneeze. "What was that?" she asked. "Nothing," replied Gwynplaine, and he smiled. He had just burnt the Duchess's letter. The conscience of the man who loves is the guardian angel of the woman whom he loves. Unburdened of the letter, his relief was wondrous, and Gwynplaine felt his integrity as the eagle feels its wings. It seemed to him as if his temptation had evaporated with the smoke, and as if the Duchess had crumbled into ashes with the paper. Taking up their cups at random, and drinking one after the other from the same one, they talked. A babble of lovers, a chattering of sparrows. Child's talk, worthy of Mother Goose or of Homer. With two loving hearts, go no further for poetry. With two kisses for dialogue, go no further for music. "Do you know something?" "No." "Gwynplaine, I dreamt that we were animals and had wings." "Wings, that means birds," murmured Gwynplaine. "Fools, it means angels," growled Ursus. And their talk went on. "If you did not exist, Gwynplaine—" "What then?" "It could only be because there was no God." "The tea is too hot. You will burn yourself, Dea." "Blow on my cup." "How beautiful you are this morning." "Do you know that I have a great many things to say to you?" "Say them." "I love you." "I adore you." And Ursus said aside, "By heaven, they are polite." Exquisite to lovers are their moments of silence. In them they gather, as it were, masses of love, which afterwards explode into sweet fragments. "Do you know, in the evening when we are playing our parts, at the moment when my hand touches your forehead— oh, what a noble head is yours, Gwynplaine! At the moment when I feel your hair under my fingers, I shiver. A heavenly joy comes over me, and I say to myself, in all this world of darkness which encompasses me, in this universe of solitude, in this great obscurity of ruin in which I am, in this quaking fear of myself and of everything, I have one prop, and he is there. It is he. It is you." "Oh, you love me," said Gwynplaine. "I, too, have but you on earth. You are all in all to me. Dea, what would you have me do? What do you desire? What do you want?" Dea answered, "I do not know. I am happy." "Oh," replied Gwynplaine, "we are happy." Ursus raised his voice severely. "Oh, you are happy, are you? That's a crime. I have warned you already. You are happy. Then take care you aren't seen. Take up as little room as you can. Happiness ought to stuff itself into a hole. Make yourselves still less than you are, if that can be. God measures the greatness of happiness by the littleness of the happy. The happy should conceal themselves like malefactors. Oh, only shine out like the wretched glowworms that you are, and you'll be trodden on, and quite right too. What do you mean by all that love-making nonsense? I'm no duenna whose business it is to watch lovers billing and cooing. I'm tired of it all, I tell you, and you may both go to the devil." And, feeling that his harsh tones were melting into tenderness, he drowned his emotion in a loud grumble. "Father," said Dea, "how roughly you scold." "It's because I don't like to see people too happy." Here Homo re-echoed Ursus. His growl was heard from beneath the lovers' feet. Ursus stooped down and placed his hand on Homo's head. "That's right. You're in a bad humour too. You growl. The bristles are all on end on your wolf's pate. You don't like all this love-making. That's because you are wise, Hold your tongue all the same. You have had your say, and given your opinion. Be it so. Now be silent." The wolf growled again. Ursus looked under the table at him. "Be still, Homo. Come, don't dwell on it, you philosopher." But the wolf sat up and looked towards the door, showing his teeth. "What's wrong with you now?" said Ursus, and he caught hold of Homo by the skin of the neck. Heedless of the wolf's growls, and wholly wrapped up in her own thoughts and in the sound of Gwynplaine's voice, which left its aftertaste within her, Dea was silent, and absorbed by that kind of ecstasy peculiar to the blind, which seems at times to give them a song to listen to in their souls, and to make up to them for the light which they lack by some strain of ideal music. Blindness is a cavern to which reaches the deep harmony of the eternal. While Ursus, addressing Homo, was looking down, Gwynplaine had raised his eyes. He was about to drink a cup of tea, but did not drink it. He placed it on the table with the slow movement of a spring drawn back. His fingers remained open, his eyes fixed. He scarcely breathed. A man was standing in the doorway behind Dea. He was clad in black with a hood. He wore a wig down to his eyebrows, and held in his hand an iron staff with a crown at each end. His staff was short and massive. He was like Medusa thrusting her head between two branches in paradise. Ursus, who had heard some one enter and raised his head without loosing his hold of Homo, recognized the terrible personage. He shook from head to foot, and whispered to Gwynplaine, "It's the Wapentake." Gwynplaine recollected. An exclamation of surprise was about to escape him, but he restrained it. The iron staff with the crown at each end was called the iron weapon. It was from this iron weapon, upon which the city officers of justice took the oath when they entered on their duties, that the old wapentakers of the English police derive their qualification. Behind the man in the wig, the frightened landlord could just be perceived in the shadow. Without saying a word, a personification of the muta themis of the old charters, the man stretched his right arm over the radiant Dea, and touched Gwynplaine on the shoulder with the iron staff, at the same time pointing with his left thumb to the door of the green box behind him. These gestures, all the more imperious for their silence, meant, "Follow me." Pro signio exiunde sursum trahe, says the old Norman record. He who was touched by the iron weapon had no right but the right of obedience. To that mute order there was no reply. The harsh penalties of the English law threatened the refractory. Gwynplaine felt a shock under the rigid touch of the law. Then he sat as though petrified. If, instead of having been merely grazed on the shoulder, he had been struck a violent blow on the head with the iron staff, he could not have been more stunned. He knew that the police officer summoned him to follow, but why? That he could not understand. On his part, Ursus too was thrown into the most painful agitation, but he saw through matters pretty distinctly. His thoughts ran on the jugglers and preachers, his competitors, on informations laid against the Green Box, on that delinquent the Wolf, on his own affair with the 3 Bishopsgate commissioners, and who knows, perhaps, but that would be too fearful, Gwynplaine's unbecoming and factious speeches touching the royal authority. He trembled violently. Dea was smiling. Neither Gwynplaine nor Ursus pronounced a word. They had both the same thought, not to frighten Dea. It may have struck the wolf as well, for he ceased growling. True, Ursus did not loose him. Homo, however, was a prudent wolf when occasion required. Who is there who has not remarked a kind of intelligent anxiety in animals? It may be that to the extent to which a wolf can understand mankind, he felt that he was an outlaw. Gwynplaine rose. Resistance was impracticable, as Gwynplaine knew. He remembered Ursus's words, and there was no question possible. He remained standing in front of the wapentake. The latter raised the iron staff from Gwynplaine's shoulder, and, drawing it back, held it out straight in an attitude of command, a constable's attitude which was well understood in those days by the whole people, and which expressed the following order: "Let this man and no other follow me. The rest remain where they are. Silence!" No curious followers were allowed. In all times the police have had a taste for arrests of the kind. This description of seizure was termed sequestration of the person. The wapentake turned round in one motion like a piece of mechanism revolving on its own pivot, and, with grave and magisterial step, proceeded towards the door of the Green Box. Gwynplaine looked at Ursus. The latter went through a pantomime composed as follows. He shrugged his shoulders, placed both elbows close to his hips, with his hands out, and knitted his brows into chevrons, all which signifies, "We must submit to the unknown." Gwynplaine looked at Dea. She was in her dream. She was still smiling. He put the ends of his fingers to his lips, and sent her an unutterable kiss. Ursus, relieved of some portion of his terror, now that the wapentake's back was turned, seized the moment to whisper in Gwynplaine's ear, "On your life, do not speak until you are questioned." Gwynplaine, with the same care to make no noise as he would have taken in a sick-room, took his hat and cloak from the hook on the partition, wrapped himself up to the eyes in the cloak, and pushed his hat over his forehead. Not having been to bed, he had his working clothes still on, and his leather esclavin around his neck. Once more he looked at Dea. Having reached the door, the wapentake raised his staff and began to descend the steps. Then Gwynplaine set out as if the man was dragging him by an invisible chain. Ursus watched Gwynplaine leave the Green Box. At that moment the wolf gave a low growl, but Ursus silenced him and whispered, "He is coming back." In the yard, Master Nicholas was stemming, with servile and imperious gestures, the cries of terror raised by Venus and Phoebe, as in great distress they watched Gwynplaine led away, and the mourning-coloured garb and the iron staff of the wapentake. The two girls were like petrifactions. They were in the attitude of stalactites. Govicum, stunned, was looking open-mouthed out of a window. The wapentake preceded Gwynplaine by a few steps, never turning round or looking at him, in that icy ease which is given by the knowledge that one is the law. In death-like silence they both crossed the yard, went through the dark tap-room, and reached the street. A few passers-by had collected about the inn-door, and the justice of the quorum was there at the head of a squad of police. The idlers, stupefied, and without breathing a word, opened out and stood aside, with English discipline, at the sight of the constable's staff. The wapentake moved off in the direction of the narrow street then called the Little Strand, running by the Thames, and Gwynplaine, with the justice of the quorum's men in ranks on each side, like a double hedge, pale, without emotion except that of his steps, wrapped in his cloak as in a shroud, was leaving the inn farther and farther behind him as he followed the silent man.
Section 70 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 4th. Chapter 3. Lex, Rex, Fex. unexplained arrest, which would greatly astonish an Englishman nowadays, was then a very usual proceeding of the police. Recourse was had to it, notwithstanding the Habeas Corpus Act, up to George II's time, especially in such delicate cases as were provided for by lettres de cachet in France, and one of the accusations against which Walpole had to defend himself was that he had caused or allowed Neuhoff to be arrested in that manner. The accusation was probably without foundation, for Neuhoff, King of Corsica, was put in prison by his creditors. These silent captures of the person, very usual with the holy VIII in Germany, were admitted by German custom, which rules one half of the old English laws, and recommended in certain cases by Norman custom, which rules the other half. Justinian's chief of the palace police was called Silentiarius Imperialis. The English magistrates who practiced the captures in question relied upon numerous Norman texts. Canes laetrant, sergente silent, sergenter agere id est tacere. They quoted Landulphus Sagax, paragraph 16, Facit Imperator Silentium. They quoted the charter of King Philip in 1307, Multos tenebimus bastonarios qui mutacentes sergentere valiant. They quoted the statutes of Henry I of England, Capitulo 53, Surge signo justus, taciturnior esto, hoc est esse in captione regis. They took advantage especially of the following description, held to form part of the ancient feudal franchises of England. Sus les viscontes sont les sergents de l'espèce, desquels doivent justicier virtueusement à l'espèce tous ceux qui sunt malvaises compagnies, gens diffames d'aucuns crimes, et gens fuites et verbannes, et les doivent si vigoureusement et discrètement apprehender, que la bonne gent qui sont paisibles soient gardés paisiblement, et que les malfaiteurs soient espoantés. To be thus arrested was to be seized à l'eglave de l'espèce. Vitas Consuetudo Normani, Manuscript Part 1, Section 1, Chapter 11. The jurisconsults referred besides, in Charta Ludovici Hutum pro Normanis, chapter Servientes Specie, in the gradual approach of base Latin to our idioms, became Sergentes Spede. These silent arrests were the contrary of the Clameur de Haro, and gave warning that it was advisable to hold one's tongue until such time as light should be thrown upon certain matters still in the dark. They signified questions reserved, and showed in the operation of the police a certain amount of raison d'etat. The legal term private was applied to arrests of this description. It was thus that Edward III, according to some chroniclers, caused Mortimer to be seized in the bed of his mother, Isabella of France. This again we may take leave to doubt, for Mortimer sustained a siege in his town before being captured. Warwick the Kingmaker delighted in practicing this mode of attaching people. Cromwell made use of it, especially in Connaught, and it was with this precaution of silence that Tralee Arclot, a relation of the Earl of Ormond, was arrested at Kilmacaw. These captures of the body by the mere motion of justice represented rather the mandat de comparution than the warrant of arrest. Sometimes they were but processes of inquiry, and even argued, by the silence imposed upon all, a certain consideration for the persons seized. For the mass of the people, little versed as they were in the estimate of such shades of difference, they had peculiar terrors. It must not be forgotten that in 1705, and even much later, England was far from being what she is today. The general features of its constitution were confused and at times very oppressive. Daniel Defoe, who had himself had a taste of the pillory, characterizes the social order of England somewhere in his writings as the iron hands of the law. There was not only the law, there was its arbitrary administration. We have but to recall Steele, ejected from Parliament, Locke, driven from his chair, Hobbes and Gibbon, compelled to flight, Charles Churchill, Hume and Priestley, persecuted, John Wilkes sent to the Tower. The task would be a long one were we to count over the victims of the statute against seditious libel. The Inquisition had, to some extent, spread its arrangements throughout Europe, and its police practice was taken as a guide. A monstrous attempt against all rights was possible in England. We have only to recall the Gazetteer Cuirassier. In the midst of the 18th century, Louis XV had writers whose works displeased him arrested in Piccadilly. It is true that George II laid his hands on the Pretender in France, right in the middle of the hall at the opera. Those were two long arms, that of the King of France reaching London, that of the King of England Paris. Such was the liberty of the period. End of
Section 71 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Clay Beecham. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 4th, Chapter 4. Ursus Spies the Police. As we have already said, according to the very severe laws of the police of those days, the summons to follow the Wapentake, addressed to an individual, implied to all other persons present the command not to stir. Some curious idlers, however, were stubborn, and followed from afar off the cortege which had taken Gwynplaine into custody. Ursus was one of them. He had been nearly as petrified as any one has a right to be, but Ursus, so often assailed by the surprises incident to a wandering life, and by the malice of chance, was, like a ship of war, prepared for action, and could call to the post of danger the whole crew, that is to say, the aid of all his intelligence. He flung off his stupor and began to think. He strove not to give way to emotion, but to stand face to face with circumstances. To look fortune in the face is the duty of everyone not an idiot. To seek, not to understand, but to act. Presently he asked himself, what could he do? Gwynplaine being taken, Ursus was placed between two terrors, a fear for Gwynplaine, which instigated him to follow, and a fear for himself, which urged him to remain where he was. Ursus had the intrepidity of a fly, and the impassibility of a sensitive plant. His agitation was not to be described. However, he took his resolution heroically, and decided to brave the law, and follow the Wapentake, so anxious was he concerning the fate of Gwynplaine. His terror must have been great to prompt so much courage. To what valiant acts will not fear drive a hare? The chamois in despair jumps a precipice. To be terrified into imprudence is one of the forms of fear. Gwynplaine had been carried off rather than arrested. The operation of the police had been executed so rapidly that the fair field, generally little frequented at that hour in the morning, had scarcely taken cognizance of the circumstance. Scarcely any one in the caravans had any idea that the Wapentake had come to take Gwynplaine, hence the smallness of the crowd. Gwynplaine, thanks to his cloak and his hat, which nearly concealed his face, could not be recognized by the passers-by. Before he went out to follow Gwynplaine, Ursus took a precaution. He spoke to Master Nicholas, to the boy Govicum, and to Phoebe and Venus, and insisted on their keeping absolute silence before Dea, who was ignorant of everything, that they should not utter a syllable that could make her suspect what had occurred, that they should make her understand that the cares of the management of the Green Box necessitated the absence of Gwynplaine and Ursus, that, besides, it would soon be the time of her daily siesta, and that before she awoke he and Gwynplaine would have returned, that all that had taken place had arisen from a mistake, that it would be very easy for Gwynplaine and himself to clear themselves before the magistrate and police, that a touch of the finger would put the matter straight, after which they should both return. Above all, that no one should say a word on the subject to Dea. Having given these directions, he departed. Ursus was able to follow Gwynplaine without being remarked. Though he kept at the greatest possible distance, he so managed as not to lose sight of him. Boldness in ambuscade is the bravery of the timid. After all, notwithstanding the solemnity of the attendant circumstances, Gwynplaine might have been summoned before the magistrate for some unimportant infraction of the law. Ursus assured himself that the question would be decided at once. The solution of the mystery would be made under his very eyes by the direction taken by the cortege, which took Gwynplaine from Terenzo Field, when it reached the entrance of the lanes of the little Strand. If it turned to the left, it would conduct Gwynplaine to the Justice Hall in Southwark. In that case there would be little to fear, some trifling municipal offence, an admonition from the magistrate, 2 or 3 shillings to pay, and Gwynplaine would be set at liberty, and the representation of chaos vanquished would take place in the evening as usual. In that case no one would know that anything unusual had happened. If the cortege turned to the right, matters would be more serious. There were frightful places in that direction. When the Wapentake, leading the file of soldiers between whom Gwynplaine walked, arrived at the small streets, Ursus watched them breathlessly. There are moments in which a man's whole being passes into his eyes. Which way were they going to turn? They turned to the right. Ursus, staggering with terror, leaned against a wall that he might not fall. There is no hypocrisy so great as the words which we say to ourselves, "I wish to know the worst." At heart we do not wish it at all. We have a dreadful fear of knowing it. Agony is mingled with a dim effort not to see the end. We do not own it to ourselves, but we would draw back if we dared. And when we have advanced, we reproach ourselves for having done so. Thus did Ursus. He shuddered at the thought. Here are things going wrong. I should have found it out soon enough. What business had I to follow Gwynplaine? Having made this reflection, man being but self-contradiction, he increased his pace, and, mastering his anxiety, hastened to get nearer to the cortege, so as not to break, in the maze of small streets, the thread between Gwynplaine and himself. The cortege of police could not move quickly, on account of its solemnity. The Wapentake led it. The justice of the quorum closed it. This order compelled a certain deliberation of movement. All the majesty possible in an official shone in the justice of the quorum. His costume held a middle place between the splendid robe of a doctor of music of Oxford and the sober black habiliments of a doctor of divinity in Cambridge. He wore the dress of a gentleman under a long godebert, which is a mantle trimmed with the fur of the Norwegian hare. He was half Gothic and half modern, wearing a wig like Lamoignon and sleeves like Tristan l'Hermite. His great round eye watched Gwynplaine with the fixedness of an owl's. He walked with a cadence. Never did honest man look fiercer. Ursus, for a moment thrown out of his way in the tangled skein of streets, overtook, close to St. Mary Overy, the cortege, which had fortunately been retarded in the churchyard by a fight between children and dogs, a common incident in the streets in those days. Dogs and boys, say the old registers of police, placing the dogs before the boys. A man being taken before a magistrate by the police was, after all, an everyday affair, and each one having his own business to attend to, the few who had followed soon dispersed. There remained but Ursus on the track of Gwynplaine. They passed before two chapels opposite each other, belonging the one to the recreative religionists, the other to the Hallelujah League, sects which flourished then, and which exist to the present day. Then the cortege wound from street to street, making a zigzag, choosing by preference lanes not yet built on, roads where the grass grew, and deserted alleys. At length it stopped. It was in a little lane with no houses except 2 or 3 hovels. This narrow alley was composed of 2 walls, one on the left, low, the other on the right, high. The high wall was black, and built in the Saxon style with narrow holes, scorpions, and large square gratings over narrow loopholes. There was no window on it, but here and there slits, old embrasures of pierrier and archgaze. At the foot of this high wall was seen, like the hole in the bottom of a rat trap, a little wicket gate, very elliptical in its arch. This small door, encased in a full, heavy girding of stone, had a grated peephole, a heavy knocker, a large lock, hinges thick and knotted, a bristling of nails, an armor of plates and hinges, so that altogether it was more of iron than of wood. There was no one in the lane, no shops, no passengers, but in it there was heard a continual noise, as if the lane ran parallel to a torrent. There was a tumult of voices and carriages. It seemed as if on the other side of the black edifice there must be a great street, doubtless the principal street of Southwark, one end of which ran into the Canterbury Road, and the other on to London Bridge. All the length of the lane, except the cortege which surrounded Gwynplaine, a watcher would have seen no other human face than the pale profile of Ursus, hazarding a hall advance from the shadow of the corner of the wall, looking, yet fearing to see. He had posted himself behind the wall, at a turn of the lane. The constables grouped themselves before the wicket. Gwynplaine was in the centre, the Wapentake and his baton of iron being now behind him. The justice of the quorum raised the knocker, and struck the door 3 times. The loophole opened. The justice of the quorum said, "By order of Her Majesty." The heavy door of oak and iron turned on its hinges, making a chilly opening, like the mouth of a cavern. A hideous depth yawned in the shadow.
Section 72 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Section 72, Part 2, Book the 4th, Chapter 5, A Fearful Place. The Wapentake entered behind Gwynplaine, then the justice of the quorum, then the constables. The wicket was closed. The heavy door swung to, closing hermetically on the stone sills, without anyone seeing who had opened or shut it. It seemed as if the bolts re-entered their sockets of their own act. Some of these mechanisms, the invention of ancient intimidation, still exist in old prisons, doors of which you saw no doorkeeper. With them the entrance to a prison becomes like the entrance to a tomb. This wicket was the lower door of Southwark Jail. There was nothing in the harsh and worm-eaten aspect of this prison to soften its appropriate air of rigour. Originally a pagan temple built by the Catioclans for the Mogans, ancient English gods, it became a palace for Ethelwulf and a fortress for Edward the Confessor. Then it was elevated to the dignity of a prison in 1199 by John Lackland. Such was Southwark Jail. This jail, at first intersected by a street like Chenonceau by a river, had been for a century or two a gate. That is to say, the gate of the suburb. The passage had then been walled up. There remain in England some prisons of this nature. In London, Newgate at Canterbury, Westgate at Edinburgh, Canongate. In France the Bastille was originally a gate. Almost all the jails of England present the same appearance, a high wall without and a hive of cells within. Nothing could be more funereal than the appearance of those prisons, where spiders and justice spread their webs, and where John Howard, that ray of light, had not yet penetrated. Like the old Gehenna of Brussels, they might well have been designated Turenberg, the House of Tears. Men felt before such buildings, at once so savage and inhospitable, the same distress that the ancient navigators suffered before the hell of slaves mentioned by Plautus, islands of creaking change, ferre crepidite insulae, when they passed near enough to hear the clank of the fetters. Southwark Jail, an old place of exorcisms and torture, was originally used solely for the imprisonment of sorcerers, as was proved by 2 verses engraved on a defaced stone at the foot of the wicket. Sunt erepititii vexati daemoni multo, est energumenus quem daemon possidet unus. Lines which draw a subtle, delicate distinction between the demoniac and man possessed by a devil. At the bottom of this inscription, nailed flat against the wall, was a stone ladder, which had been originally of wood, but which had been changed into stone by being buried in earth of petrifying quality at a place called Apsley Gowis, near Woburn Abbey. The prison of Southwark, now demolished, opened on two streets, between which, as a gate, it formerly served as means of communication. It had two doors, in the large street a door, apparently used by the authorities, and in the lane the door of punishment, used by the rest of the living and by the dead also, because when a prisoner in the jail died it was by that issue that his corpse was carried out. A liberation not to be despised. Death is release into infinity. It was by the gate of punishment that Gwynplaine had been taken into prison. The lane, as we have said, was nothing but a little passage, paved with flints, confined between two opposite walls. There is one of the same kind at Brussels called Rue d'une Personne. The walls were unequal in height. The high one was the prison, the low one the cemetery. The enclosure for the mortuary remains of the jail was not higher than the ordinary stature of a man. In it was a gate almost opposite the prison wicket. The dead had only to cross the street. The cemetery was but 20 paces from the jail. On the high wall was affixed a gallows. On the low one was sculptured a death's head. Neither of these walls made its
Section 73 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dawn Nissenson. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2. Book the 4th, Chapter 6. The Kind of Magistracy under the Wigs of Former Days. Anyone observing at that moment the other side of the prison, its façade, would have perceived the High Street of Southwark, and might have remarked, stationed before the monumental and official entrance to the jail, a travelling carriage, recognized as such by its imperial. A few idlers surrounded the carriage. On it was a coat of arms, and a personage had been seen to descend from it and enter the prison. Probably a magistrate, conjectured the crowd. Many of the English magistrates were noble, and almost all had the right of bearing arms. In France, blazon and robe were almost contradictory terms. The Duke St. Simon says, in speaking of magistrates, "people of that class." In England, a gentleman was not despised for being a judge. There are travelling magistrates in England. They are called judges of circuit, and nothing was easier than to recognize the carriage as the vehicle of a judge on circuit. That which was less comprehensible was that the supposed magistrate got down, not from the carriage itself, but from the box, a place which is not habitually occupied by the owner. Another unusual thing. People travelled at that period in England in two ways: by coach, at the rate of 1 shilling for 5 miles, and by post, paying 3 halfpence per mile and 2 pence to the postillion after each stage. A private carriage, whose owner desired to travel by relays, paid as many shillings per horse per mile as the horseman paid pence. The carriage drawn up before the jail in Southwark had 4 horses and 2 postillions, which displayed princely state. Finally, that which excited and disconcerted conjectures to the utmost was the circumstance that the carriage was sedulously shut up. The blinds of the windows were closed up, the glasses in front were darkened by blinds, every opening by which the eye might have penetrated was masked. From without, nothing within could be seen, and most likely from within, nothing could be seen outside. However, it did not seem probable that there was anyone in the carriage. Southwark being in Surrey, the prison was within the jurisdiction of the sheriff of the county. Such distinct jurisdictions were very frequent in England. Thus, for example, the Tower of London was not supposed to be situated in any county, that is to say, that legally it was considered to be in error. The Tower recognized no authority of jurisdiction except in its own constable, who was qualified as custos turris. The Tower had its jurisdiction, its church, its court of justice, and its government apart. The authority of its custos, or constable, extended beyond London over 21 hamlets. As in Great Britain, legal singularities engraft one upon another. The office of the Master Gunner of England was derived from the Tower of London. Other legal customs seem still more whimsical. Thus, the English Court of Admiralty consults and applies the laws of Rhodes and of Oleron, a French island which was once English. The sheriff of a county was a person of high consideration. He was always an esquire and sometimes a knight. He was called spectabilis in the old deeds, a man to be looked at. Kind of intermediate title between illustrious and clarissimus, less than the first, more than the second. Long ago, the sheriffs of the counties were chosen by the people, but Edward II, and after him Henry VI, having claimed their nomination for the crown, the office of sheriff became a royal emanation. They all received their commissions from Majesty, except the sheriff of Westmoreland, whose office was hereditary, and the sheriffs of London and Middlesex, who were elected by the livery in the Common Hall. Sheriffs of Wales and Chester possessed certain fiscal prerogatives. These appointments are all still in existence in England, but, subjected little by little to the friction of manners and ideas, they have lost their old aspects. It was the duty of the sheriff of the county to escort and protect the judges on circuit. As we have 2 arms, he had 2 officers, his right arm the under-sheriff, his left arm the justice of the quorum. The justice of the quorum, assisted by the bailiff of the 100, termed the Wapentake, apprehended, examined, and under the responsibility of the sheriff, imprisoned, for trial by the judges of circuit, thieves, murderers, rebels, vagabonds, and all sorts of felons. The shade of difference between the under-sheriff and the justice of the quorum in their hierarchical service towards the sheriff was that the under-sheriff accompanied and the justice of the quorum assisted. The sheriff held 2 courts, one fixed and central, the county court, and a movable court, the sheriff's turn. He thus represented both unity and ubiquity. He might as judge be aided and informed on legal questions by the sergeant of the coif, called sergens coifa, who is a sergeant at law, and who wears under his black skull-cap a fillet of white Cambray lawn. The sheriff delivered the jails. When he arrived at a town in his province, he had the right of summary trial of the prisoners, of which he might cause either their release or the execution. This was called a jail delivery. The sheriff presented bills of indictment to the 24 members of the grand jury. If they approved, they wrote above billa vera. If the contrary, they wrote ignoramus. In the latter case, the accusation was annulled, and the sheriff had the privilege of tearing up the bill. If, during the deliberation, a juror died, this legally acquitted the prisoner and made him innocent, and the sheriff, who had the privilege of arresting the accused, had also that of setting him at liberty. That which made the sheriff singularly feared and respected was that he had the charge of executing all the orders of Her Majesty, a fearful latitude. An arbitrary power lodges in such commissions. The officers, termed vergers, the coroners making part of the sheriff's cortege, and the clerks of the market as escort, with gentlemen on horseback and their servants in livery, made a handsome suite. The sheriff, says Chamberlain, is the life of justice, of law, and of the country. In England, an insensible demolition constantly pulverizes and dissevers laws and customs. You must understand in our day that neither the sheriff, the wapentake, nor the justice of the quorum could exercise their functions as they did then. There was in the England of the past a certain confusion of powers, whose ill-defined attributes resulted in their overstepping their real bounds at times, a thing which would be impossible in the present day. The usurpation of power by police and justices has ceased. We believe that even the word wapentake has changed its meaning. It implied a magisterial function. Now it signifies a territorial division. It specified the centurion. It now specifies the 100, centum. Moreover, in those days the sheriff of the county combined with something more and something less, and condensed in his own authority, which was at once royal and municipal, the two magistrates formerly called in France the civil lieutenant of Paris and the lieutenant of police. The civil lieutenant of Paris, Monsieur, is pretty well described in an old police note. The civil lieutenant has no dislike to domestic quarrels because he always has the pickings. 22nd July, 1704. As to the lieutenant of police, he was a redoubtable person, multiple and vague. The best personification of him was René d'Argenson, who, as was said by Saint Simon, displayed in his face the three judges of hell united. The three judges of hell sat
Chapter 74 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Section 74. Part 2, Book the Fourth, Chapter 7. Shuddering. When Gwynplaine heard the wicket shut, creaking in all its bolts, he trembled. It seemed to him that the door which had just closed was the communication between light and darkness, opening on one side on the living, human crowd, and on the other on a dead world. And now that everything illumined by the sun was behind him, that he had stepped over the boundary of life and was standing without it, his heart contracted. What were they going to do with him? What did it all mean? Where was he? He saw nothing around him. He found himself in perfect darkness. The shutting of the door had momentarily blinded him. The window in the door had been closed as well. No loophole, no lamp. Such were the precautions of old times. It was forbidden to light the entrance to the jails, so that newcomers should take no observations. Gwynplaine extended his arms and touched the wall on the right side and on the left. He was in a passage. Little by little a cavernous daylight exuded. no one knows whence, and which floats about dark places, and to which the dilation of the pupil adjusts itself slowly, enabled him to distinguish a feature here and there, and the corridor was vaguely sketched out before him. Gwynplaine, who had never had a glimpse of penal severities, save in the exaggerations of Ursus, felt as though seized by a sort of vague, gigantic hand. To be caught in the mysterious toils of the law is frightful. He who is brave in all other dangers is disconcerted in the presence of justice. Why? Is it that the justice of man works in twilight, and the judge gropes his way? Gwynplaine remembered what Ursus had told him of the necessity for silence. He wished to see Dea again. He felt some discretionary instinct which urged him not to irritate. Sometimes to wish to be enlightened is to make matters worse. On the other hand, however, the weight of the adventure was so overwhelming that he gave way at length, and could not restrain a question. "Gentlemen," said he, "whither are you taking me?" They made no answer. It was a law of silent capture, and Norman text is formal. A silentiariis ostio prepositis introducti sunt. This silence froze Gwynplaine. Up to that moment he had believed himself to be firm. He was self-sufficing. To be self-sufficing is to be powerful. He had lived isolated from the world, and imagined that being alone he was unassailable. And now, all at once, he felt himself under the pressure of a hideous collective force. How was he to combat that horrible anonyma, the law? He felt faint under the perplexity. A fear of an unknown character had found a fissure in his armor. Besides, he had not slept. He had not eaten. He had scarcely moistened his lips with a cup of tea. The whole night had been passed in a kind of delirium, and the fever was still on him. He was thirsty, perhaps hungry. The craving of the stomach disorders everything. Since the previous evening all kinds of incidents had assailed him. The emotions which had tormented had sustained him. Without the storm a sail would be a rag, but his was the excessive feebleness of the rag, which the wind inflates till it tears it. He felt himself sinking. Was he about to fall without consciousness on the pavement? To faint is the resource of a woman, and the humiliation of a man. He hardened himself, but he trembled. He felt as one.
Section 75 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 4th, Chapter 8. Lamentation. They began to move forward. They advanced through the passage. There was no preliminary registry, no place of record. The prisons in those times were not overburdened with documents. They were content to close round you without knowing why. To be a prison and to hold prisoners sufficed. The procession was obliged to lengthen itself out, taking the form of the corridor. They walked almost in single file. First the Wapentake, then Gwynplaine, then the justice of the quorum, then the constables, advancing in a group, and blocking up the passage behind Gwynplaine as with a bung. The passage narrowed. Now Gwynplaine touched the walls with both his elbows. In the roof, which was made of flints dashed with cement, was a succession of granite arches jutting out, and still more contracting the passage. He had to stoop to pass under them. No speed was possible in that corridor. Any one trying to escape through it would have been compelled to move slowly. The passage twisted. All entrails are tortuous, those of a prison as well as those of a man. Here and there, sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left, spaces in the wall, square and closed by large iron gratings, gave glimpses of flights of stairs, some descending and some ascending. They reached a closed door. It opened. They passed through, and it closed again. Then they came to a second door, which admitted them. Then to a third, which also turned on its hinges. These doors seemed to open and shut of themselves. No one was to be seen. While the corridor contracted, the roof grew lower, until at length it was impossible to stand upright. Moisture exuded from the wall. Drops of water fell from the vault. The slabs that paved the corridor were clammy as an intestine. The diffused pallor that served as light became more and more a pall. Air was deficient, and what was singularly ominous, the passage was a descent. Close observation was necessary to perceive that there was such a descent. In darkness a gentle declivity is portentous. Nothing is more fearful than the vague evils to which we are led by imperceptible degrees. It is awful to descend into unknown depths. How long had they proceeded thus? Gwynplaine could not tell. Moments passed under such crushing agony seem immeasurably prolonged. Suddenly they halted. The darkness was intense. The corridor widened somewhat. Gwynplaine heard close to him a noise of which only a Chinese gong could give an idea. Something like a blow struck against the diaphragm of the abyss. It was the Wapentake striking his wand against a sheet of iron. That sheet of iron was a door. Not a door on hinges, but a door which was raised and let down, something like a portcullis. There was a sound of creaking in a groove, and Gwynplaine was suddenly face to face with a bit of square light. The sheet of metal had just been raised into a slit in the vault like the door of a mousetrap. An opening had appeared. The light was not daylight, but glimmer, but on the dilated eyeballs of Gwynplaine the pale and sudden ray struck like a flash of lightning. It was some time before he could see anything. To see with dazzled eyes is as difficult as to see in darkness. At length, by degrees, the pupil of his eye became proportioned to the light, just as it had been proportioned to the darkness, and he was able to distinguish objects. The light, which at first had seemed too bright, settled into its proper hue and became livid. He cast a glance into the yawning space before him, and what he saw was terrible. At his feet were about 20 steps, steep, narrow, worn, almost perpendicular, without balustrade on either side, a sort of stone ridge cut out from the side of a wall into stairs entering and leading into a very deep cell. They reached to the bottom. The cell was round, roofed by an ogee vault with a low arch from the fault of level in the top stone of the frieze, a displacement common to cells under heavy edifices. The kind of hole acting as a door, which the sheet of iron had just revealed, and on which the stairs abutted, was formed in the vault so that the eye looked down from it as into a well. The cell was large, and if it was the bottom of a well, it must have been a cyclopean one. The idea that the old word coup de basse-fosse awakens in the mind can only be applied to it if it were the lair of wild beasts. The cell was neither flagged nor paved. The bottom was of that cold, moist earth peculiar to deep places. In the midst of the cell, 4 low and disproportioned columns sustained a porch heavily ogival, of which the 4 mouldings united in the interior of the porch something like the inside of a mitre. This porch, similar to the pinnacles under which sarcophagi were formerly placed, rose nearly to the top of the vault, and made a sort of central chamber in the cavern, if that could be called a chamber which had only pillars in place of walls. From the key of the arch hung a brass lamp, round and barred like the window of a prison. This lamp threw around it, on the pillars, on the vault, on the circular wall which was seen dimly behind the pillars, a wan light cut by bars of shadow. This was the light which had at first dazzled Gwynplaine. Now it threw out only a confused redness. There was no other light in the cell, neither window nor door nor loophole. Between the 4 pillars, exactly below the lamp, in the spot where there was most light, a pale and terrible form lay on the ground. It was lying on its back. A head was visible, of which the eyes were shut, a body of which the chest was a shapeless mass. 4 limbs belonging to the body, in the position of the cross of St. Andrew, were drawn towards the 4 pillars by 4 chains, fastened to each foot and each hand. These chains were fastened to an iron ring at the base of each column. The form was held immovable, in the horrible position of being quartered, and had the icy look of a livid corpse. It was naked. It was a man. Gwynplaine, as if petrified, stood at the top of the stairs looking down. Suddenly he heard a rattle in the throat. The corpse was alive. Close to the spectre, in one of the ogives, of which the door at each side of a great seat, which stood on a large flat stone, stood 2 men swathed in long black cloaks, and on the seat an old man was sitting, dressed in a red robe, wan, motionless, and ominous, holding a bunch of roses in his hand. The bunch of roses would have enlightened any one less ignorant than Gwynplaine. The right of judging with a nosegay in his hand implied the holder to be a magistrate, at once royal and municipal. The Lord Mayor of London still keeps up the custom. To assist the deliberations of the judges was the function of the earliest roses of the season. The old man seated on the bench was the sheriff of the county of Surrey. He was the majestic rigidity of a Roman dignitary. The bench was the only seat in the cell. By the side of it was a table covered with papers and books, on which lay the long white wand of the sheriff. The men standing by the side of the sheriff were 2 doctors, one of medicine, the other of law, the latter recognizable by the sergeant's coif over his wig. Both wore black robes, one of the shape worn by judges, the other by doctors. Men of these kinds wear mourning for the deaths of which they are the cause. Behind the sheriff, at the edge of the flat stone under the seat, was crouched, with a writing-table near to him, a bundle of papers on his knees, and a sheet of parchment on the bundle, a secretary, in a round wig, with a pen in his hand, in the attitude of a man ready to write. This secretary was of the class called keeper of the bag, as was shown by a bag at his feet. These bags in former times employed in law processes were termed bags of justice. With folded arms, leaning against a pillar, was a man entirely dressed in leather, the hangman's assistant. These men seemed as if they had been fixed by enchantment in their funereal postures round the chained man. None of them spoke or moved. There brooded over all a fearful calm. What Gwynplaine saw was a torture chamber. There were many such in England. The crypt of Beauchamp Tower long served this purpose, as did also the cell in the Lollards prison. A place of this nature is still to be seen in London, called the Vaults of Lady Place. In this last mentioned chamber there is a grate for the purpose of heating the irons. All the prisons of King John's time, and Southwark Jail was one, had their chambers of torture. The scene which is about to follow was in those days a frequent one in England, and might even, by criminal process, be carried out to-day, since the same laws are still unrepealed. England offers the curious sight of a barbarous code living on the best terms with liberty. We confess that they make an excellent family party. Some distrust, however, might not be undesirable. In the case of a crisis, a return to the penal code would not be impossible. English legislation is a tamed tiger with a velvet paw, but the claws are still there. Cut the claws of the law, and you will do well. Law almost ignores right. On one side is penalty, on the other humanity. Philosophers protest, but it will take some time yet before the justice of man is assimilated to the justice of God. Respect for the law, that is the English phrase. In England they venerate so many laws that they never repeal any. They save themselves from the consequences of their veneration by never putting them into execution. An old law falls into disuse like an old woman, and they never think of killing either one or the other. They cease to make use of them. That is all. Both are at liberty to consider themselves still young and beautiful. They may fancy that they are as they were. This politeness is called respect. Norman custom is very wrinkled. That does not prevent many an English judge casting sheep's eyes at her. They stick amorously to an antiquated atrocity, so long as it is Norman. What can be more savage than the gibbet? In 1867 a man was sentenced to be cut into 4 quarters and offered to a woman, the Queen. Footnote, the Fenian, Burke. End footnote. Still, torture was never practised in England. History asserts this as a fact. The assurance of history is wonderful. Matthew of Westminster mentions that the Saxon law, very clement and kind, did not punish criminals by death, and adds that it limited itself to cutting off the nose and scooping out the eyes. That was all. Gwynplaine, scared and haggard, stood at the top of the steps, trembling in every limb. He shuddered from head to foot. He tried to remember what crime he had committed. To the silence of the wapentake had succeeded the vision of torture to be endured. It was a step indeed forward, but a tragic one. He saw the dark enigma of the law, under the power of which he felt himself increasing in obscurity. The human form lying on the earth rattled in its throat again. Gwynplaine felt someone touching him gently on his shoulder. It was the wapentake. Gwynplaine knew that meant that he was to descend. He obeyed. He descended the stairs step by step. They were very narrow, each 8 or 9 inches in height. There was no handrail. The descent required caution. 2 steps behind Gwynplaine followed the wapentake, holding up his iron weapon, and at the same interval behind the wapentake, the justice of the quorum. As he descended the steps, Gwynplaine felt an indescribable extinction of hope. There was death in every step. In each one that he descended, there died a ray of the light within him. Growing paler and paler, he reached the bottom of the stairs. The lava lying chained to the 4 pillars still rattled in its throat. A voice in the shadow said, "Approach!" It was the sheriff addressing Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine took a step forward. "Closer," said the sheriff. The justice of the quorum murmured in the ear of Gwynplaine so gravely that there was solemnity in the whisper, "You are before the sheriff of the county of Surrey." Gwynplaine advanced towards the victim extended in the centre of the cell. The wapentake and the justice of the quorum remained where they were, allowing Gwynplaine to advance alone. When Gwynplaine reached the spot under the porch, close to that miserable thing which he had hitherto perceived only from a distance, but which was a living man, his fear rose to terror. The man who was chained there was quite naked, except for that rag so hideously modest which might be called the vine-leaf of punishment. The cingulum of the Romans and the Christipanus of the Goths, of which the old Gaelic jargon made Cripagni. Christ wore but that shred on the cross. The terror-stricken sufferer whom Gwynplaine now saw seemed a man of about 50 or 60 years of age. He was bald, Grisly hairs of beard bristled on his chin. His eyes were closed, his mouth open. Every tooth was to be seen. His thin and bony face was like a death's head. His arms and legs were fastened by chains to the 4 stone pillars in the shape of the letter X. He had on his breast and belly a plate of iron, and on this iron 5 or 6 large stones were laid. His rattle was at times a sigh, at times a roar. The sheriff, still holding his bunch of roses, took from the table with the hand which was free his white wand, and standing up said, "Obedience to Her Majesty." Then he replaced the wand upon the table. Then, in words long drawn as a knell, without a gesture, and immovable as the sufferer, the sheriff, raising his voice, said, "Man who liest here bound in chains, listen for the last time to the voice of justice. You have been taken from your dungeon and brought to this jail, legally summoned in the usual forms, formalius verbus pressus, not regarding to lectures and communications which have been made and which will now be repeated to you. Inspired by a bad and perverse spirit of tenacity, you have preserved silence and refused to answer the judge. This is a detestable licence which constitutes among deeds punishable by cashlet the crime and misdemeanour of overseness." The sergeant of the coif on the right of the sheriff interrupted him, and said with an indifference indescribably lugubrious in its effect, "Over Hernessa, Laws of Alfred and of Gudrun, Chapter the 6th." The sheriff resumed. "The law is respected by all except by scoundrels who infest the woods where the hinds bear young." Like one clock striking after another, the sergeant said, "Qui faciunt vestum in foresta ubi damoi solent fontanari." "He who refuses to answer the magistrate," said the sheriff, "is suspected of every vice. He is reputed capable of every evil." The sergeant interposed, "Prodigius, devorator, profusus, salax, rufianus, ebriosis, luxuriosis, simulator, consumptor patrimoni, elio, ambro, et gluto." "Every vice," said the sheriff, "means every crime. He who confesses nothing confesses everything. He who holds his peace before the questions of the judge is in fact a liar and a parricide." "Mendax et parricida," said the sergeant. The sheriff said, "Man, it is not permitted to absent oneself by silence. To pretend contumaciousness is a wound given to the law. It is like Diomede wounding a goddess. Taciturnity before a judge is a form of rebellion. Treason to justice is high treason. Nothing is more hateful or rash. He who resists interrogation steals truth. The law has provided for this. For such cases, the English have always enjoyed the right of the fosse, the fork, and chains." "Anglica Charter, year 1088, said the sergeant. Then, with the same mechanical gravity, he added, "Ferum et fossum et furcus cum alius libertatibus." The sheriff continued, "Man, forasmuch as you have not chosen to break silence, though of sound mind and having full knowledge in respect of the subject concerning which justice demands an answer, and forasmuch as you are diabolically refractory, you have necessarily been put to torture, and you have been, by the terms of the criminal statutes, tried by the peine forte et dure. This is what has been done to you, for the law requires that I should fully inform you. You have been brought to this dungeon. You have been stripped of your clothes. You have been laid on your back naked on the ground. Your limbs have been stretched and tied to the 4 pillars of the law. A sheet of iron has been placed on your chest, and as many stones as you can bear have been heaped on your belly. And more, says the law. Plus que, affirmed the sergeant. The sheriff continued. In this situation, and before prolonging the torture, a second summons to answer and to speak has been made you by me, sheriff of the county of Surrey, and you have satanically kept silent, though under torture, chains, shackles, fetters, and irons. Attachmenta legalia, said the sergeant. On your refusal and contumacy, said the sheriff, it being right that the obstinacy of the law should equal the obstinacy of the criminal, the proof has been continued according to the edicts and texts. The first day you were given nothing to eat or drink. Hoc est super jejunari, said the sergeant. There was silence. The awful hiss of the man's breathing was heard from under the heap of stones. The sergeant at law completed his quotation. Ade augmentum abstinentiae ciborum diminutione consuetudo Britannica Art 504. The 2 men, the sheriff and the sergeant, alternated. Nothing could be more dreary than their imperturbable monotony. The mournful voice responded to the ominous voice. It might be said that the priest and the deacon of punishment were celebrating the savage mass of the law. The sheriff resumed. On the first day you were given nothing to eat or drink. On the second day you were given food, but nothing to drink. Between your teeth were thrust 3 mouthfuls of barley bread. On the third day they gave you to drink, but nothing to eat. They poured into your mouth at 3 different times and in 3 different glasses a pint of water taken from the common sewer of the prison. The 4th day is come. It is today. Now, if you do not answer, you will be left here till you die. Justice wills it. The sergeant, ready with his reply, appeared. Mors rei homagium expone legi. And while you feel yourself dying miserably, resumed the sheriff, no one will attend to you, even when the blood rushes from your throat, your chin, and your armpits, and every pore from the mouth to the loins. Athro tabola, said the sergeant, et pabu et subhircus et e grugno usque ad cruponum. The sheriff continued, Man, attend to me, because the consequences concern you. If you renounce your execrable silence, and if you confess, you will only be hanged, and you will have a right to the mel de fio, which is a sum of money. Damnum confitiens, said the sergeant. Habeat le mel de fio. Liges ne, chapter the 20th. Which sum, insisted the sheriff, shall be paid in doitkins, suskins, and galahalpins, the only case in which this money is to pass, according to the terms of the statute of abolition, in the 3rd of Henry V, and you will have the right and enjoyment of scortum ante mortem, and then be hanged on the gibbet. Such are the advantages of confession. Does it please you to answer to justice? The sheriff ceased and waited. The prisoner lay motionless. The sheriff resumed, Man's silence is a refuge in which there is more risk than safety. The obstinate man is damnable and vicious. He who is silent before justice is a felon to the crown. Do not persist in this unfilial disobedience. Think of her Majesty. Do not oppose our gracious Queen. When I speak to you, answer her. Be a loyal subject. The patient rattled in the throat. The sheriff continued. So, after the 72 hours of the proof, here we are at the 4th day. Man, this is the decisive day. The 4th day has been fixed by the law for the confrontation. Quarta die frontem ad frontem adduce, growled the sergeant. The wisdom of the law, continued the sheriff, has chosen this last hour to hold what our ancestors called judgment by mortal cold, seeing that it is the moment when men are believed on their yes or their no. The sergeant on the right confirmed his words. Judicium pro fraud mortel, quod homines credenti sint per suum, ja et per suum no. Charter of King Adelstan, volume the 1st, page 163. There was a moment's pause. Then the sheriff bent his stern face towards the prisoner. Man who art lying there on the ground. He paused. Man, he cried, do you hear me? The man did not move. In the name of the law, said the sheriff, open your eyes. The man's lids remained closed. The sheriff turned to the doctor, who was standing on his left. Doctor, give your diagnostic. Probe da diagnosticum, said the sergeant. The doctor came down with magisterial stiffness, approached the man, leant over him, put his ear close to the mouth of the sufferer, felt the pulse at the wrist, the armpit, and the thigh, then rose again. Well, said the sheriff. He can still hear, said the doctor. Can he see? Inquired the sheriff. The doctor answered, he can see. On a sign from the sheriff, the justice of the quorum and the Wapentake advanced. The Wapentake placed himself near the head of the patient. The justice of the quorum stood behind Gwynplaine. The doctor retired a step behind the pillars. Then the sheriff, raising the bunch of roses as a priest about to sprinkle holy water, called to the prisoner in a loud voice, and became awful. "O wretched man, speak! The law supplicates before she exterminates you. You who feign to be mute, remember how mute is the tomb. You who appear deaf, remember that damnation is more deaf. Think of the death which is worse than your present state. Repent! You are about to be left alone in this cell. Listen, you who are my likeness, for I am a man. Listen, my brother, because I am a Christian. Listen, my son, because I am an old man. Look at me, for I am the master of your sufferings, and I am about to become terrible. The terrors of the law make up the majesty of the judge. Believe that I myself tremble before myself. My own power alarms me. Do not drive me to extremities. I am filled by the holy malice of chastisement. Feel, then, wretched man, the salutary and honest fear of justice, and obey me. The hour of confrontation is come, and you must answer. Do not harden yourself in resistance. Do not that which will be irrevocable. Think that your end belongs to me. Half man, half corpse, listen. At least let it not be your determination to expire here, exhausted for hours, days, and weeks by frightful agonies of hunger and foulness, under the weight of those stones, alone in the cell, deserted, forgotten, annihilated, left as food for the rats and the weasels, gnawed by creatures of darkness while the world comes and goes, buys and sells, whilst carriages roll in the streets above your head. Unless you would continue to draw painful breath without remission in the depths of this despair, grinding your teeth, weeping, blaspheming, without a doctor to appease the anguish of your wounds, without a priest
to offer a divine draught of water to your soul. Oh, if only that you may not feel the frightful froth of the sepulchre ooze slowly from your lips, I adjure and conjure you to hear me. I call you to your own aid. Have pity on yourself. Do what is asked of you. Give way to justice. Open your eyes and see if you recognize this man.
The prisoner neither turned his head nor lifted his eyelids. The sheriff cast a glance first at the justice of the quorum and then at the wapentake. The justice of the quorum, taking Gwynplaine's hat and mantle, put his hands on his shoulders and placed him in the light by the side of the chained man. The face of Gwynplaine stood out clearly from the surrounding shadow in its strange relief. At the same time, the wapentake bent down, took the man's temples between his hands, turned the inert head towards Gwynplaine, and with his thumbs and his first fingers lifted the closed eyelids. The prisoner saw Gwynplaine. Then, raising his head voluntarily and opening his eyes wide, he looked at him. He quivered as much as a man can quiver with a mountain on his breast, and then cried out, "'Tis he! Yes, 'tis he!" And he burst into a horrible laugh. "'Tis he!" he repeated. Then his head fell back on the ground, and he closed his eyes again. "Registrar, take that down," said the justice. Gwynplaine, though terrified, had, up to that moment, preserved a calm exterior. The cry of the prisoner, "'Tis he!" overwhelmed him completely. The words, "Registrar, take that down," froze him. It seemed to him that a scoundrel had dragged him to his fate without his being able to guess why, and that the man's unintelligible confession was closing round him, like the clasp of an iron collar. He fancied himself side by side with him in the posts of the same pillory. Gwynplaine lost his footing in his terror, and protested. He began to stammer incoherent words in the deep distress of an innocent man, and, quivering, terrified, lost, uttered the first random outcries that rose to his mind, and words of agony, like aimless projectiles. "It is not true! It was not me! I do not know the man! He cannot know me, since I do not know him! I have my part to play this evening. What do you want of me? I demand my liberty. Nor is that all. Why have I been brought to this dungeon? Are there laws no longer? You may as well say at once that there are no laws. My Lord Judge, I repeat that it is not I. I am innocent of all that can be said. I know I am. I wish to go away. This is not justice. There is nothing between this man and me. You can find out. My life is not hidden up. They came and took me away like a thief. Why did they come like that? How could I know the man? I am a travelling mountebank who plays farces at fairs and markets. I am the laughing man. Plenty of people have seen me. We are staying in Tarrinzeau Field. I have been earning an honest livelihood these 15 years. I am 25. I lodge at the Tadcaster Inn. I am called Gwynplaine. My lord, let me out. You should not take advantage of the low estate of the unfortunate. Have compassion on a man who has done no harm, who is without protection and without defence. You have before you a poor mountebank." "I have before me," said the sheriff, "Lord Fermain Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville, Marquis of Corleone in Sicily, and a peer of England." Rising and offering his chair to Gwynplaine, the sheriff added, "My lord, will your lordship deign to seat yourself?" End of section.
Section 76 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.K. Neely. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book 5, Chapter 1. The Durability of Fragile Things. Destiny sometimes proffers us a glass of madness to drink. A hand is thrust out of the mist, and suddenly hands us the mysterious cup in which is contained the latent intoxication. Gwynplaine did not understand. He looked behind him to see who it was who had been addressed. A sound may be too sharp to be perceptible to the ear. An emotion too acute conveys no meaning to the mind. There is a limit to comprehension as well as to hearing. The Wapentake and the justice of the quorum approached Gwynplaine and took him by the arms. He felt himself placed in the chair which the sheriff had just vacated. He let it be done, without seeking an explanation. When Gwynplaine was seated, the justice of the quorum and the Wapentake retired a few steps, and stood upright and motionless behind the seat. Then the sheriff placed his bunch of roses on the stone table, put on spectacles which the secretary gave him, drew from the bundles of papers which covered the table a sheet of parchment, yellow, green, torn, and jagged in places, which seemed to have been folded in very small folds, and of which one side was covered with writing. Standing under the light of the lamp, he held the sheet close to his eyes, and in his most solemn tone read as follows: "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, this present day, the 29th of January, 1690th year of our Lord, has been wickedly deserted on the desert coast of Portland, with the intention of allowing him to perish, of hunger, of cold, and of solitude, a child, 10 years old. That child was sold at the age of 2 years, by order of his most gracious Majesty, King James II. That child is Lord Fermain Clancharlie, the only legitimate son of Lord Linnaeus Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville, Marquis of Corleone in Sicily, a peer of England, and of Anne Bradshaw, his wife, both deceased. That child is the inheritor of the estates and titles of his father. For this reason he was sold, mutilated, disfigured, and put out of the way by desire of his most gracious Majesty. That child was brought up and trained to be a mountebank at markets and fairs. He was sold at the age of 2, after the death of the peer his father, and 10 pounds sterling were given to the king as his purchase money, as well as for divers concessions, tolerations, and immunities. Lord Fermain Clancharlie, at the age of 2 years, was bought by me, the undersigned, who write these lines, and mutilated and disfigured by a Fleming of Flanders, called Hardquanonne, who alone is acquainted with the secrets and modes of treatment of Dr. Conquest. The child was destined by us to be a laughing mask, masca ridens. With this intention Hardquanonne performed on him the operation bucca fissa usque ad aures, which stamps an everlasting laugh upon the face. The child, by means known only to Hardquanonne, was put to sleep and made insensible during its performance, knowing nothing of the operation which he underwent. He does not know that he is Lord Clancharlie. He answers to the name of Gwynplaine. This fact is the result of his youth, and the slight powers of memory he could have had when he was bought and sold, being then barely 2 years old. Hardquanonne is the only person who knows how to perform the operation bucca fissa,
and the said child is the only living subject upon which it has been essayed. The operation is so unique and singular, that though after long years this child should have come to be an old man instead of a child, and his black locks should have turned white, he would be immediately recognized by Hardquanonne. At the time that I am writing this, Hardquanonne, who has perfect knowledge of all the facts, and participated as principal therein, is detained in the prisons of His Highness the Prince of Orange, commonly called King William III. Hardquanonne was apprehended and seized as being one of the band of Comprachicos, or Chelas. He is imprisoned in the dungeon of Chatham. It was in Switzerland, near the Lake of Geneva, between Lausanne and Vevey, in the very house in which his father and mother died, that the child was, in obedience with the orders of the king, sold and given up by the last servant of the deceased Lord Linnaeus, which servant died soon after his master, so that this secret and delicate matter is now unknown to any one on earth, excepting Hardquanonne, who is in the dungeon of Chatham, and ourselves, now about to perish. We, the undersigned, brought up and kept, for 8 years, for professional purposes, the little lord bought by us of the king. Today, flying from England to avoid Hardquanonne's ill fortune, our fear of the penal indictments, prohibitions, and fulminations of Parliament has induced us to desert, at nightfall, on the coast of Portland, the said child Gwynplaine, who is Lord Fermain Clancharlie. Now, we have sworn secrecy to the king, but not to God. Tonight, at sea, overtaken by a violent tempest by the will of Providence, full of despair and distress, kneeling before Him who could save our lives, and may, perhaps, be willing to save our souls, having nothing more to hope from men, but everything to fear from God, having for only anchor and resource repentance of our bad actions, resigned to death, and content if divine justice be satisfied, humble, penitent, and beating our breasts, we make this declaration, and confide and deliver it to the furious ocean to use as it best may, according to the will of God. And may the Holy Virgin aid us. Amen. And we attach our signatures. The sheriff interrupted, saying, "Here are the signatures, all in different handwritings." And he resumed, "Dr. Gernardus Giestamund, Asuncion," a cross, and, at the side of it, "Barbara Fermoy, from Tirith Isle, in the Hebrides, Gaius Dora, Captain, Jan Gerate, Jacques Courtours, alias Le Narbonnais, Le Pierre Capgaroupe, from the galleys of Mahon." The sheriff, after a pause, resumed, "A note written in the same hand as the text and the first signature." And he read, "Of the 3 men comprising the crew, the skipper having been swept off by a wave, there remain but 2, and we have signed. Galdeizun, Ave Maria, thief." The sheriff, interspersing his reading with his own observations, continued, "At the bottom of the sheet is written, 'At sea, on board of the Matutina, Biscay hooker, from the Gulf des Passages.' This sheaf," added the sheriff, "is a legal document bearing the mark of King James II. On the margin of the declaration, and in the same handwriting, there is this note: 'The present declaration is written by us on the back of the royal order, which was given us as our receipt we bought the child.' Turn the leaf, and the order will be seen." The sheriff turned the parchment, and raised it in his right hand, to expose it to the light. A blank page was seen, if the word blank can be applied to a thing so mouldy, and in the middle of the page 3 words were written, 2 Latin words, Jussu Regis, and a signature, Jeffreys. "Jussu Regis Jeffreys," said the sheriff, passing from a grave voice to a clear one. Gwynplaine was as a man on whose head a tile falls from the palace of dreams. He began to speak like one who speaks unconsciously. "Gernardus, yes, the doctor. An old, sad-looking man. I was afraid of him. Gaisdora, captain, that means chief. There were women, Asuncion, and the other, and then the Provençal. His name was Capgaroupe. He used to drink out of a flat bottle on which there was a name written in red." "Behold it," said the sheriff. He placed on the table something which the secretary had just taken out of the bag. It was a gourd, with handles like ears, covered with wicker. This bottle had evidently seen service, and had sojourned in the water. Shells and seaweed adhered to it. It was encrusted and damascened over with the rust of the ocean. There was a ring of tar round its neck, showing that it had been hermetically sealed. Now it was unsealed and open. They had, however, replaced in the flask a sort of bung made of tarred oakum, which had been used to cork it. "It was in this bottle," said the sheriff, "that the men about to perish placed the declaration which I have just read. This message addressed to justice has been faithfully delivered by the sea." The sheriff increased the majesty of his tones, and continued, "In the same way that Harrow Hill produces excellent wheat, which is turned into fine flour for the royal table, so the sea renders every service in its power to England, and when a nobleman is lost, finds and restores him." Then he resumed, "On this flask, as you say, there is a name written in red." He raised his voice, turning to the motionless prisoner. "Your name, malefactor, is here. Such are the hidden channels by which truth, swallowed up in the gulf of human actions, floats to the surface." The sheriff took the gourd, and turned to the light one of its sides, which had, no doubt, been cleaned for the ends of justice. Between the interstices of wicker was a narrow line of red reed, blackened here and there by the action of water and of time. The reed, notwithstanding some breakages, traced distinctly in the wicker these 12 letters, Hardquanonne. Then the sheriff, resuming that monotonous tone of voice which resembles nothing else, and which may be termed a judicial accent, turned toward the sufferer. "Hardquanonne, when by us, the sheriff, this bottle, on which is your name, was for the first time shown, exhibited, and presented to you, you at once, and willingly, recognized it as having belonged to you. Then, the parchment being read to you which was contained, folded and enclosed within it, you would say no more, and in the hope, doubtless, that the lost child would never be recovered, and that you would escape punishment, you refused to answer. As the result of your refusal, you have had applied to you the peine forte et dure, and the second reading of the said parchment, on which is written the declaration and confession of your accomplices, was made to you, but in vain. This is the 4th day, and that which is legally set apart for the confrontation and he who was deserted on the 29th of January, 1690, having been brought into your presence, your devilish hope has vanished. You have broken silence and recognized your victim. The prisoner opened his eyes, lifted his head, and with a voice strangely resonant of agony, but which had still an indescribable calm mingled with its hoarseness, pronounced in excruciating accents, from under the mass of stones, words to pronounce each of which he had to lift that which was like the slab of a tomb placed upon him. He spoke. "I swore to keep the secret. I have kept it as long as I could. Men of dark lives are faithful, and hell has its honor. Now silence is useless, so be it. For this reason I speak. Well, yes, 'tis he. We did it between us, the king and I, the king by his will, I by my art." And, looking at Gwynplaine, "Now laugh for ever." And he himself began to laugh. This second laugh, wilder yet than the first, might have been taken for a sob. The laugh ceased, and the man lay back. His eyelids closed. The sheriff, who had allowed the prisoner to speak, resumed. "All of which is placed on record." He gave the secretary time to write, and then said, "Hardquanonne, by the terms of the law, after confrontation followed by identification, after the third reading of the declarations of your accomplices, since confirmed by your recognition and confession, and after your renewed avowal, you are about to be relieved from these irons, and placed at the good pleasure of Her Majesty to be hung as plagiary." "Plagiary," said the sergeant of the coif, "that is to say, a buyer and seller of children. Law of the Visigoths, 7th book, 3rd chapter. Qui puerus vendis, plagiarius est tibi nomen." The sheriff placed the parchment on the table, laid down his spectacles, took up the nosegay, and said, "End of la peine forte et dure. Hardquanonne, thank Her Majesty." By a sign the justice of the quorum set in motion the man dressed in leather. This man, who was the executioner's assistant, groom of the gibbet, the old charters call him, went to the prisoner, took off the stones, one by one, from his chest, and lifted the plate of iron up, exposing the wretch's crushed sides. Then he freed his wrists and ankle bones from the 4 chains that fastened him to the pillars. The prisoner, released alike from stones and chains, lay flat on the ground, his eyes closed, his arms and legs apart, like a crucified man taken down from a cross. "Hardquanonne," said the sheriff, "arise." The prisoner did not move. The groom of the gibbet took up a hand and let it go. The hand fell back. The other hand, being raised, fell back likewise. The groom of the gibbet seized one foot and then the other, and the heels fell back on the ground. The fingers remained inert, and the toes motionless. The naked feet of an extended corpse seem, as it were, to bristle. The doctor approached, and drawing from the pocket of his robe a little mirror of steel, put it to the open mouth of Hardquanonne. Then with his fingers he opened the eyelids. They did not close again. The glassy eyeballs remained fixed. The doctor rose up and said, "He is dead." And he added, He laughed. That killed him. "'Tis of little consequence," said the sheriff. "After confession, life or death is a mere formality." Then, pointing to Hardquanonne by a gesture with the nosegay of roses, the sheriff gave the order to the Wapentake, "A corpse, to be carried away tonight." The Wapentake acquiesced by a nod, and the sheriff added, "The cemetery of the jail is opposite." The Wapentake nodded again. The sheriff, holding in his left hand the nosegay and in his right the white wand, placed himself opposite Gwynplaine, who was still seated, and made him a low bow. Then, assuming another solemn attitude, he turned his head over his shoulder, and looking Gwynplaine in the face, said, "To you here present, we, Philip Denzil Parsons, Knight, Sheriff of the County of Surrey, assisted by Aubrey Dominic Esquire, our clerk and registrar, and by our usual officers, duly provided by the direct and special commands of Her Majesty, in virtue of our commission, and the rights and duties of our charge, and with authority from the Lord Chancellor of England, the affidavits have been drawn up and recorded, regard being had to the documents communicated by the Admiralty, after verification of attestations and signatures, after declarations read and heard, after confrontation made, all the statements and legal information having been completed, exhausted, and brought to a good and just issue, we signify and declare to you, in order that right may be done, that you are Fermain Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville, Marquis de Corleone in Sicily, and a peer of England, and God keep your lordship." And he bowed to him. The sergeant on the right, the doctor, the justice of the quorum, the wapentake, the secretary, all the attendants except the executioner, repeated his salutation still more respectfully, and bowed to the ground before Gwynplaine. "Ah," said Gwynplaine, "awake me." And he stood up, pale as death. "I come to awake you indeed," said a voice which had not yet been heard. A man came out from behind the pillars. As no one had entered the cell since the sheet of iron had given passage to the cortege of police, it was clear that this man had been there in the shadow before Gwynplaine had entered, that he had a regular right of attendance, and had been presented by appointment and mission. The man was fat and pursy, and wore a court wig and a travelling cloak. He was rather old than young, and very precise. He saluted Gwynplaine with ease and respect, with the ease of a gentleman in waiting, and without the awkwardness of a judge. "Yes," he said, "I have come to awaken you. For 25 years you have slept. You have been dreaming. It is time to awake. You believe yourself to be Gwynplaine. You are Clancharlie. You believe yourself to be one of the people. You belong to the peerage. You believe yourself to be one of the lowest rank. You are of the highest. You believe yourself a player. You are a senator. You believe yourself poor. You are wealthy. You believe yourself to be of no account. You are important. Awake, my lord." Gwynplaine, in a low voice, in which a tremor of fear was to be distinguished, murmured, "What does it all mean?" "It means, my lord," said the fat man, "that I am called Barkilphedro, that I am an officer of the Admiralty, that this waif, the flask of Hardquanonne, was found on the beach, and was brought to be unsealed by me, according to the duty and prerogative of my office. That I opened it in the presence of 2 sworn jurors of the Jetsam office, both members of Parliament, William Brathwaite, from the city of Bath, and Thomas Jervois, for Southampton. That the 2 jurors deciphered and attested the contents of the flask, and signed the necessary affidavit conjointly with me. That I made my report to Her Majesty, and by order of the Queen all necessary and legal formalities were carried out with the discretion necessary in a matter so delicate. That the last form, the confrontation, has just been carried out. That you have £40,000 a year. That you are a peer of the United Kingdom of Great Britain, a legislator and a judge, a supreme judge, a sovereign legislator, dressed in purple and ermine, equal to princes, like unto emperors. That you have on your brow the coronet of a peer, and that you are about to wed a duchess, the daughter of a king. Under this transfiguration, overwhelming him like a series of thunderbolts, Gwynplaine, Section 77 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.K. Neely. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book 5, Chapter 2. The Waif Knows Its Own Course. All this had occurred owing to the circumstance of a soldier having found a bottle on the beach. We will relate the facts. In all facts there are wheels within wheels. One day one of the 4 gunners composing the garrison of Castle Calshor picked up on the sand at low water a flask covered with wicker, which had been cast up by the tide. This flask, covered with mould, was corked by a tarred bung. The soldier carried the waif to the colonel of the castle, and the colonel sent it to the High Admiral of England. The admiral meant the Admiralty. With waifs, the Admiralty meant Barkilphedro. Barkilphedro, having uncorked and emptied the bottle, carried it to the Queen. The Queen immediately took the matter into consideration. 2 weighty councillors were instructed and consulted, namely, the Lord Chancellor, who is by law the guardian of the King's conscience, and the Lord Marshal, who is referee in heraldry and in the pedigrees of the nobility. Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk, a Catholic peer, who is hereditary Earl Marshal of England, had sent word by his deputy Earl Marshal, Henry Howard, Earl Bendon, that he would agree with the Lord Chancellor. The Lord Chancellor was William Cowper. We must not confound this Chancellor with his namesake and contemporary William Cowper, the anatomist and commentator on Bidloo, who published a treatise on muscles, in England, at the very time that Etienne Abiot published a history of bones, in France. A surgeon is a very different thing from a lord. Lord William Cowper is celebrated for having, with reference to the affair of Talbot Yelverton, Viscount Longueville, propounded this opinion, that in the English Constitution the restoration of a peer is more important than the restoration of a king. The flask found at Calshor had awakened his interest in the highest degree. The author of a maxim delights in opportunities to which it may be applied. Here was a case of the restoration of a peer. Search was made. Gwynplaine, by the inscription over his door, was soon found. Neither was Hardquanonne dead. A prison rots a man, but preserves him, if to keep is to preserve. People placed in Bastille were rarely removed. There is little more chance in the dungeon than in the tomb. Hardquanonne was still in prison at Chatham. They had only to put their hands on him. He was transferred from Chatham to London. In the meantime, information was sought in Switzerland. The facts were found to be correct. They obtained from the local archives at Vevey, at Lausanne, the certificate of Lord Linnaeus's marriage in exile, the certificate of his child's birth, the certificate of the decease of the father and mother, and they had duplicates, duly authenticated, made to answer all necessary requirements. All this was done with the most rigid secrecy, with what is called royal promptitude, and with that mole-like silence recommended and practised by Bacon, and later on made law by Blackstone, for affairs connected with the chancellorship and the state, and in matters termed parliamentary. The usu regis and the signature Jeffreys were authenticated. To those who have studied pathologically the cases of caprice called our good will and pleasure, this usu regis is very simple. Why should James II, whose credit required the concealment of such acts, have allowed that to be written which endangered their success? The answer is cynicism, haughty indifference. Oh? You believe that effrontery is confined to abandoned women? The raison d'etat is equally abandoned. Et succupit ante videre. To commit a crime and emblazon it, there is the sum total of history. King tattoos himself like the convict. Often, when it would be to a man's greatest advantage to escape from the hands of the police or the records of history, he would seem to regret the escape, so great is the love of notoriety. Look at my arm. Observe the design. I am Lacenaire. See, a temple of love and a burning heart pierced through with an arrow. Usu regis. It is I, James II. A man commits a bad action and places his mark upon it. To fill up the measure of crime by effrontery, to denounce himself, to cling to his misdeeds, is the insolent bravado of the criminal. Christina seized Monaldeschi, had him confessed and assassinated, and said, "I am the Queen of Sweden, in the palace of the King of France." There is the tyrant who conceals himself, like Tiberius, and the tyrant who displays himself, like Philip II. One has the attributes of the scorpion, the other those rather of the leopard. James II was of this latter variety. He had, we know, a gay and open countenance, differing so far from Philip. Philip was sullen, James jovial. Both were equally ferocious. James II was an easy-minded tiger. Like Philip II, his crimes lay light upon his conscience. He was a monster by the grace of God. Therefore he had nothing to dissimulate nor to extenuate, and his assassinations were by divine right. He, too, would not have minded leaving behind him those archives of Simancas, with all his misdeeds dated, classified, labelled, and put in order, each in its compartment, like poisons in the cabinet of a chemist. To set the sign manual to crimes is right royal. Every deed done is a draft drawn on the great invisible paymaster. A bill had just come due with the ominous endorsement, Usu regis. Queen Anne, in one particular unfeminine, seeing that she could keep a secret, demanded a confidential report of so grave a matter from the Lord Chancellor, one of the kind specified as "report to the royal ear." Reports of this kind have been common in all monarchies. At Vienna there was a "Councillor of the Ear," an aulic dignitary. It was an ancient Carlovingian office, the auricularius of the old Palatine deeds. He who whispers to the Emperor. William, Baron Cowper, Chancellor of England, whom the Queen believed in because he was short-sighted like herself, or even more so, had committed to writing a memorandum commencing thus: 2 birds were subject to Solomon, a lapwing, the hudbud, who could speak all languages, and an eagle, the Simmerganka, who covered with the shadow of his wings a caravan of 20,000 men. Thus, under another form, Providence, etc. The Lord Chancellor proved the fact that the heir to a peerage had been carried off, mutilated, and then restored. He did not blame James II, who was, after all, the Queen's father. He even went so far as to justify him. First, there are ancient monarchical maxims. E senioratu eripimus, in returagio cadat. Secondly, there is a royal right of mutilation. Chamberlain asserts the fact. Corpora et bona nostrorum subjectorum nostra sunt, said James I, of glorious and learned memory. The eyes of dukes of the blood royal have been plucked out for the good of the kingdom. Certain princes, too near to the throne, have been conveniently stifled between mattresses, the cause of death being given out as apoplexy. Now, to stifle is worse than to mutilate. The king of Tunis tore out the eyes of his father, Uli Assem, and his ambassadors have not been the less favorably received by the emperor. Hence the king may order the suppression of a limb like the suppression of a state, etc. It is legal. But one law does not destroy another. If a drowned man is cast up by the water, and is not dead, it is an act of God readjusting one of the king. If the heir be found, let the coronet be given back to him. Thus was it done for Lord Allah, King of Northumberland, who was also a mountebank. Thus should be done to Gwynplaine, who is also a king, seeing that he is a peer. The lowness of the occupation which has been obliged to follow, under constraint of superior power, does not tarnish the blazon, as in the case of Abdul-Mumin, who was a king, although he had been a gardener; that of Joseph, who was a saint, although he had been a carpenter; that of Apollo, who was a god, although he had been a shepherd. In short, the learned Chancellor concluded by advising the reinstatement, in all his estates and dignities, of Lord Fermain Clancharlie, miscalled Gwynplaine, on the sole condition that he should be confronted with the criminal Hardquanonne, and identified by the same. And on this point the Chancellor, as constitutional keeper of the royal conscience, based the royal decision. The Lord Chancellor added in a postscript that if Hardquanonne refused to answer he should be subjected to the peine forte et dure, until the period called the fraude mortelle, according to the statute of King Athelstane, which orders the confrontation to take place on the 4th day. In this there is a certain inconvenience, for if the prisoner dies on the 2nd or 3rd day, the confrontation becomes difficult. Still, the law must be obeyed. The inconvenience of the law makes part and parcel of it. In the mind of the Lord Chancellor, however, the recognition of Gwynplaine by Hardquanonne was indubitable. Anne, having been made aware of the deformity of Gwynplaine, and not wishing to wrong her sister, on whom had been bestowed the estates of Clancharlie, graciously decided that the Duchess Josiana should be espoused by the new lord, that is to say, by Gwynplaine. The reinstatement of Lord Fermain Clancharlie was, moreover, a very simple affair, the heir being legitimate, and in the direct line. In cases of doubtful descent, and of peerages in abeyance claimed by collaterals, the House of Lords must be consulted. This, to go no farther back, was done in 1782, in the case of the barony of Sidney, claimed by Elizabeth Parry, in 1798, in that of the barony of Beaumont, claimed by Thomas Stapleton, in 1803, in that of the barony of Chandos, claimed by the Reverend Timewell Bridges, in 1813, in that of the earldom of Banbury, claimed by General Knollys, etc., etc. But the present was no similar case. Here there was no pretence for litigation. The legitimacy was undoubted, the right clear and certain. There was no point to submit to the House, and the Queen, assisted by the Lord Chancellor, had power to recognize and admit the new peer. Barkilphedro managed everything. The affair, thanks to him, was kept so close, the secret was so hermetically sealed, that neither Josiana nor Lord David caught sight of the fearful abyss which was being dug under them. It was easy to deceive Josiana, entrenched as she was behind a rampart of pride. She was self-isolated. As to Lord David, they sent him to sea, off the coast of Flanders. He was going to lose his peerage, and had no suspicion of it. One circumstance is noteworthy. It happened that at 6 leagues from the anchorage of the naval station commanded by Lord David, a captain called Halyburton broke through the French fleet. The Earl of Pembroke, President of the Council, proposed that this Captain Halyburton should be made Vice-Admiral, and struck out Halyburton's name, and put Lord David Dirry Moir's in its place, that he might, when no longer a peer, have the satisfaction of being a Vice-Admiral. Anne was well pleased. A hideous husband for her sister, and a fine step for Lord David. Mischief and kindness combined. Her Majesty was going to enjoy a comedy. Besides, she argued to herself that she was repairing an abuse of power committed by her august father. She was reinstating a member of the peerage. She was acting like a great queen. She was protecting innocence according to the will of God, that Providence in its holy and impenetrable ways, etc., etc. It is very sweet to do a just action which is disagreeable to those whom we do not like. To know that the future husband of her sister was deformed, sufficed the queen. In what manner Gwynplaine was deformed, and by what kind of ugliness, Barkilphedro had not communicated to the queen, and Anne had not deigned to inquire. She was proudly and royally disdainful. Besides, what could it matter? The House of Lords could not but be grateful. The Lord Chancellor, its oracle, had approved. To restore a peer is to restore the peerage. Royalty on this occasion had shown itself a good and scrupulous guardian of the privileges of the peerage. Whatever might be the face of the new lord, a face cannot be urged in objection to a right. Anne said all this to herself, or something like it, and went straight to her object, an object at once grand, womanlike, and regal, namely, to give herself a pleasure. The Queen was then at Windsor, a circumstance which placed a certain distance between the intrigues of the court and the public. Only such persons as were absolutely necessary to the plan were in the secret of what was taking place. As to Barkilphedro, he was joyful, a circumstance which gave a lugubrious expression to his face. If there be one thing in the world which can be more hideous than another, 'tis joy. He had had the delight of being the first to taste the contents of Hardquanonne's flask. He seemed but little surprised, for astonishment is the attribute of a little mind. Besides, was it not all due to him, who had waited so long on duty at the gate of chance? Knowing how to wait, he had fairly won his reward. This nil admirari was an expression of face. At heart we may admit that he was very much astonished. Anyone who could have lifted the mask with which he covered his inmost heart, even before God, would have discovered this, that at the very time Barkilphedro had begun to feel finally convinced that it would be impossible, even to him, the intimate and most infinitesimal enemy of Josiana, to find a vulnerable point in her lofty life. Hints and access of savage animosity lurked in his mind. He had reached the paroxysm which is called discouragement. He was all the more furious because despairing. To gnaw one's chain, how tragic and appropriate the expression! A villain gnawing at his own powerlessness. Barkilphedro was perhaps just on the point of renouncing not his desire to do evil to Josiana, but his hope of doing it. Not the rage, but the effort. But how degrading to be thus baffled, to keep hate thenceforth in a case, like a dagger in a museum. How bitter the humiliation! All at once to a certain goal, chance, immense and universal, loves to bring such coincidences about. The flask of Hardquanonne came, driven from wave to wave, into Barkilphedro's hands. There is in the unknown an indescribable fealty which seems to be at the beck and call of evil. Barkilphedro, assisted by two chance witnesses, disinterested jurors of the Admiralty, uncorked the flask, found the parchment, unfolded, read it. What words could express his devilish delight? It is strange to think that the sea, the wind, space, the ebb and flow of the tide, storms, calms, breezes, should have given themselves so much trouble to bestow happiness on a scoundrel. That cooperation had continued for 15 years. Mysterious efforts! During 15 years the ocean had never for an instant ceased from its labors. The waves transmitted from one to another the floating bottle. The shelving rocks had shunned the brittle glass. No crack had yawned in the flask. No friction had displaced the cork. The seaweeds had not rotted the osier. The shells had not eaten out the word Hardquanonne. The water had not penetrated into the waif. The mold had not rotted the parchment. The wet had not effaced the writing. What trouble the abyss must have taken! Thus that which Gernardus had flung into darkness, darkness had handed back to Barkilphedro. The message sent to God had reached the devil. Space had committed an abuse of confidence, and a lurking sarcasm which mingles with events had so arranged that it had complicated the loyal triumph of the lost child's becoming Lord Clancharlie with a venomous victory. In doing a good action, it had mischievously placed justice at the service of iniquity. To save the victim of James II was to give a prey to Barkilphedro. To reinstate Gwynplaine was to crush Josiana. Barkilphedro had succeeded, and it was for this that for so many years the waves, the surge, the squalls had buffeted, shaken, thrown, pushed, tormented, and respected this bubble of glass, which bore within it so many commingled fates. It was for this that there had been a cordial cooperation between the winds, the tides, and the tempests. A vast agitation of all prodigies for the pleasure of a scoundrel. The infinite cooperating with an earthworm. Destiny is subject to such grim caprices. Barkilphedro was struck by a flash of titanic pride. He said to himself that it had all been done to fulfill his intentions. He felt that he was the object and the instrument. But he was wrong. let us clear the character of chance. Such was not the real meaning of the remarkable circumstance of which the hatred of Barkilphedro was to profit. Ocean had made itself father and mother to an orphan, had sent the hurricane against his executioners, had wrecked the vessel which had repulsed the child, had swallowed up the clasped hands of the storm-beaten sailors, refusing their supplications and accepting only their repentance. The tempest received a deposit from the hands of death. The strong vessel containing the crime was replaced by the fragile phial containing the reparation. The sea changed its character, and like a panther turning nurse, began to rock the cradle, not of the child, but of his destiny, whilst he grew up ignorant of all that the depths of the ocean were doing for him. The waves to which this flask had been flung watching over that past which contained a future, the whirlwind breathing kindly on it, the currents directing the frail waif across the fathomless wastes of water, the caution exercised by seaweed, the swells, the rocks, the vast froth of the abyss, taking under its protection an innocent child, the wave imperturbable as a conscience, chaos re-establishing order, the world-wide shadows ending in radiance, darkness employed to bring to light the star of truth, the exile consoled in his tomb, the heir given back to his inheritance, the crime of the king repaired, divine premeditation obeyed, the little, the weak, the deserted child, with infinity for a guardian. All this Barkilphedro might have seen in the event on which he triumphed. This is what he did not see. He did not believe that it had all been done for Gwynplaine. He fancied that it had been effected for Barkilphedro, and that he was well worth the trouble. Thus it is ever with Satan. Moreover, ere we feel astonished that a waif so fragile should have floated for 15 years undamaged, we should seek to understand the tender care of the ocean. 15 years is nothing. On the 4th of October, 1867, on the coast of Morbihan, between the Isle de Croix, the extremity of the peninsula de Gavres, and the Rocher des Errants, the fishermen of Port Louis found a Roman amphora of the 4th century, covered with arabesques by the incrustations of the sea. That amphora had been floating 1500 years. Whatever appearance of indifference Barkilphedro tried to exhibit, his wonder had equalled his joy. Everything he could desire was there to his hand. All seemed ready-made. The fragments of the event which was to satisfy his hate were spread out within his reach. He had nothing to do but to pick them up and fit them together, a repair which it was an amusement to execute. He was the artificer. Gwynplaine. He knew the name. Mascaridens. Like everyone else, he had been to see the Laughing Man. He had read the sign nailed up against the Tadcaster Inn as one reads a playbill that attracts a crowd. He had noted it. He remembered it directly in its most minute details, and, in any case, it was easy to compare them with the original. That notice, and the electrical summons which arose in his memory, appeared in the depths of his mind, and placed itself by the side of the parchment signed by the shipwrecked crew, like an answer following a question, like the solution following an enigma. And the lines, "Here is to be seen Gwynplaine, deserted at the age of 10, on the 29th of January, 1690, on the coast at Portland," suddenly appeared to his eyes in the splendor of an apocalypse. His vision was the light of Mene Tekel Upharsin outside a booth. Here was the destruction of the edifice which made the existence of Josiana. A sudden earthquake. The lost child was found. There was a Lord Clancharlie. David Dirry Moir was nobody. Peerage, riches, power, rank, all these things left Lord David and entered Gwynplaine. All the castles, parks, forests, town-houses, palaces, domains, Josiana included, belonged to Gwynplaine. And what a climax for Josiana! What had she now before her? Illustrious and haughty, a player, beautiful, a monster. Who could have hoped for this? The truth was that the joy of Barkilphedro had become enthusiastic. The most hateful combinations are surpassed by the infernal munificence of the unforeseen. When reality likes, it works masterpieces. Barkilphedro found that all his dreams had been nonsense. Reality were better. The change he was about to work would not have seemed less desirable had it been detrimental to him. Insects exist which are so savagely disinterested that they sting, knowing that to sting is to die. Barkilphedro was like such vermin. But this time he had not the merit of being disinterested. Lord David Dirry Moir owed him nothing, and Lord Fermain Clancharlie was about to owe him everything. From being a protégé, Barkilphedro was about to become a protector. Protector of whom? Of a peer of England. He was going to have a lord of his own, and a lord who would become his creature. Barkilphedro counted on giving him his first impressions. His peer would be the morganatic brother-in-law of the Queen. His ugliness would please the Queen in the same proportions as it displeased Josiana. Advancing by such favour, and assuming grave and modest airs, Barkilphedro might become a somebody. He had always been destined for the Church. He had a vague longing to be a bishop. Meanwhile, he was happy. Oh, what a great success! And what a deal of useful work had chance accomplished for him! His vengeance, for he called it his vengeance, had been softly brought to him by the waves. He had not lain in ambush in vain. He was the rock, Josiana was the waif. Josiana was about to be dashed against Barkilphedro, to his intense villainous ecstasy. He was clever in the art of suggestions, which consists in making in the minds of others a little incision into which you put an idea of your own. Holding himself aloof, and without appearing to mix himself up in the matter, it was he who arranged that Josiana should go to the Green Box and see Gwynplaine. It could do no harm. The appearance of the mountebank, in his low estate, would be a good ingredient in the combination. Later on it would season it. He had quietly prepared everything beforehand. What he most desired was something unspeakably abrupt. The work on which he was engaged could only be expressed in these strange words: the construction of a thunderbolt. All preliminaries being complete, he had watched till all the necessary legal formalities had been accomplished. The secret had not oozed out, silence being an element of law. The confrontation of Hardquanonne with Gwynplaine had taken place. Barkilphedro had been present. We have seen the result. The same day, a post-chaise belonging to the royal household was suddenly sent by Her Majesty to fetch Lady Josiana from London to Windsor, where the Queen was at the time residing. Josiana, for reasons of her own, would have been very glad to disobey, or at least to delay obedience, and put off her departure till next day, but court life does not permit of these objections. She was obliged to set out at once, and to leave her residence in London, Hunkerville House, for her residence at Windsor, Corleone Lodge. The Duchess Josiana left London at the very moment that the Wapentake appeared at the Tadcaster Inn to arrest Gwynplaine, and take him to the torture cell of Southwark. When she arrived at Windsor, the usher of the Black Rod, who guards the door of the presence chamber, informed her that her Majesty was in audience with the Lord Chancellor, and could not receive her until the next day, that, consequently, she was to remain at Corleone Lodge, at the orders of her Majesty, and that she should receive the Queen's commands direct, when her Majesty awoke the next morning. Josiana entered her house feeling very spiteful, supped in a bad humour, had the spleen, dismissed every one except her page, then dismissed him, and went to bed while it was yet daylight. When she arrived, she had learned that Lord David Dirry Moir was expected at Windsor the next day, owing to his having, whilst at sea, received orders to return immediately and receive her Majesty's commands. End of section 77.
Section 78 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wherein. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 5th, Chapter 3, An Awakening. No man could pass suddenly from Siberia to Senegal without losing consciousness. Humboldt. The swoon of a man, even of one the most firm and energetic, under the sudden shock of an unexpected stroke of good fortune, is nothing wonderful. A man is knocked down by the unforeseen blow, like an ox by the pole-axe. Francis d'Albescola, he who tore from the Turkish ports their iron chains, remained a whole day without consciousness when they made him pope. Now the stride from a cardinal to a pope is less than that from a mountebank to a peer of England. No shock is so violent as a loss of equilibrium. When Gwynplaine came to himself and opened his eyes, it was night. He was in an armchair, in the midst of a large chamber lined throughout with purple velvet, over walls, ceiling, and floor. The carpet was velvet. Standing near him, with uncovered head, was the fat man in the travelling cloak, who had emerged from behind the pillar in the cell at Southwark. Gwynplaine was alone in the chamber with him. From the chair, by extending his arms, he could reach two tables, each bearing a branch of 6 lighted wax candles. On one of these tables there were papers and a casket. On the other, refreshments, a cold fowl, wine, and brandy, served on a silver-gilt salver. Through the panes of a high window, reaching from the ceiling to the floor, a semicircle of pillars was to be seen, in the clear April night, encircling a courtyard with 3 gates, one very wide, and the other 2 low. The carriage gate, of great size, was in the middle. On the right, that for equestrian, smaller; on the left, that for foot passengers, still less. These gates were formed of iron railings with glittering points. A tall piece of sculpture surmounted the central one. The columns were probably in white marble, as well as the pavement of the court, thus producing an effect like snow. And framed in its sheet of flat flags was a mosaic, the pattern of which was vaguely marked in the shadow. This mosaic, when seen by daylight, would no doubt have disclosed to the sight, with much emblazonry and many colours, a gigantic coat of arms in the Florentine fashion. Zigzags of balustrades rose and fell, indicating stairs of terraces. Over the court frowned an immense pile of architecture, now shadowy and vague in the starlight. Intervals of sky, full of stars, marked out clearly the outline of the palace. An enormous roof could be seen, with the gable ends bolted. Garret windows, roofed over like visors, chimneys like towers, and entablatures covered with motionless gods and goddesses. Beyond the colonnade there played in the shadow one of those fairy fountains in which, as the water falls from basin to basin, it combines the beauty of rain with that of the cascade, and, as if scattering the contents of a jewel-box, flings to the wind its diamonds and its pearls, as though to divert the statues around. Long rows of windows ranged away, separated by panoplies in relievo, and by busts on small pedestals. On the pinnacles, trophies and morions with plumes cut in stone alternated with statues of heathen deities. In the chamber where Gwynplaine was, on the side opposite the window, was a fireplace, as high at the ceiling, and on another, under a day, one of those old spacious feudal beds which were reached by a ladder, and where you might sleep lying across. The giant stool of the bed was at its side. A row of armchairs by the walls, and a row of ordinary chairs in front of them completed the furniture. The ceiling was domed. A great wood fire in the French fashion blazed in the fireplace. By the richness of the flames, variegated of rose colour and green, a judge of such things would have seen that the wood was ash, a great luxury. The room was so large that the branches of candles failed to light it up. Here and there, curtains over doors, falling and swaying, indicated communications with other rooms. The style of the room was altogether that of the reign of James I, a style square and massive, antiquated and magnificent. Like the carpet and the lining of the chamber, the day, the baldachin, the bed, the stool, the curtains, the mantelpiece, the coverings of the table, the sofas, the chairs, were all of purple velvet. There was no gilding except on the ceiling. Laid on it, at equal distance from the four angles, was a huge round shield of embossed metal, on which sparkled, in dazzling relief, various coats of arms. Amongst the devices, on two blazons, side by side, were to be distinguished the cap of a baron and the coronet of a marquis. Were they of brass, or silver gilt? You could not tell. They seemed to be of gold. And in the centre of this lordly ceiling, like a gloomy and magnificent sky, the gleaming escutcheon was as the dark splendour of a sun shining in the night. The savage, in whom is embodied the free man, is nearly as restless in a palace as in a prison. This magnificent chamber was depressing. So much splendour produces fear. Who could be the inhabitant of this stately palace? To what colossus did all this grandeur appertain? Of what lion is this the lair? Gwynplaine, as yet but half awake, was heavy at heart. "Where am I?" he said. The man who was standing before him answered, "You are in your own
Section 79 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Section 79, Part 2, Book the Fifth, Chapter 4, Fascination. It takes time to rise to the surface, and Gwynplaine had been thrown into an abyss of stupefaction. We do not gain our footing at once in unknown depths. There are routs of ideas as there are routs of armies. The rally is not immediate. We feel as it were scattered, as though some strange evaporation of self were taking place. God is the arm, chance is the sling, man is the pebble. How are you to resist, once flung? Gwynplaine, if we may coin the expression, ricocheted from one surprise to another. After the love letter of the Duchess came the revelation in the Southwark dungeon. In destiny, when wonders begin, prepare yourself for blow upon blow. The gloomy portals once open, prodigies pour in. A breach once made in the wall, and events rush upon us pell-mell. The marvellous never comes singly. The marvellous is an obscurity. The shadow of this obscurity was over Gwynplaine. What was happening to him seemed unintelligible. He saw everything through the mist which a deep commotion leaves in the mind, like the dust caused by a falling ruin. The shock had been from top to bottom. Nothing was clear to him. However, light always returns by degrees. The dust settles. Moment by moment the density of astonishment decreases. Gwynplaine was like a man with his eyes open and fixed in a dream, as if trying to see what may be within it. He dispersed the mist. Then he reshaped it. He had intermittences of wandering. He underwent that oscillation of the mind in the unforeseen which alternately pushes us in the direction in which we understand, and then throws us back in that which is incomprehensible. Who has not at some time felt this pendulum in his brain? By degrees his thoughts dilated in the darkness of the event, as the pupil of his eye had done in the underground shadows at Southwark. The difficulty was to succeed in putting a certain space between accumulated sensations. Before that combustion of hazy ideas called comprehension can take place, air must be admitted between the emotions. There air was wanting. The event, so to speak, could not be breathed. In entering that terrible cell at Southwark, Gwynplaine had expected the iron collar of a felon. They had placed on his head the coronet of a peer. How could this be? There had not been space of time enough between what Gwynplaine had feared and what had really occurred. It had succeeded too quickly, his terror changing into other feelings too abruptly for comprehension. The contrasts were too tightly packed one against the other. Gwynplaine made an effort to withdraw his mind from the vice. He was silent. This is the instinct of great stupefaction, which is more on the defensive than it is thought to be. Who says nothing is prepared for everything? A word of yours allowed to drop may be seized in some unknown system of wheels, and your utter destruction be compassed in its complex machinery. The poor and weak live in terror of being crushed. The crowd ever expect to be trodden down. Gwynplaine had long been one of the crowd. A singular state of human uneasiness can be expressed by the words, "Let us see what will happen." Gwynplaine was in this state. You feel that you have not gained your equilibrium when an unexpected situation surges up under your feet. You watch for something which must produce a result. You are vaguely attentive. We will see what happens. What? You do not know? Whom? You watch. The man with the paunch repeated, "You are in your own house, my lord." Gwynplaine felt himself. In surprises we first look to make sure that things exist, then we feel ourselves, to make sure that we exist ourselves. It was certainly to him that the words were spoken, But he himself was somebody else. He no longer had his jacket on or his esclavine of leather. He had a waistcoat of cloth of silver, and a satin coat, which he touched and found to be embroidered. He felt a heavy purse in his waistcoat pocket. A pair of velvet trunk hose covered his clown's tights. He wore shoes with high red heels. As they had brought him to this place, so had they changed his dress. The man resumed, "Will your lordship begin to remember this? I am called Barkilphedro. I am clerk to the Admiralty. It was I who opened Hardquanonne's flask and drew your destiny out of it." Thus, in the Arabian Nights, a fisherman releases a giant from a bottle. Gwynplaine fixed his eyes on the smiling face of the speaker. Barkilphedro continued, "Besides this palace, my lord, Hunkerville House, which is larger, is yours. You own Clancharlie Castle, from which you take your title, and which was a fortress in the time of Edward the Elder. You have 19 bailiwicks belonging to you, with their villages and their inhabitants. This puts under your banner, as a landlord and a nobleman, about 80,000 vassals and tenants. At Clancharlie you are a judge of all, both of goods and of persons, and you hold your baron's court. The king has no right which you have not, except the privilege of coining money. The king, designated by the Norman law as chief seigneur, has justice, court, and coin. Coin is money, so that you, expecting in this last, are as much a king in your lordship as he is in his kingdom. You have the right, as a baron, to a gibbet with 4 pillars in England, and as a marquis to a scaffold with 7 posts in Sicily, that of the mere lord having 2 pillars, that of a lord of the manor 3, and that of a duke 8. You are styled prince in the ancient charters of Northumberland. You are related to the Viscounts Valentia in Ireland, whose name is Power, and to the Earls of Umfraville in Scotland, whose name is Angus. You are chief of a clan like Campbell, Ardmanac, and Macklemore. You have 8 barons' courts, Reculver, Baston, Hellcurters, Homble, Moricam, Grundraith, Trenwardraith, and others. You have a right over the turf cutting of Pillinmore, and over the alabaster quarries near Trent. Moreover, you own all the country of Penneth Chase, and you have a mountain with an ancient town on it. The town is called Vinecaunton. The mountain is called Moylanley, all which gives you an income of £40,000 a year. That is to say, 40 times the 25,000 francs with which a Frenchman is satisfied. Whilst Barkilphedro spoke, Gwynplaine, in a crescendo of stupor, remembered the past. Memory is a gulf that a word can move to its lowest depths. Gwynplaine knew all the words pronounced by Barkilphedro. They were written in the last lines of the 2 scrolls which lined the van in which his childhood had been passed, and, from so often letting his eyes wander over them mechanically, he knew them by heart. On reaching a forsaken orphan, the travelling caravan at Weymouth, he had found the inventory of the inheritance which awaited him, and in the morning, when the poor little boy awoke, the first thing spelt by his careless and unconscious eyes was his own title and his possessions. It was a strange detail added to all his other surprises, that during 15 years, rolling from highway to highway, the clown of a travelling theatre, earning his bread day by day, picking up farthings, and living on crumbs, he should have travelled with the inventory of his fortune placarded over his misery. Barkilphedro touched the casket on the table with his forefinger. "My lord, this casket contains 2,000 guineas, which Her Gracious Majesty the Queen has sent you for your present wants." Gwynplaine made a movement. "That shall be for my father Ursus," he said. "So be it, my lord," said Barkilphedro. "Ursus, at the Tadcaster Inn. The sergeant of the coif, who accompanied us hither, and is about to return immediately, will carry them to him. Perhaps I may go to London myself. In that case I will take charge of it." "I shall take them to him myself," said Gwynplaine. Barkilphedro's smile disappeared, and he said, "Impossible." There is an impressive inflection of voice which, as it were, underlines the words. Barkilphedro's tone was thus emphasized. He paused, so as to put a full stop after the word he had just uttered. Then he continued, with the peculiar and respectful tone of a servant who feels that he is master. "My lord, you are 23 miles from London, at Corleone Lodge, your court residence, contiguous to the royal castle of Windsor. You are here unknown to any one. You were brought here in a close carriage, which was awaiting you at the gate of the jail at Southwark. The servants who introduced you into this palace are ignorant who you are, but they know me, and that is sufficient. You may possibly have been brought to these apartments by means of a private key which is in my possession. There are people in the house asleep, and it is not an hour to awaken them. Hence we have time for an explanation, which, nevertheless, will be short. I have been commissioned by Her Majesty—" As he spoke, Barkilphedro began to turn over the leaves of some bundles of paper which were lying near the casket. "My lord, here is your patent of peerage. Here is that of your Sicilian marquisate. These are the parchments and title deeds of your 8 baronies, with the seals of 11 kings, from Baldret, King of Kent, to James, the 6th of Scotland, and 1st of England and Scotland united. Here are your letters of precedence. Here are your rent rolls, and titles and descriptions of your fiefs, freeholds, dependencies, lands, and domains. That which you see above your head in the emblazonment on the ceiling are your 2 coronets, the circlet with pearls for the baron, and the circlet with strawberry leaves for the marquis. Here, in the wardrobe, is your peer's robe of red velvet bordered with ermine. To-day, only a few hours since, the Lord Chancellor and the Deputy Earl Marshal of England, informed of the result of your confrontation with the Comprachicos Hardquanonne, have taken Her Majesty's commands. Her Majesty has signed them, according to her royal will, which is the same as the law. All formalities have been complied with. To-morrow, and no later than to-morrow, you will take your seat in the House of Lords, where they have for some days been deliberating on a bill, presented by the Crown, having for its object the augmentation, by £100,000 sterling yearly, of the annual allowance to the Duke of Cumberland, husband of the Queen. You will be able to take part in the debate." Barkilphedro paused, breathed slowly, and resumed. "However, nothing is yet settled. A man cannot be made a peer of England without his own consent. All can be annulled and disappear unless you acquiesce. An event nipped in the bud ere it ripens often occurs in state policy. My lord, up to this time silence has been preserved on what has occurred. The House of Lords will not be informed of the facts until to-morrow. Secrecy has been kept about the whole matter for reasons of state, which are of such importance that the influential persons who alone are at this moment cognizant of your existence and of your rights will forget them immediately should reasons of state command their being forgotten. That which is in darkness may remain in darkness. It is easy to wipe you out, the more so as you have a brother, the natural son of your father, and of a woman who afterwards, during the exile of your father, became mistress to King Charles II, which accounts for your brother's high position at court. For it is to this brother, bastard though he be, that your peerage would revert. Do you wish this? I cannot think so. Well, all depends on you. The Queen must be obeyed. You will not quit the house till to-morrow in a royal carriage, and to go to the House of Lords. My lord, will you be a peer of England, yes or no? The Queen has designs for you. She destines you for an alliance almost royal. Lord Fermain Clancharlie, this is the decisive moment. Destiny never opens one door without shutting another. After a certain step in advance, to step back is impossible. Whoso enters into transfiguration leaves behind him evanescence. My lord Gwynplaine is dead. Do you understand?" Gwynplaine trembled from head to foot. Then he recovered himself. "Yes," he said. Barkilphedro, smiling, bowed, placed the casket under his
Section 80 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 5th, Chapter 5. We think we remember, we forget. Whence arise those strange visible changes which occur in the soul of man? Gwynplaine had been at the same moment raised to a summit and cast into an abyss. His head swam with double giddiness, the giddiness of ascent and descent, a fatal combination. He felt himself ascend, and felt not his fall. It is appalling to see a new horizon. A perspective affords suggestions, but not always good ones. He had before him the fairy glade, a snare perhaps, seen through opening clouds and showing the blue depths of sky, so deep that they are obscure. He was on the mountain, whence he could see all the kingdoms of the earth, a mountain all the more terrible that it is a visionary one. Those who are on its apex are in a dream. Palaces, castles, power, opulence, all human happiness extending as far as eye could reach, a map of enjoyments spread out to the horizon, a sort of radiant geography of which he was the centre, a perilous mirage. Imagine what must have been the haze of such a vision, not led up to, not attained to as by the gradual steps of a ladder, but reached without transition and without previous warning. A man going to sleep in a mole's burrow and awakening on the top of the Strasbourg steeple, such was the state of Gwynplaine. Giddiness is a dangerous kind of glare, particularly that which bears you at once towards the day and towards the night, forming two whirlwinds, one opposed to the other. He saw too much and not enough. He saw all and nothing. His state was what the author of this book has somewhere expressed as the blind man dazzled. Gwynplaine, left by himself, began to walk with long strides. A bubbling precedes an explosion. Notwithstanding his agitation, in this impossibility of keeping still, he meditated. His mind liquefied as it boiled. He began to recall things to his memory. It is surprising how we find that we have heard so clearly that to which we scarcely listened. The declaration of the shipwrecked men, read by the sheriff in the Southwark cell, came back to him clearly and intelligibly. He recalled every word. He saw under it his whole infancy. Suddenly he stopped, his hands clasped behind his back, looking up to the ceilings, the sky, no matter what, whatever was above him. "Quits!" he cried. He felt like one whose head rises out of the water. It seemed to him that he saw everything, the past, the future, the present, in the accession of a sudden flash of light. "Oh," he cried, for there are cries in the depths of thought, "oh, it was so, was it? I was a lord, all is discovered. They stole, betrayed, destroyed, abandoned, disinherited, murdered me. The corpse of my destiny floated 15 years on the sea. All at once it touched the earth, and it started up erect and living. I am reborn. I am born. I felt under my rags that the breast there palpitating was not that of a wretch, and when I looked on crowds of men, I felt that they were the flocks, and that I was not the dog but the shepherd. Shepherds of the people, leaders of men, guides and masters, such were my fathers, and what they were, I am. I am a gentleman, and I have a sword. I am a baron, and I have a casque. I am a marquis, and I have a plume. I am a peer, and I have a coronet. Lo, they deprived me of all this. I dwelt in light, they flung me into darkness. Those who proscribed the Father sold the Son. When my father was dead, they took from beneath his head the stone of exile, which he had placed for his pillow, and tying it to my neck, they flung me into a sewer. Oh, those scoundrels who tortured my infancy! Yes, they rise and move in the depths of my memory. Yes, I see them again. I was that morsel of flesh pecked to pieces on a tomb by a flight of crows. I bled and cried under all those horrible shadows. Lo, it was there that they precipitated me under the crush of those who come and go, under the trampling feet of men, under the undermost of the human race, lower than the serf, baser than the serving man, lower than the felon, lower than the slave, at a spot where chaos becomes a sewer, in which I was engulfed. It is from thence that I come. It is from this that I rise. It is from this that I am risen. And here I am now. Quits. He sat down. He rose, clasped his head with his hands, began to pace the room again, and his tempestuous monologue continued within him. Where am I? On the summit? Where is it that I have just alighted? On the highest peak? This pinnacle, this grandeur, this dome of the world, this great power is my home. This temple is in air. I am one of the gods. I live in inaccessible heights. This supremacy which I looked up to from below, and from whence emanated such rays of glory that I shut my eyes, this ineffaceable peerage, this impregnable fortress of the fortunate, I enter. I am in it. I am of it. Ah, what a decisive turn of the wheel! I was below, I am on high forever. Behold me a lord. I shall have a scarlet robe. I shall have an earl's coronet on my head. I shall assist in the coronation of kings. They will take the oath from my hands. I shall judge princes and ministers. I shall exist. From the depths into which I was thrown, I have rebounded to the zenith. I have palaces in town and country, houses, gardens, chases, forests, carriages, millions. I will give fates, I will make laws, I shall have the choice of joys and pleasures. And the vagabond Gwynplaine, who had not the right to gather a flower in the grass, may pluck the stars from heaven. Melancholy overshadowing of a soul's brightness. Thus it was that in Gwynplaine, who had been a hero, and perhaps had not ceased to be one, moral greatness gave way to material splendor, a lamentable transition. Virtue broken down by a troop of passing demons. A surprise made on the weak side of man's fortress. All the inferior circumstances called by men superior, ambition, the purblind desires of instinct, passions, covetousness, driven far from Gwynplaine by the wholesome restraints of misfortune, took tumultuous possession of his generous heart. And from what had this arisen? From the discovery of a parchment in a waif drifted by the sea. Conscience may be violated by a chance attack. Gwynplaine drank in great draughts of pride, and it dulled his soul. Such is the poison of that fatal wine. Giddiness invaded him. He more than consented to its approach. He welcomed it. This was the effect of previous and long-continued thirst. Are we an accomplice of the cup which deprives us of reason? He had always vaguely desired this. His eyes had always turned towards the great. To watch is to wish. The eaglet is not born in the eyrie for nothing. Now, however, at moments, it seemed to him the simplest thing in the world that he should be a lord. A few hours only had passed, and yet the past of yesterday seemed so far off. Gwynplaine had fallen into the ambuscade of Better, who is the enemy of good. Unhappy is he of whom we say, how lucky he is. Adversity is more easily resisted than prosperity. We rise more perfect from ill fortune than from good. There is a Charybdis in poverty, and a Scylla in riches. Those who remain erect under the thunderbolt are prostrated by the flash. Thou who standest without shrinking on the verge of a precipice, fear lest thou be carried up on the innumerable wings of mists and dreams. The ascent which elevates will dwarf thee. An apotheosis has a sinister power of degradation. It is not easy to understand what is good luck. Chance is nothing but a disguise. Nothing deceives so much as the face of fortune. Is she providence? Is she fatality? A brightness may not be a brightness because light is truth, and a gleam may be a deceit. You believe that it lights you, but no, it sets you on fire. At night, a candle made of mean tallow becomes a star if placed in an opening in the darkness. The moth flies to it. In what measure is the moth responsible? The sight of the candle fascinates the moth as the eye of the serpent fascinates the bird. Is it possible that the bird and the moth should resist the attraction? Is it possible that the leaf should resist the wind? Is it possible that the stone should refuse obedience to the laws of gravitation? These are material questions, which are moral questions as well. After he had received the letter of the Duchess, Gwynplaine had recovered himself. The deep love in his nature had resisted it. But the storm, having wearied itself on one side of the horizon, burst out on the other, for in destiny as in nature there are successive convulsions. The first shock loosens, the second uproots. Alas, how do the oaks fall! Thus he who, when a child of 10, stood alone on the shore of Portland ready to give battle, who had looked steadfastly at all the combatants whom he had to encounter, the blast which bore away the vessel in which he had expected to embark, the gulf which had swallowed up the plank, the yawning abyss of which the menace was its retrocession, the earth which refused him a shelter, the sky which refused him a star, solitude without pity, obscurity without notice, ocean, sky, all the violence of one infinite space, and all the mysterious enigmas of another. He who had neither trembled nor fainted before the mighty hostility of the unknown. He who, still so young, had held his own with right, as Hercules of old had held his own with death. He who, in the unequal struggle, had thrown down this defiance, that he, a child, adopted a child, that he encumbered himself with the load, when tired and exhausted, thus rendering himself an easier prey to the attacks on his weakness, and, as it were, himself unmuzzling the shadowy monsters in ambush around him. He who, a precocious warrior, had immediately, and from his first steps out of the cradle, struggled breast to breast with destiny. He whose disproportion with strife had not discouraged from striving. He who, perceiving in everything around him a frightful occultation of the human race, had accepted that eclipse, and proudly continued his journey. He who had known how to endure cold, thirst, hunger valiantly. He who, a pygmy in stature, had been a colossus in soul. This Gwynplaine, who had conquered the great terror of the abyss under its double form, tempest and misery, staggered under a breath. Vanity. Thus, when she is exhausted, distress, nakedness, storms, catastrophes, agonies, on an unflinching man, fatality begins to smile, and her victim, suddenly intoxicated, staggers. The smile of fatality. Can anything more terrible be imagined? It is the last resource of the pitiless trier of souls and his proof of man. The tiger, lurking in destiny, caresses man with a velvet paw. Sinister preparation, hideous gentleness in the monster. Every self-observer has detected within himself mental weakness coincident with aggrandizement. A sudden growth disturbs the system and produces fever. In Gwynplaine's brain was the giddy whirlwind of a crowd of new circumstances, all the light and shade of a metamorphosis, inexpressibly strange confrontations, the shock of the past against the future, two Gwynplaines, himself doubled, behind an infant in rags crawling through night, wandering, shivering, hungry, provoking laughter, in front a brilliant nobleman, luxurious, proud, dazzling all London. He was casting off one form and amalgamating himself with the other. He was casting the mountebank and becoming the peer. Change of skin is sometimes change of soul. Now and then the past seemed like a dream. It was complex, bad and good. He thought of his father. It was a poignant anguish never to have known his father. He tried to picture him to himself. He thought of his brother, of whom he had just heard. Then he had a family. He, Gwynplaine. He lost himself in fantastic dreams. He saw visions of magnificence. Unknown forms of solemn grandeur moved and missed before him. He heard flourishes of trumpets. And then he said, "I shall be eloquent." He pictured to himself a splendid entrance into the House of Lords. He should arrive, full to the brim with new facts and ideas. What could he not tell them? What subjects had he accumulated? What an advantage to be in the midst of them, a man who had seen, touched, undergone, and suffered, who could cry aloud to them, "I have been near to everything from which you are so far removed." He would hurl reality in the face of those patricians crammed with illusions. They should tremble, for it would be the truth. They would applaud, for it would be grand. He would arise amongst those powerful men, more powerful than they. "I shall appear as a torch-bearer to show them truth, and as a sword-bearer to show them justice." What a triumph! And building up these fantasies in his mind, clear and confused at the same time, he had attacks of delirium. Sinking on the first seat he came to, sometimes drowsy, sometimes starting up, he came and went, looked at the ceiling, examined the coronets, studied vaguely the hieroglyphics of the emblazonment, felt the velvet of the walls, moved the chairs, turned over the parchments, read the names, spelt out the titles, Buxton, Humble, Grundraith, Hunkerville, Clancharlie, compared the wax, the impressions, felt the twist of silk appended to the royal privy seal, approached the window, listened to the splash of the fountain, contemplated the statues, counted, with the patience of a somnambulist, the columns of marble, and said, "It is real." Then he touched his satin clothes and asked himself, "Is it I?" Yes. He was torn by an inward tempest. In this whirlwind did he feel faintness and fatigue? Did he drink, eat, sleep? If he did so, he was unconscious of the fact. In certain violent situations, instinct satisfies itself, according to its requirements, unconsciously. Besides, his thoughts were less thoughts than mists. At the moment that the black flame of an eruption disgorges itself from depths full of boiling lava, has the crater any consciousness of the flocks which crop the grass at the foot of the mountain? The hours passed. The dawn appeared and brought the day. A bright ray penetrated the chamber, and at the same instant broke on the soul of Gwynplaine. And Dea said the light.
Section 81 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 6th, Chapter 1. What the Misanthrope Said. After Ursus had seen Gwynplaine thrust within the gates of Southwark Jail, he remained, haggard, in the corner from which he was watching. For a long time his ears were haunted by the grinding of the bolts and bars, which was like a howl of joy that one wretch more should be enclosed within them. He waited. What for? He watched. What for? Such inexorable doors, once shut, do not reopen so soon. They are tongue-tied by their stagnation in darkness, and move with difficulty, especially when they have to give up a prisoner. Entrance is permitted, exit is quite a different matter. Ursus knew this, but waiting is a thing which we have not the power to give up at our own will. We wait in our own despite. What we do disengages an acquired force, which maintains its action when its object has ceased, which keeps possession of us and holds us, and obliges us for some time longer to continue that which has already lost its motive. Hence the useless watch, the inert position that we have all held at times, the loss of time which every thoughtful man gives mechanically to that which has disappeared. None escapes this law. We become stubborn in a sort of vague fury. We know not why we are in the place, but we remain there. That which we have begun actively we continue passively, with an exhausting tenacity from which we emerge overwhelmed. Ursus, though differing from other men, was, as any other might have been, nailed to his post by that species of conscious reverie into which we are plunged by events all important to us, and in which we are impotent. He scrutinized by turns those two black walls, now the high one, then the low, sometimes the door near which the ladder to the gibbet stood, then that surmounted by a death's head. It was as if he were caught in a vice, composed of a prison and a cemetery. This shunned and unpopular street was so deserted that he was unobserved. At length he left the arch under which he had taken shelter, a kind of chance sentry-box in which he had acted the watchman, and departed with slow steps. The day was declining, for his guard had been long. From time to time he turned his head and looked at the fearful wicket through which Gwynplaine had disappeared. His eyes were glassy and dull. He reached the end of the alley, entered another, then another, retracing almost unconsciously the road which he had taken some hours before. At intervals he turned, as if he could still see the door of the prison, though he was no longer in the street in which the jail was situated. Step by step he was approaching Tarrinzeau Field. The lanes in the neighbourhood of the fair-ground were deserted pathways between enclosed gardens. He walked along, his head bent down, by the hedges and ditches. All at once he halted, and, drawing himself up, exclaimed, "So much the better!" At the same time he struck his fist twice on his head and twice on his thigh, thus proving himself to be a sensible fellow who saw things in their right light, and then he began to growl inwardly. yet now and then raising his voice. "It is all right. Oh, the scoundrel, the thief, the vagabond, the worthless fellow, the seditious scamp! It is his speeches about the government that have sent him there. He is a rebel. I was harbouring a rebel. I am free of him, and lucky for me. He was compromising us. Thrust into prison. Oh, so much the better. What excellent laws! Ungrateful boy, I who brought him up, to give oneself so much trouble for this! Why should he want to speak and to reason? He mixed himself up in politics, the ass. As he handled pennies, he babbled about the taxes, about the poor, about the people, about what was no business of his. He permitted himself to make reflections on pennies. He commented wickedly and maliciously on the copper money of the kingdom. He insulted the farthings of her Majesty. A farthing? Why, 'tis the same as the Queen. A sacred effigy, devil take it, a sacred effigy. Have we a queen, yes or no? Then respect her verdigris. Everything depends on the government. One ought to know that. I have experience, I have. I know something. They may say to me, "But you give up politics, then?" Politics, my friends, I care as much for them as for the rough hide of an ass. I received one day a blow from a baronet's cane. I said to myself, that is enough. I understand politics. The people have but a farthing, they give it. The Queen takes it, the people thank her. Nothing can be more natural. It is for the peers to arrange the rest. Their lordships, the lords spiritual and temporal. Oh, so Gwynplaine is locked up. So he is in prison. That is just as it should be. It is equitable, excellent, well-merited, and legitimate. It is his own fault. To criticise is forbidden. Are you a lord, you idiot? The constable has seized him, the justice of the quorum has carried him off, the sheriff has him in custody. At this moment he is probably being examined by a sergeant of the coif. They pluck out your crimes, those clever fellows. Imprisoned my wag, so much the worse for him, so much the better for me. Faith, I am satisfied. I own frankly that fortune favours me. Of what folly was I guilty when I picked up that little boy and girl? We were so quiet before, Homo and I. What had they to do in my caravan, the little blackguards? Didn't I brood over them when they were young? Didn't I draw them along with my harness? Pretty foundlings indeed, he as ugly as sin, and she blind of both eyes. Where was the use of depriving myself of everything for their sakes? The beggars grow up, forsooth, and make love to each other. The flirtations of the deformed. It was to that we had come. The toad and the mole, quite an idyll. That was what went on in my household, all which was sure to end by going before the justice. The toad talked politics. But now I am free of him. When the Wapentake came, I was at first a fool. One always doubts one's own good luck. I believed that I did not see what I did see, that it was impossible, that it was a nightmare, that a daydream was playing me a trick. But no, nothing could be truer. It is all clear. Gwynplaine is really in prison. It is a stroke of Providence. Praise be to it. He was the monster who, with the row he made, drew attention to my establishment and denounced my poor wolf. Be off, Gwynplaine. And see, I am rid of both. 2 birds killed with 1 stone. Because Dea will die now that she can no longer see Gwynplaine. For she sees him, the idiot. She will have no object in life. She will say, "What am I to do in the world?" Good-bye to the devil with both of them. I always hated the creatures. Section 82 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo, Part 2, Book the 6th, Chapter 2, What He Did. He returned to the Tadcaster Inn. It struck 6:30. It was a little before twilight. Master Nicholas stood on his doorstep. He had not succeeded since the morning in extinguishing the terror which still showed on his scared face. He perceived Ursus from afar. "Well?" he cried. "Well, what? Is Gwynplaine coming back? It is full time. The public will soon be coming. Shall we have the performance of the Laughing Man this evening?" "I am the Laughing Man," said Ursus, and he looked at the tavern-keeper with a loud chuckle. Then he went up to the first floor, opened the window next to the sign of the inn, leant over towards the placard about Gwynplaine, the Laughing Man, and the bill of Chaos Vanquished, unnailed the one, tore down the other, put both under his arm, and descended. Master Nicholas followed him with his eyes. "Why do you unhook that?" Ursus burst into a second fit of laughter. "Why do you laugh?" said the tavern-keeper. "I am re-entering private life." Master Nicholas understood, and gave an order to his lieutenant, the boy Govicum, to announce to every one who should come that there would be no performance that evening. He took from the door the box made out of a cask where they received the entrance money, and rolled it into a corner of the lower sitting-room. A moment after, Ursus entered the green box. He put the two signs away in a corner, and entered what he called the woman's wing. Dea was asleep. She was on her bed, dressed as usual, excepting that the body of her gown was loosened, as when she was taking her siesta. Near her, Venus and Phoebe were sitting, one on a stool, the other on the ground, musing. Notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, they had not dressed themselves in their goddesses' gauze, which was a sign of deep discouragement. They had remained in their drugget petticoats and their dress of coarse cloth. Ursus looked at Dea. "She is rehearsing for a longer sleep," murmured he. Then, addressing Phoebe and Venus, "You both know all. The music is over. You may put your trumpets into the drawer. You did well not to equip yourselves as deities. You look ugly enough as you are, but you were quite right. Keep on your petticoats. No performance to-night, nor to-morrow, nor the day after to-morrow. No Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine is clean gone." Then he looked at Dea again. "What a blow to her this will be! It will be like blowing out a candle." He inflated his cheeks. "Puff! Nothing more." Then, with a little dry laugh, "Losing Gwynplaine, she loses all. It would be just as if I were to lose Homo. It would be worse. She will feel more lonely than any one else could. The blind wade through more sorrow than we do." He looked out of the window at the end of the room. "How the days lengthen! It is not dark at 7 o'clock. Nevertheless, we will light up." He struck the steel and lighted the lamp which hung from the ceiling of the green box. Then he leaned over Dea. "She will catch cold. You have unlaced her bodice too low. There is a proverb, 'Though April skies be bright, keep all your wrappers tight.'" Seeing a pin shining on the floor, he picked it up and pinned up her sleeve. Then he paced the green box, gesticulating. "I am in full possession of my faculties. I am lucid, quite lucid. I consider this occurrence quite proper, and I approve of what has happened. When she awakes, I will explain everything to her clearly. The catastrophe will not be long in coming. No more Gwynplaine. Good night, Dea. How well all has been arranged! Gwynplaine in prison, Dea in the cemetery. They will be vis-à-vis. A dance of death. Two destinies going off the stage at once. Pack up the dresses, fasten the valise. For valise, read coffin. It was just what was best for them both. Dea without eyes, Gwynplaine without a face. On high the Almighty will restore sight to Dea, and beauty to Gwynplaine. Death puts things to rights. All will be well. Phoebe, Venus, hang up your tambourines on the nail. Your talents for noise will go to rust, my beauties. No more playing, no more trumpeting. Chaos vanquished is vanquished. The laughing man is done for. Tara Tantara is dead. Dea sleeps on. She does well. If I were her, I would never wake. Oh, she will soon fall asleep again. A skylark like her takes very little killing. This comes of meddling with politics. What a lesson! Governments are right. Gwynplaine to the sheriff. Dea to the gravedigger. Parallel cases. Instructive symmetry. I hope the tavern-keeper has barred the door. We are going to die tonight quietly at home, between ourselves. Not I, nor Homo, but Dea. As for me, I shall continue to roll on in the caravan. I belong to the meanderings of vagabond life. I shall dismiss these two women. I shall not keep even one of them. I have a tendency to become an old scoundrel. A maid-servant in the house of a libertine is like a loaf of bread on the shelf. I decline the temptation. It is not becoming at my age. Turpe senilis amor. I will follow my way alone with Homo. How astonished Homo will be! Where is Gwynplaine? Where is Dea? Old comrade, here we are once more alone together. Plague take it, I'm delighted. Their bucolics were an encumbrance. Oh, that scamp Gwynplaine, who is never coming back, he has left us stuck here. I say, all right. And now 'tis Dea's turn. That won't be long. I like things to be done with. I would not snap my fingers to stop her dying. Her dying, I tell you. See, she awakes. Dea opened her eyelids. Many blind persons shut them when they sleep. Her sweet, unwitting face wore all its usual radiance. She smiles, whispered Ursus, and I laugh. That is as it should be. Dea called, Phoebe, Venus, it must be the time for the performance. I think I have been asleep a long time. Come and dress me. Neither Phoebe nor Venus moved. Meanwhile, the ineffable blind look of Dea's eyes met those of Ursus. He started. Well, he cried, what are you about? Venus, Phoebe, did you not hear your mistress? Are you deaf? Quick! The play is going to begin. The two women looked at Ursus in stupefaction. Ursus shouted, Do you not hear the audience coming in? Phoebe, dress Dea. Venus, take your tambourine. Phoebe was obedient, Venus passive. Together they personified submission. Their master Ursus had always been to them an enigma. Never to be understood is a reason for being always obeyed. They simply thought he had gone mad, and did as they were told. Phoebe took down the costume, and Venus the tambourine. Phoebe began to dress Dea. Ursus let down the door curtain of the women's room, and from behind the curtain continued, Look there, Gwynplaine, the court is already more than half full of people. They are in heaps in the passages. What a crowd! And you say that Phoebe and Venus look as if they did not see them. How stupid the gipsies are! What fools they are in Egypt! Yet don't lift the curtain from the door. Be decent. Dea is dressing. He paused, and suddenly they heard an exclamation. How beautiful Dea is! It was the voice of Gwynplaine. Phoebe and Venus started and turned round. It was the voice of Gwynplaine, but in the mouth of Ursus. Ursus, by a sign which he made through the door ajar, forbade the expression of any astonishment. Then again, taking the voice of Gwynplaine, Angel. Then he replied in his own voice, Stay an angel? You are a fool, Gwynplaine. No mammifer can fly except the bats. And he added, Look here, Gwynplaine, let Homo loose. That will be more to the purpose. And he descended the ladder of the Green Box very quickly, with the agile spring of Gwynplaine, imitating his step so that Dea could hear it. In the court he addressed the boy, whom the occurrences of the day had made idle and inquisitive. "Spread out both your hands," said he, in a loud voice, and he poured a handful of pence into them. Govicum was grateful for his munificence. Ursus whispered in his ear, "Boy, go into the yard. Jump, dance, knock, bawl, whistle, coo, neigh, applaud, stamp your feet, burst out laughing, break something." Master Nicholas, saddened and humiliated at seeing the folks who had come to see the Laughing Man turned back and crowding towards other caravans, had shut the door of the inn. He had even given up the idea of selling any beer or spirits that evening, that he might have to answer no awkward questions; and, quite overcome by the sudden close of the performance, was looking with his candle in his hand into the court from the balcony above. Ursus, taking the precaution of putting his voice between parentheses fashioned by adjusting the palms of his hands to his mouth, cried out to him, "Sir, do as your boy is doing. Yelp, bark, howl." He reascended the steps of the Green Box, and said to the wolf, "Talk as much as you can." Then raising his voice, "What a crowd there is! We shall have a crammed performance." In the meantime Venus played the tambourine. Ursus went on, "Dea is dressed. Now we can begin. I am sorry they have admitted so many spectators. How thickly packed they are! Look, Gwynplaine, what a mad mob it is! I will bet that to-day we shall make more money than we have ever done yet. Come, gipsies, play up, both of you. Come here. Phoebe, take your clarion. Good. Venus, drum on your tambourine. Fling it up and catch it again. Phoebe, put yourself into the attitude of fame. Young ladies, you have too much on. Take off those jackets. Replace stuff by gauze. The public like to see the female form exposed. Let the moralists thunder. A little indecency, devil take it. What of that? Look voluptuous, and rush into wild melodies. Snort, blow, whistle, flourish. Play the tambourine. What a number of people, my poor Gwynplaine!" He interrupted himself. "Gwynplaine, help me. Let down the platform." He spread out his pocket-handkerchief. "But first let me roar in my rag," and he blew his nose violently as a ventriloquist ought. Having returned his handkerchief to his pocket, he drew the pegs out of the pulleys, which creaked as usual as the platform was let down. "Gwynplaine, do not draw the curtain until the performance begins. We are not alone. You two come out in front. Music, ladies. Turn, turn, turn. A pretty audience we have, the dregs of the people. Good heavens!" The two gipsies, stupidly obedient, placed themselves in their usual corners of the platform. Then Ursus became wonderful. It was no longer a man, but a crowd. Obliged to make abundance out of emptiness, he called to aid his prodigious powers of ventriloquism. The whole orchestra of human and animal voices which was within him he called into tumult at once. He was legion. Any one with his eyes closed would have imagined that he was in a public place on some day of rejoicing, or in some sudden popular riot. A whirlwind of clamour proceeded from Ursus. He sang, he shouted, he talked, he coughed, he spat, he sneezed, took snuff, talked and responded, put questions and gave answers, all at once. The half-uttered syllables ran one into another. In the court, untenanted by a single spectator, were heard men, women, and children. It was a clear confusion of tumult. Strange laughter wound vapour-like through the noise, the chirping of birds, the swearing of cats, the wailings of children at the breast. The indistinct tones of drunken men were to be heard, and the growls of dogs under the feet of people who stamped on them. The cries came from far and near, from top to bottom, from the upper boxes to the pit. The whole was an uproar, the detail was a cry. Ursus clapped his hands, stamped his feet, threw his voice to the end of the court, and then made it come from underground. It was both stormy and familiar. It passed from a murmur to a noise, from a noise to a tumult, from a tumult to a tempest. He was himself every one else, alone and polyglot. As there are optical illusions, there are also auricular illusions. That which Proteus did to sight, Ursus did to hearing. Nothing could be more marvellous than his facsimile of multitude. From time to time he opened the door of the women's apartment and looked at Dea. Dea was listening. On his part the boy exerted himself to the utmost. Venus and Phoebe trumpeted conscientiously and took turns with the tambourine. Master Nicholas, the only spectator, quietly made himself the same explanation as they did, that Ursus was gone mad, which was, for that matter, but another sad item added to his misery. The good tavern-keeper growled out, "What insanity!" and he was serious as a man might well be who has the fear of the law before him. Govicum, delighted at being able to help in making a noise, exerted himself almost as much as Ursus. It amused him, and, moreover, it earned him pence. Homo was pensive. In the midst of the tumult, Ursus now and then uttered such words as these: "Just as usual, Gwynplaine, there is a cabal against us. Our rivals are undermining our success. Tumult is the seasoning of triumph. Besides, there are too many people. They are uncomfortable. The angles of their neighbours' elbows do not dispose them to good nature. I hope the benches will not give way. We shall be the victims of an incensed population. Oh, if our friend Tom Jim Jack were only here! But he never comes now. Look at those heads rising one above the other. Those who are forced to stand don't look very well pleased, though the great Galen pronounced it to be strengthening. We will shorten the entertainment. As only Chaos Vanquished was announced in the playbill, we will not play Ursus Rursus. There will be something gained in that. What an uproar! Oh, blind turbulence of the masses! They will do us some damage. However, they can't go on like this. We should not be able to play. No one can catch a word of the piece. I'm going to address them. Gwynplaine, draw the curtain a little aside. Gentlemen! Here Ursus addressed himself with a shrill and feeble voice. Down with that old fool! Then he answered in his own voice. It seems that the mob insult me. Cicero is right. Plebs fex urbis. Never mind, we will admonish the mob, though I shall have a great deal of trouble to make myself heard. I will speak notwithstanding. Man, do your duty. Gwynplaine, look at that scold grinding her teeth down there. Ursus made a pause, in which he placed a gnashing of his teeth. Homo, provoked, added a second, and Govicum a third. Ursus went on. The women are worse than the men. The moment is unpropitious, but it doesn't matter. Let us try the power of a speech. An eloquent speech is never out of place. Listen, Gwynplaine, to my attractive exordium. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a bear. I take off my head to address you. I humbly appeal to you for silence. Ursus, lending a cry to the crowd, said, Grumble. Then he continued, I respect my audience. Grumple is an epiphonema as good as any other welcome. You growlers, that you are all of the dregs of the people, I do not doubt. That in no way diminishes my esteem for you, a well-considered esteem. I have a profound respect for the bullies who honour me with their custom. There are deformed folks among you. They give me no offence. The lame and the hump-backed are works of nature. The camel is gibbous, the bison's back is humped. The badger's left legs are shorter than the right. That fact is decided by Aristotle in his treatise on the walking of animals. There are those amongst you who have but two shirts, one on his back and the other at the pawnbroker's. I know that to be true. Albuquerque pawned his moustache, and St. Denis his glory. The Jews advanced money on the glory. Great examples. To have debts is to have something. I revere your beggardom." Ursus cut short his speech, interrupting it in a deep bass voice by the shout, "Triple S!" And he answered in his politest accent, "I admit it. I am a learned man. I do my best to apologize for it. I scientifically despise science. Ignorance is a reality on which we feed. Science is a reality on which we starve. In general, one is obliged to choose between two things, to be learned and grow thin, or to browse and be an ass. Oh, gentlemen, browse. Science is not worth a mouthful of anything nice. I had rather eat a sirloin of beef than know what they call the psoas muscle. I have but one merit, a dry eye. Such as you see me, I have never wept. It must be owned that I have never been satisfied, not even with myself. I despise myself, but I submit this to the members of the opposition here present. If Ursus is only a learned man, Gwynplaine is an artist. He groaned again, "Grumple," and resumed, "Grumple again. It is an objection. All the same, I pass it over. Near Gwynplaine, ladies and gentlemen, is another artist, a valued and distinguished personage who accompanies us, his lordship Homo, formerly a wild dog, now a civilized wolf, and a faithful subject of her Majesty's. Homo is a mine of deep and superior talent. Be attentive and watch. You are going to set Homo play as well as Gwynplaine, and you must do honour to art. That is an attribute of great nations. Are you men of the woods? I admit the fact. In that case, Sylvae sunt consuli digna. 2 artists are well worth 1 consul. All right. Some one has flung a cabbage stalk at me, but did not hit me. That will not stop my speaking. On the contrary, a danger evaded makes folks garrulous. Garrula pericula, says Juvenal. My hearers, there are amongst you drunken men and drunken women. Very well. The men are unwholesome. The women are hideous. You have all sorts of excellent reasons for stowing yourselves away here on the benches of the pothouse. Want of work, idleness, the spare time between 2 robberies, porter, ale, stout, malt, brandy, gin, and the attraction of one sex for the other. What could be better? A wit prone to irony would find this a fair field. But I abstain. 'Tis luxury, so be it, but even an orgy should be kept within bounds. You are gay but noisy. You imitate successfully the cries of beasts. But what would you say if, when you were making love to a lady, I passed my time in barking at you? It would disturb you, and so it disturbs us. I order you to hold your tongues. Art is as respectable as debauch. I speak to you civilly. He apostrophized himself. May the fever strangle you, with your eyebrows like the beard of rye. And he replied, Honourable gentlemen, let the rye alone. It is impious to insult the vegetables by likening them neither to human creatures or animals. Besides, the fever does not strangle. 'Tis a false metaphor. For pity's sake, keep silence. Allow me to tell you that you are slightly wanting in the repose which characterizes the true English gentleman. I see that some amongst you, who have shoes out of which their toes are peeping, take advantage of the circumstance to rest their feet on the shoulders of those who are in front of them, causing the ladies to remark that the soles of shoes divide always at the part at which is the head of the metatarsal bones. Show more of your hands and less of your feet. I perceive scamps who plunge their ingenious fists into the pockets of their foolish neighbours. Dear pickpockets, have a little modesty. Fight those next to you if you like. Do not plunder them. You will vex them less by blackening an eye than by lightening their purses of a penny. Break their noses if you like. The shopkeeper thinks more of his money than of his beauty. Barring this, accept my sympathies, for I am not pedantic enough to blame thieves. Evil exists. Every one endures it. Every one inflicts it. No one is exempt from the vermin of his sins. That's what I keep saying. Have we not all our itch? I myself have made mistakes. Plaudite cives. Ursus uttered a long groan, which he overpowered by these concluding words. My lords and gentlemen, I see that my address has unluckily displeased you. I take leave of your hisses for a moment. I shall put on my head, and the performance is going to begin. He dropped his oratorical tone and resumed his usual voice. Close the curtains. Let me breathe. I have spoken like honey. I have spoken well. My words were like velvet, but they were useless. I called them my lords and gentlemen. What do you think of all this scum, Gwynplaine? How well may we estimate the ills which England has suffered for the last 40 years through the ill temper of these irritable and malicious spirits. The ancient Britons were warlike. These are melancholy and learned. They glory in despising the law and condemning royal authority. I have done all that human eloquence can do. I have been prodigal of metonymics, as gracious as the blooming cheek of youth. Were they softened by them? I doubt it. What can affect a people who eat so extraordinarily, who stupefy themselves by tobacco so completely, that their literary men often write their works with a pipe in their mouths? Never mind, let us begin the play. The rings of the curtain were heard being drawn over the rod. The tambourines of the gipsies were still. Ursus took down his instrument, executed his prelude, and said in a low tone, Alas, Gwynplaine, how mysterious it is! Then he flung himself down with the wolf. When he had taken down his instrument, he had also taken from the nail a rough wig which he had, and which he had thrown on the stage in a corner within his reach. The performance of Chaos Vanquished took place as usual, minus only the effect of the blue light and the brilliancy of the fairies. The wolf played his best. At the proper moment Dea made her appearance, and, in her voice so tremulous and heavenly, invoked Gwynplaine. She extended her arms, feeling for that head. Ursus rushed at the wig, ruffled it, put it on, advanced softly, and, holding his breath, his head bristled thus under the hand of Dea. Then, calling all his art to his aid, and copying Gwynplaine's voice, he sang with ineffable love the response of the monster to the call of the spirit. The imitation was so perfect that again the gipsies looked for Gwynplaine, frightened at hearing without seeing him. Govicum, filled with astonishment, stamped, applauded, clapped his hands, producing an Olympian tumult, and himself laughed as if he had been a chorus of gods. This boy, it must be confessed, developed a rare talent for acting an audience. Phoebe and Venus, being automatons of which Ursus pulled the strings, rattled their instruments, composed of copper and ass's skin, the usual sign of the performance being over, and of the departure of the people. Ursus arose, covered with perspiration. He said in a low voice to Homo, "You see, it was necessary to gain time. I think we have succeeded. I have not acquitted myself badly, I, who have as much reason as any one to go distracted. Gwynplaine may perhaps return to-morrow. It is useless to kill Dea directly. I can explain matters to you." He took off his wig and wiped his forehead. "I am a ventriloquist of genius," murmured he. "What talent I displayed! I have equalled Brabant, the engastrumist of Francis I. of France. Dea is convinced that Gwynplaine is here." "Ursus," said Dea, "where is Gwynplaine?" Ursus started and turned round. Dea was still standing at the back of the stage, alone under the lamp which hung from the ceiling. She was pale with the pallor of a ghost. She added, with an ineffable expression of despair, "I know. He has left us. He is gone. I always knew that he had wings." And raising her sightless eyes on high, she Section 83 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 6th, Chapter 3, Complications. Ursus was stunned. He had not sustained the illusion. Was it the fault of ventriloquism? Certainly not. He had succeeded in deceiving Phoebe and Venus, who had eyes, although he had not deceived Dea, who was blind. It was because Phoebe and Venus saw with their eyes, while Dea saw with her heart. He could not utter a word. He thought to himself, Bos in lingua. The troubled man has an ox on his tongue. In his complex emotions, humiliation was the first which dawned on him. Ursus, driven out of his last resource, pondered. I lavish my onomatopoeias in vain. Then, like every dreamer, he reviled himself. What a frightful failure! I wore myself out in a pure loss of imitative harmony. But what is to be done next? He looked at Dea. She was silent, and grew paler every moment, as she stood perfectly motionless. Her sightless eyes remained fixed in depths of thought. Fortunately, something happened. Ursus saw Master Nicholas in the yard with a candle in his hand, beckoning to him. Master Nicholas had not assisted at the end of the phantom comedy played by Ursus. Some one had happened to knock at the door of the inn. Master Nicholas had gone to open it. There had been 2 knocks, and twice Master Nicholas had disappeared. Ursus, absorbed by his 100-voiced monologue, had not observed his absence. On the mute call of Master Nicholas, Ursus descended. He approached the tavern-keeper. Ursus put his finger on his lips. Master Nicholas put his finger on his lips. The 2 looked at each other thus. Each seemed to say to the other, we will talk, but we will hold our tongues. The tavern-keeper silently opened the door of the lower room of the tavern. Master Nicholas entered. Ursus entered. There was no one there except these 2. On the side looking on the street, both doors and window shutters were closed. The tavern-keeper pushed the door behind him, and shut it in the face of the inquisitive Govicum. Master Nicholas placed the candle on the table. A low, whispering dialogue began. Master Ursus? Master Nicholas? I understand at last. Nonsense. You wish the poor blind girl to think that all going on as usual. There's no law against my being a ventriloquist. You are a clever fellow. No. It is wonderful how you manage all that you wish to do. I tell you it is not. Now, I have something to tell you. Is it about politics? I don't know, because in that case I could not listen to you. Look here, whilst you were playing actors and audience by yourself, someone knocked at the door of the tavern. Someone knocked at the door? Yes. I don't like that. Nor I either. And then? And then I opened it. Who was it that knocked? Someone who spoke to me. What did he say? I listened to him. What did you answer? Nothing. I came back to see you play. And? Someone knocked a second time. Who, the same person? No, another. Someone else to speak to you? Someone who said nothing. I like that better. I do not. Explain yourself, Master Nicholas. Guess who called the first time? I have no leisure to be an Oedipus. It was the proprietor of the circus. Over the way? Over the way. Whence comes all that fearful noise? Well, Well, Master Ursus, he makes you a proposal. A proposal? A proposal. Why? Because... You have an advantage over me, Master Nicholas. Just now you solved my enigma, and now I cannot understand yours. The proprietor of the circus commissioned me to tell you that he had seen the cortege of police pass this morning, and that he, the proprietor of the circus, wishing to prove that he is your friend, offers to buy of you for £50, ready money, your caravan, the green box, your 2 horses, your trumpets with the women who blow them, your play with the blind girl who sings in it, your wolf, and yourself. Ursus smiled a haughty smile. Innkeeper, tell the proprietor of the circus that Gwynplaine is coming back. The innkeeper took something from a chair in the darkness, and, turning towards Ursus with both arms raised, dangled from one hand a cloak, and from the other a leather esclavine, a felt hat, and a jacket. And Master Nicholas said, "The man who knocked the second time was connected with the police. He came in and left without saying a word, and brought these things." Ursus recognized the esclavine, the jacket. Section 84 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo, Part 2, Book the 6th, Chapter 4. Minibus surdis campana muta. Ursus smoothed the felt of the hat, touched the cloth of the cloak, the serge of the coat, the leather of the esclavine, and, no longer able to doubt whose garments they were, with a gesture at once brief and imperative, and without saying a word, pointed to the door of the inn. Master Nicholas opened it. Ursus rushed out of the tavern. Master Nicholas looked after him, and saw Ursus run as fast as his old legs would allow in the direction taken that morning by the Wapentake who carried off Gwynplaine. A quarter of an hour afterwards, Ursus, out of breath, reached the little street in which stood the back wicket of the Southwick jail, which he had already watched so many hours. This alley was lonely enough at all hours, but if dreary during the day, it was portentous in the night. No one ventured through it after a certain hour. It seemed as though people feared that the walls should close in, and that if the prison or the cemetery took a fancy to embrace, they should be crushed in their clasp. Such are the effects of darkness. The pollard willows of the Ruelle Vauvert in Paris were thus ill-famed. It was said that during the night the stumps of those trees changed into great hands, and caught hold of the passers-by. By instinct the Southwick folks shunned, as we have already mentioned, this alley between a prison and a churchyard. Formerly it had been barricaded during the night by an iron chain. Very uselessly, because the strongest chain which guarded the street was the terror it inspired. Ursus entered it resolutely. What intention possessed him? None. He came into the alley to seek intelligence. Was he going to knock at the gate of the jail? Certainly not. Such an expedient, at once fearful and vain, had no place in his brain. To attempt to introduce himself to demand an explanation, what folly! Prisons do not open to those who wish to enter any more than to those who desire to get out. Their hinges never turn except by law. Ursus knew this. Why, then, had he come there? To see. To see what? Nothing. Who can tell? Even to be opposite the gate through which Gwynplaine had disappeared was something. Sometimes the blackest and most rugged of walls whispers, and some light escapes through a cranny. A vague glimmering is now and then to be perceived through solid and sombre piles of building. Even to examine the envelope of a fact may be to some purpose. The instinct of us all is to leave between the fact which interests us and ourselves but the thinnest possible cover. Therefore it was that Ursus returned to the alley in which the lower entrance to the prison was situated. Just as he entered it, he heard one stroke of the clock, then a second. "Hold!" thought he. "Can it be midnight already?" Mechanically he set himself to count. 3, 4, 5. He mused. At what long intervals this clock strikes! How slowly! 6, 7. Then he remarked, "What a melancholy sound! 8, 9. Ah, nothing can be more natural. It's dull work for a clock to live in a prison. 10. Besides, there is the cemetery. This clock sounds the hour to the living and eternity to the dead. 11. Alas, to strike the hour to him who is not free is also to chronicle an eternity. 12. He paused. Yes, it is midnight. The clock struck a 13th stroke. Ursus shuddered. 13! Then followed a 14th, then a 15th. What can this mean? The strokes continued at long intervals. Ursus listened. It is not the striking of a clock. It is the bell muter. No wonder I said how long it takes to strike midnight. This clock does not strike, it tolls. What fearful thing is about to take place? Formerly all prisons and all monasteries had a bell called muter, reserved for melancholy occasions. La muter, the mute, was a bell which struck very low, as if doing its best not to be heard. Ursus had reached the corner which he had found so convenient for his watch, and whence he had been able, during a great part of the day, to keep his eye on the prison. The strokes followed each other at lugubrious intervals. A knell makes an ugly punctuation in space. It breaks the preoccupation of the mind into funereal paragraphs. A knell, like a man's death rattle, notifies an agony. If in the houses about the neighbourhood, where a knell is tolled, there are reveries straying in doubt, its sound cuts them into frigid fragments. A vague reverie is a sort of refuge. Some indefinable diffuseness in anguish allows now and then a ray of hope to pierce through it. A knell is precise and desolating. It concentrates this diffusion of thought, and precipitates the vapours in which anxiety seeks to remain in suspense. A knell speaks to each one in the sense of his own grief or of his own fear. Tragic bell, it concerns you. It is a warning to you. There is nothing so dreary as a monologue on which its cadence falls. The even returns of sound seem to show a purpose. What is it that this hammer, the bell, forges on the anvil of thought? Ursus counted vaguely and without motive the tolling of the knell. Feeling that his thoughts were sliding from him, he made an effort not to let them slip into conjecture. Conjecture is an inclined plane, on which we slip too far to be to our own advantage. Still, what was the meaning of the bell? He looked through the darkness in the direction in which he knew the gate of the prison to be. Suddenly, in that very spot which looked like a dark hole, a redness showed. The redness grew larger and became a light. There was no uncertainty about it. It soon took a form and angles. The gate of the jail had just turned on its hinges. The glow painted the arch and the jambs of the door. It was a yawning rather than an opening. A prison does not open. It yawns, perhaps, from ennui. Through the gate passed a man with a torch in his hand. The bell rang on. Ursus felt his attention fascinated by two objects. He watched, his ear the knell, his eye the torch. Behind the first man, the gate, which had been ajar, enlarged the opening suddenly, and allowed egress to two other men, then to a fourth. This fourth was the Wapentake, clearly visible in the light of the torch. In his grasp was his iron staff. Following the Wapentake, there filed and opened out below the gateway in order, two by two, with the rigidity of a series of walking posts, ranks of silent men. This nocturnal procession stepped through the wicket in file, like a procession of penitents, without any solution of continuity, with a funereal care to make no noise, gravely, almost gently. A serpent issues from its hole with similar precautions. The torch threw out their profiles and attitudes into relief. Fierce looks, sullen attitudes. Ursus recognized the faces of the police who had that morning carried off Gwynplaine. There was no doubt about it. They were the same. They were reappearing. Of course, Gwynplaine would also reappear. They had led him to that place. They would bring him back. It was all quite clear. Ursus strained his eyes to the utmost. Would they set Gwynplaine at liberty? The files of police flowed from the low arch very slowly, and, as it were, drop by drop. The toll of the bell was uninterrupted, and seemed to mark their steps. On leaving the prison, the procession turned their backs on Ursus, went to the right, into the bend of the street opposite to that in which he was posted. A second torch shone under the gateway, announcing the end of the procession. Ursus was now about to see what they were bringing with them. The prisoner, the man. Ursus was soon, he thought, to see Gwynplaine. That which they carried appeared. It was a bier. 4 men carried a bier covered with black cloth. Behind them came a man with a shovel on his shoulder. A third lighted torch, held by a man reading a book, probably the chaplain, closed the procession. The bier followed the ranks of the police, who had turned to the right. Just at that moment the head of the procession stopped. Ursus heard the grating of a key. Opposite the prison, in the low wall which ran along the other side of the street, another opening was illuminated by a torch passing beneath it. This gate, over which a death's head was placed, was that of the cemetery. The Wapentake passed through it, then the men, then the second torch. The procession decreased therein, like a reptile entering his retreat. The files of police penetrated into that other darkness which was beyond the gate, then the bier, then the man with the spade, then the chaplain with his torch and his book, and the gate closed. There was nothing left but a haze of light above the wall. A muttering was heard, then some dull sounds. Doubtless the chaplain and the gravedigger, the one throwing on the coffin some verses of Scripture, the other some clods of earth. The muttering ceased, the heavy sounds ceased. A movement was made. The torches shone. The Wapentake reappeared, holding high his weapon, under the reopened gate of the cemetery. Then the chaplain with his book, and the gravedigger with his spade. The cortege reappeared without the coffin. The files of men crossed over in the same order, with the same taciturnity, and in the opposite direction. The gate of the cemetery closed. That of the prison opened. Its sepulchral architecture stood out against the light. The obscurity of the passage became vaguely visible. The solid and deep night of the jail was revealed to sight. Then the whole vision disappeared in the depths of shadow. The knell ceased. All was locked in silence, a sinister incarceration of shadows. A vanished vision, nothing more. A passage of spectres which had disappeared. The logical arrangement of surmises builds up something which at least resembles evidence. To the arrest of Gwynplaine, to the secret mode of his capture, to the return of his garments by the police officer, to the death bell of the prison to which he had been conducted, was now added, or rather adjusted, portentous circumstance, a coffin carried to the grave. "He is dead!" cried Ursus. He sank down upon a stone. "Dead! They have killed him! Gwynplaine, my child! My son!" Section 85 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 6th. Chapter 5. State policy deals with little matters as well as with great. Ursus, alas, had boasted that he had never wept. His reservoir of tears was full. Such plenitude as is accumulated drop on drop, sorrow on sorrow, through a long existence, is not to be poured out in a moment. Ursus wept alone. The first tear is a letting out of waters. He wept for Gwynplaine, for Dea, for himself, Ursus, for Homo. He wept like a child, he wept like an old man. He wept for everything at which he had ever laughed. He paid off arrears. Man is never nonsuited when he pleads his right to tears. The corpse they had just buried was Hardquanonne's, but Ursus could not know that. The hours crept on. Day began to break. The pale clothing of the morning was spread out, dimly creased with shadow, over the bowling green. The dawn lighted up the front of the Tadcaster Inn. Master Nicholas had not gone to bed, because sometimes the same occurrence produces sleeplessness in many. Troubles radiate in every direction. Throw a stone in the water, and count the splashes. Master Nicholas felt himself impeached. It is very disagreeable that such things should happen in one's house. Master Nicholas, uneasy and foreseeing misfortunes, meditated. He regretted having received such people into his house. Had he but known that they would end by getting him into mischief. But the question was how to get rid of them. He had given Ursus a lease. What a blessing if he could free himself from it! How should he set to work to drive them out? Suddenly the door of the inn resounded with one of those tumultuous knocks which in England announces somebody. The gamut of knocking corresponds with the ladder of hierarchy. It was not quite the knock of a lord, but it was the knock of a justice. The trembling innkeeper half opened his window. There was indeed the magistrate. Master Nicholas perceived at the door a body of police, from the head of which two men detached themselves, one of whom was the justice of the quorum. Master Nicholas had seen the justice of the quorum that morning, and recognized him. He did not know the other, who was a fat gentleman with a waxen-coloured face, a fashionable wig, and a travelling cloak. Nicholas was much afraid of the first of these persons, the justice of the quorum. Had he been of the court, he would have feared the other most, because it was Barkilphedro. One of the subordinates knocked at the door again violently. The innkeeper, with great drops of perspiration on his brow from anxiety, opened it. The justice of the quorum, in the tone of a man who is employed in matters of police, and who is well acquainted with various shades of vagrancy, raised his voice, and asked severely for "Master Ursus." The host, cap in hand, replied, "Your honour, he lives here." "I know it," said the justice. "No doubt, your honour." "Tell him to come down." "Your honour, he is not here." "Where is he?" "I do not know." "How is that?" "He has not come in." "Then he must have gone out very early?" "No, but he went out very late." "What vagabonds!" replied the justice. "Your honour," said Master Nicholas softly, "here he comes." Ursus indeed had just come in sight, round a turn of the wall. He was returning to the inn. He had passed nearly the whole night between the jail, where at midday he had seen Gwynplaine, and the cemetery, where at midnight he had heard the grave filled up. He was pallid with two pallors, that of sorrow and of twilight. Dawn, which is light in a chrysalis state, leaves even those forms which are in movement in the uncertainty of night. Ursus, wan and indistinct, walked slowly like a man in a dream. In the wild distraction produced by agony of mind, he had left the inn with his head bare. He had not even found out that he had no hat on. His spare grey locks fluttered in the wind. His open eyes appeared sightless. Often when awake we are asleep, and as often when asleep we are awake. Ursus looked like a lunatic. "Master Ursus!" cried the innkeeper, "come, their honours desire to speak to you." Master Nicholas, in his endeavour to soften matters down, let slip, although he would gladly have omitted, this plural, "their honours," respectful to the group, but mortifying perhaps to the chief, confounded therein, to some degree, with his subordinates. Ursus started like a man falling off a bed on which he was sound asleep. "What is the matter?" said he. He saw the police, and at the head of the police the justice. A fresh and rude shock. But a short time ago the Wapentake, now the justice of the quorum. He seemed to have been cast from one to the other as ships by some reefs of which we have read in old stories. The justice of the quorum made him a sign to enter the tavern. Ursus obeyed. Govicum, who had just got up, and who was sweeping the room, stopped his work, got into a corner behind the tables, put down his broom, and held his breath. He plunged his finger-tips into his hair, and scratched his head, a symptom which indicated attention to what was about to occur. The justice of the quorum sat down on a form before a table. Barkilphedro took a chair. Ursus and Master Nicholas remained standing. The police officers, left outside, grouped themselves in front of the closed door. The justice of the quorum fixed his eye, full of the law, upon Ursus. He said, "You have a wolf." Ursus answered, "Not exactly." "You have a wolf," continued the justice, emphasizing wolf with a decided accent. Ursus answered, "You see," and he was silent. "A misdemeanour," replied the justice. Ursus hazarded an excuse. "He is my servant." The justice placed his hand flat on the table, with his fingers spread out, which is a very fine gesture of authority. "Merry Andrew, To-morrow by this hour you and your wolf must have left England. If not, the wolf will be seized, carried to the register office, and killed." Ursus thought, "More murder," but he breathed not a syllable, and was satisfied with trembling in every limb. "You hear?" said the justice. Ursus nodded. The justice persisted. "Killed." There was silence. "Strangled or drowned?" The justice of the quorum watched Ursus. "And yourself in prison?" Ursus murmured, "Your worship." "Be off before to-morrow morning. If not, such is the order." "Your worship." "What?" "Must we leave England, he and I?" "Yes." "To-day?" "To-day." "What is to be done?" Master Nicholas was happy. The magistrate whom he had feared had come to his aid. The police had acted as auxiliary to him, Nicholas. They had delivered him from such people. The means he had sought were brought to him. Ursus, whom he wanted to get rid of, was being driven away by the police, a superior authority. Nothing to object to. He was delighted. He interrupted. "Your honour, that man—" He pointed to Ursus with his finger. "That man wants to know how he is to leave England to-day. Nothing can be easier. There are night and day at anchor on the Thames, both on this and on the other side of London Bridge, vessels that sail to the Continent. They go from England to Denmark, to Holland, to Spain. Not to France on account of the war, but everywhere else. To-night several ships will sail, about 1 o'clock in the morning, which is the hour of high tide, and, amongst others, the vocat of Rotterdam." The justice of the quorum made a movement of his shoulder towards Ursus. "Be it so. Leave by the first ship, by the vocat." "Your worship," said Ursus. "Well?" "Your worship, if I had, as formerly, only my little box on wheels, it might be done. A boat would contain that, but—" "But what?" "But now I have got the Green Box, which is a great caravan drawn by 2 horses, and however wide the ship might be, we could not get it into her." "What is that to me?" said the justice. "The wolf will be killed." Ursus shuddered as if he were grasped by a hand of ice. Monsters, he thought. Murdering people is their way of settling matters. The innkeeper smiled and addressed Ursus. "Master Ursus, you can sell the Green Box." Ursus looked at Nicholas. "Master Ursus, you have the offer." "From whom?" "An offer for the caravan, an offer for the 2 horses, an offer for the 2 gipsy women, an offer—" "From whom?" repeated Ursus. "From the proprietor of the neighbouring circus." Ursus remembered it. "It is true." Master Nicholas turned to the justice of the quorum. "Your honour, the bargain can be completed to-day. The proprietor of the circus close by wishes to buy the caravan and the horses." "The proprietor of the circus is right," said the justice, "because he will soon require them. A caravan and horses will be useful to him. He, too, will depart to-day. The reverend gentlemen of the parish of Southwark have complained of the indecent riot in Tarrinzeau Field. The sheriff has taken his measures. To-night there will not be a single juggler's booth in the place. There must be an end of all these scandals. The honourable gentleman who deigns to be here present—" The justice of the quorum interrupted his speech to salute Barkilphedro, who returned the bow. "The honourable gentleman who deigns to be present has just arrived from Windsor. He brings orders. Her Majesty has said, 'It must be swept away.'" Ursus, during his long meditation all night, had not failed to put himself some questions. After all, he had only seen a bier. Could he be sure that it contained Gwynplaine? Other people might have died besides Gwynplaine. A coffin does not announce the name of the corpse as it passes by. A funeral had followed the arrest of Gwynplaine. That proved nothing. Post hoc, non propter hoc, etc. Ursus had begun to doubt. Hope burns and glimmers over misery like naphtha over water. Its hovering flame ever floats over human sorrow. Ursus had come to this conclusion. It is probable that it was Gwynplaine whom they buried, but it is not certain. Who knows? Perhaps Gwynplaine is still alive. Ursus bowed to the justice. "Honourable judge, I will go away, we will go away, all will go away, by the vocat of Rotterdam to-day. I will sell the green box, the horses, the trumpets, the gypsies. But I have a comrade whom I cannot leave behind. Gwynplaine." "Gwynplaine is dead," said a voice. Ursus felt a cold sensation, such as is produced by a reptile crawling over the skin. It was Barkilphedro who had just spoken. The last gleam was extinguished. No more doubt now. Gwynplaine was dead. A person in authority must know. This one looked ill-favoured enough to do so. Ursus bowed to him. Master Nicholas was a good-hearted man enough, but a dreadful coward. Once terrified, he became a brute. The greatest cruelty is that inspired by fear. He growled out, "This simplifies matters." And he indulged, standing behind Ursus, in rubbing his hands, a peculiarity of the selfish, signifying, "I am well out of it," and suggestive of Pontius Pilate washing his hands. Ursus, overwhelmed, bent down his head. The sentence on Gwynplaine had been executed. Death. His sentence was pronounced. Exile. Nothing remained but to obey. He felt as in a dream. Some one touched his arm. It was the other person who was with the justice of the quorum. Ursus shuddered. The voice which had said, "Gwynplaine is dead," whispered in his ear, "Here are 10 guineas, sent you by one who wishes you well." And Barkilphedro placed a little purse on a table before Ursus. We must not forget the casket that Barkilphedro had taken with him. 10 guineas out of 2,000. It was all that Barkilphedro could make up his mind to part with. In all conscience it was enough. If he had given more he would have lost. He had taken the trouble of finding out a lord, and having sunk the shaft, it was but fair that the first proceeds of the mine should belong to him. Those who see meanness in the act are right, but they would be wrong to feel astonished. Barkilphedro loved money, especially money which was stolen. An envious man is an avaricious one. Barkilphedro was not without his faults. The commission of crimes does not preclude the possession of vices. Tigers have their lice. Besides, he belonged to the school of Bacon. Barkilphedro turned towards the justice of the quorum, and said to him, "Sir, be so good as to conclude this matter. I am in haste. A carriage and horses belonging to Her Majesty await me. I must go full gallop to Windsor, for I must be there within 2 hours' time. I have intelligence to give and orders to take." The justice of the quorum arose. He went to the door, which was only latched, opened it, and, looking silently towards the police, beckoned to them authoritatively. They entered with that silence which heralds severity of action. Master Nicholas, satisfied with the rapid denouement which cut short his difficulties, charmed to be out of the entangled skein, was afraid, when he saw the muster of officers, that they were going to apprehend Ursus in his house. 2 arrests, one after the other, made in his house, first that of Gwynplaine, then that of Ursus, might be injurious to the inn. Customers dislike police raids. Here, then, was a time for a respectful appeal, suppliant and generous. Master Nicholas turned toward the justice of the quorum a smiling face, in which confidence was tempered by respect. "Your honour, I venture to observe to your honour that these honourable gentlemen, the police officers, might be dispensed with, now that the wolf is about to be carried away from England, and that this man Ursus makes no resistance. And since your honour's orders are being punctually carried out, your honour will consider that the respectable business of the police, so necessary to the good of the kingdom, does great harm to an establishment, and that my house is innocent. The Merry Andrews of the Green Box having been swept away, as Her Majesty says, there is no longer any criminal here, as I do not suppose that the blind girl and the 2 women are criminals. Therefore I implore your honour to deign to shorten your august visit, and to dismiss these worthy gentlemen who have just entered, because there is nothing for them to do in my house, and if your honour will permit me to prove the justice of my speech under the form of a humble question, I will prove the inutility of these revered gentlemen's presence by asking your honour, if the man Ursus obeys orders and departs, who can there be to arrest here?" "Yourself," said the justice. A man does not argue with a sword that runs him through and through. Master Nicholas subsided, he cared not on what, on a table, on a form, on anything that happened to be there, prostrate. The justice raised his voice, so that if there were people outside they might hear. "Master Nicholas Plumptree, keeper of this tavern, this is the last point to be settled. This mountebank and the wolf are vagabonds. They are driven away. But the person most in fault is yourself. It is in your house, and with your consent, that the law has been violated, and you, a man licensed, invested with a public responsibility, have established the scandal here. Master Nicholas, your licence is taken away. You must pay the penalty and go to prison." The policemen surrounded the innkeeper. The justice continued, pointing out Govicum. "Arrest that boy as an accomplice." The hand of an officer fell upon the collar of Govicum, who looked at him inquisitively. The boy was not much alarmed, scarcely understanding the occurrence. Having already observed many things out of the way, he wondered if this were the end of the comedy. The justice of the quorum forced his hat down on his head, crossed his hands on his stomach, which is the height of majesty, and added, "It is decided, Master Nicholas. You are to be taken to prison, and put into jail, you and the boy. And this house, the Tadcaster Inn, is to remain shut up, condemned and closed, for the sake of example. Upon
Section 86 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo, Part 2, Book the 7th, Chapter 1. The Awakening. And Dea! It seemed to Gwynplaine, as he watched the break of day at Corleone Lodge, while the things we have related were occurring at the Tadcaster Inn, that the call came from without, but it came from within. Who has not heard the deep clamours of the soul? Moreover, the morning was dawning. Aurora is a voice. Of what use is the sun if not to reawaken that dark sleeper, the conscience? Light and virtue are akin. Whether the god be called Christ or Love, there is at times an hour when he is forgotten, even by the best. All of us, even the saints, require a voice to remind us, and the dawn speaks to us like a sublime monitor. Conscience calls out before duty, as the cock crows before the dawn of day. That chaos, the human heart, hears the fiat lux. Gwynplaine, we will continue thus to call him. Clancharlie is a lord, Gwynplaine is a man. Gwynplaine felt as if brought back to life. It was time that the artery was bound up. For a while his virtue had spread its wings and flown away, and "Dea," he said. Then he felt through his veins a generous transfusion. Something healthy and tumultuous rushed upon him. The violent eruption of good thoughts is like the return home of a man who has not his key, and who forces his own look honestly. It is an escalade, but an escalade of good. It is a burglary, but a burglary of evil. "Dea, Dea, Dea," repeated he. He strove to assure himself of his heart's strength, and he put the question with a loud voice, "Where are you?" He almost wondered that no one answered him. Then again, gazing on the walls and the ceiling, with wandering thoughts, through which reason returned, "Where are you? Where am I?" And in the chamber which was his cage, he began to walk again, to and fro, like a wild beast in captivity. "Where am I?" "At Windsor." "And you?" "In Southwark." "Alas! This is the first time that there has been distance between us. Who has dug this gulf? I here, thou there. Oh, it cannot be, it shall not be. What is this that they have done to me?" He stopped. Who talked to me of the Queen? What do I know of such things? I changed! Why? Because I am a lord. Do you know what has happened, dear? You are a lady. What has come to pass is astounding. My business now is to get back into my right road. Who is it who led me astray? There's a man who spoke to me mysteriously. I remember the words which he addressed to me. "My lord, when one door opens, another is shut. That which you have left behind is no longer yours. In other words, you are a coward. That man, the miserable wretch, said that to me before I was well awake. He took advantage of my first moment of astonishment. I was, as it were, prey to him. Where is he, that I may insult him? He spoke to me with the evil smile of a demon. But see, I am myself again. That is well. They deceive themselves if they think that they can do what they like with Lord Clancharlie, a peer of England. Yes, with a peeress who is Dea. Conditions. Shall I accept them? The Queen! What is the Queen to me? I never saw her. I am not a lord to be made a slave. I enter my position unfettered. Did they think they had unchained me for nothing? They have unmuzzled me, that is all. Dea, Ursus, we are together. That which you were, I was. That which I am, you are. Come. No, I will go to you directly. Directly. I've already waited too long. What can they think, not seeing me return? That money. When I think I sent them that money, it was myself that they wanted. I remember the man said that I could not leave this place. We shall see that. Come, a carriage, a carriage. Put to the horses. I am going to look for them. Where are the servants? I ought to have servants here, since I am a lord. I am master here. This is my house. I will twist off the bolts, I will break the locks, I will kick down the doors, I will run my sword through the body of anyone who bars my passage. I should like to see who shall stop me. I have a wife, and she is Dea. I have a father who was Ursus. My house is a palace, and I give it to Ursus. My name is a diadem, and I give it to Dea. Quick, directly, Dea, I am coming. Yes, you may be sure that I shall soon stride across the intervening space. And raising the first piece of tapestry he came to, he rushed from the chamber impetuously. He found himself in a corridor. He went straight forward. A second corridor opened out before him. All the doors were open. He walked on at random, from chamber to chamber, from passage to Section 87 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 7th. Chapter 2. The Resemblance of a Palace to a Wood. In palaces after the Italian fashion, and Corleone Lodge was one, there were very few doors, but abundance of tapestry screens and curtained doorways. In every palace of that date there was a wonderful labyrinth of chambers and corridors, where luxury ran riot, gilding, marble, carved wainscoting, Eastern silks, nooks and corners, some secret and dark as night, others light and pleasant as the day. There were attics, richly and brightly furnished, burnished recesses shining with Dutch tiles and Portuguese azulejos. The tops of the high windows were converted into small rooms and glass attics, forming pretty habitable lanterns. The thickness of the walls was such that there were rooms within them. Here and there were closets, nominally wardrobes. They were called the little rooms. It was within them that evil deeds were hatched. When a Duke of Guise had to be killed, the pretty Présidente of Sylvacan abducted, or the cries of little girls brought thither by Libel smothered. Such places were convenient for the purpose. They were labyrinthine chambers, impracticable to a stranger, scenes of abductions, unknown depths, receptacles of mysterious disappearances. In those elegant caverns princes and lords stored their plunder. In such a place the Comte de Chalaret hid Madame Courchon, the wife of the clerk of the Privy Council, Monsieur de Montdulet, the daughter of the Haudry, the farm of La Croix-Saint-Lenfoy, the Prince de Conti, the two beautiful baker women of l'Isle-Adam, the Duke of Buckingham, poor Pennywell, etc. The deeds done there were such as were designated by the Roman law as committed vi, clam, et precario, by force, in secret, and for a short time. Once in, an occupant remained there till the master of the house decreed his or her release. They were gilded oubliettes, savouring both of the cloister and the harem. Their staircases twisted, turned, ascended, and descended, a zigzag of rooms, one running into another, led back to the starting point. A gallery terminated into an oratory. A confessional was grafted on to an alcove. Perhaps the architects of the little rooms, building for royalty and aristocracy, took as models the ramifications of coral beds and the openings in a sponge. The branches became a labyrinth. Pictures, turning on false panels, were exits and entrances. They were full of stage contrivances, and no wonder, considering the dramas that were played there. The floors of these hives reached from the cellars to the attics.
Quaint madrepore inlaying every palace, from Versailles downwards, like cells of pygmies and dwelling-places of Titans, passages, niches, alcoves, and secret recesses, all sorts of holes and corners in which was stored away the meanness of the great. These winding and narrow passages recalled games, blindfolded eyes, hands feeling in the dark, suppressed laughter, blind man's bluff, hide-and-seek, while, at the same time, they suggested memories of the Atrides, of the Plantagenets, of the Medicis, the brutal knights of Eltz, of Rizzio, of Monaldeschi, of naked swords pursuing the fugitive flying from room to room. The ancients, too, had mysterious retreats of the same kind, in which luxury was adapted to enormities. The pattern had been preserved underground in some sepulchres in Egypt, notably the tomb of King Psammetichus, discovered by Passalacqua. The ancient poets have recorded the horrors of these suspicious buildings. Error circumflexis locus implicitos giris. Gwynplaine was in the little rooms of Corleone Lodge. He was burning to be off, to get outside, to see Dea again. The maze of passages and alcoves with secret and bewildering doors checked and retarded his progress. He strove to run. He was obliged to wander. He thought that he had but one door to thrust open, while he had a skein of doors to unravel. To one room succeeded another, then a crossway, with rooms on every side. Not a living creature was to be seen. He listened. Not a sound. At times he thought that he must be returning towards his starting point, then that he saw someone approaching. It was no one. It was only the reflection of himself in a mirror, dressed as a nobleman. That he? Impossible. Then he recognized himself, but not at once. He explored every passage that he came to. He examined the quaint arrangements of the rambling building, and their yet quainter fittings. Here a cabinet, painted and carved in a sentimental but vicious style. There an equivocal-looking chapel, studded with enamels and mother-of-pearl, with miniatures on ivory wrought out in relief, like those on old-fashioned snuff-boxes. There one of those pretty Florentine retreats, adapted to the hypochondriasis of women, and even then called boudoirs. Everywhere, on the ceilings, on the walls, and on the very floors, were representations, in velvet or in metal, of birds, of trees, of luxuriant vegetation, picked out in reliefs of lacework. Tables covered with jet carvings, representing warriors, queens, and tritons armed with the scaly terminations of a hydra. Cut crystals combining prismatic effects with those of reflection. Mirrors repeated the light of precious stones, and sparkles glittered in the darkest corners. It was impossible to guess whether those many-sided shining surfaces, where emerald green mingled with the golden hues of the rising sun, or floated a glimmer of ever-varying colours, like those on a pigeon's neck, were miniature mirrors or enormous barrels. Everywhere was magnificence, at once refined and stupendous. If it was not the most diminutive of palaces, it was the most gigantic of jewel-cases. A house for Mab, or a jewel for Geo. Gwynplaine sought an exit. He could not find one. Impossible to make out his way. There is nothing so confusing as wealth seen for the first time. Moreover, this was a labyrinth. At each step he was stopped by some magnificent object which appeared to retard his exit, and to be unwilling to let him pass. He was encompassed by a net of wonders. He felt himself bound, and held back. What a horrible palace, he thought, restless. He wandered through the maze, asking himself what it all meant. Whether he was in prison, chafing, thirsting for the fresh air. He repeated, Dea, Dea, as if that word was the thread of the labyrinth, and must be held unbroken to guide him out of it. Now and then he shouted, Ho! Anyone there? No one answered. The rooms never came to an end. All was deserted, silent, splendid, sinister. It realized the fables of enchanted castles. Hidden pipes of hot air maintained a summer temperature in the building. It was as if some magician had caught up the month of June and imprisoned it in a labyrinth. There were pleasant odors now and then, and he crossed currents of perfume, as though passing by invisible flowers. It was warm, carpets everywhere. One might have walked about there, unclothed. Gwynplaine looked out of the windows. The view from each one was different. From one he beheld gardens, sparkling with the freshness of a spring morning. From another, a plot decked with statues. From the third, a patio in the Spanish style, a little square, flagged, mouldy, and cold. At times he saw a river. It was the Thames. Sometimes a great tower. It was Windsor. It was still so early that there were no signs of life without. He stood still and listened. "Oh, I will get out of this place," said he. "I will return to Dea. They shall not keep me here by force. Woe to him who bars my exit. What is that great tower yonder? If there was a giant, a hellhound, a minotaur to keep the gate of this enchanted palace, I would annihilate him. If an army, I would exterminate it. Dea, Dea!" Suddenly he heard a gentle noise, very faint. It was like dropping water. He was in a dark, narrow passage, closed, some few paces further on, by a curtain. He advanced to the curtain, pushed it aside, entered. He Section 88 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2. Book the 7th, Chapter 3. Eve. An octagon room with a vaulted ceiling, without windows, but lighted by a skylight, walls, ceiling, and floors faced with peach-colored marble, a black marble canopy like a pall, with twisted columns in the solid but pleasing Elizabethan style, overshadowing a vase-like bath of the same black marble. This was what he saw before him. In the centre of the bath arose a slender jet of tepid and perfumed water, which, softly and slowly, was filling the tank. The bath was black to augment fairness into brilliancy. It was the water which he had heard. A waste pipe, placed at a certain height in the bath, prevented it from overflowing. Vapour was rising from the water, but not sufficient to cause it to hang in drops on the marble. The slender jet of water was like a supple wand of steel, bending at the slightest current of air. There was no furniture, except a chair-like bed with pillows, long enough for a woman to lie on at full length, and yet have room for a dog at her feet. The French, indeed, borrow the word canapé from canne al pied. This sofa was of Spanish manufacture. In it, silver took the place of woodwork. The cushions and coverings were of rich white silk. On the other side of the bath, by the wall, was a lofty dressing-table of solid silver, furnished with every requisite for the table, having in its centre, and in imitation of a window, 8 small Venetian mirrors, set in a silver frame. In a panel on the wall was a square opening, like a little window, which was closed by a door of solid silver. This door was fitted with hinges, like a shutter. On the shutter there glistened a chased and gilt royal crown. Over it, and affixed to the wall, was a bell, silver-gilt, if not of pure gold. Opposite the entrance of the chamber, in which Gwynplaine stood as if transfixed, there was an opening in the marble wall, extending to the ceiling, and closed by a high and broad curtain of silver tissue. This curtain, of fairy-like tenuity, was transparent, and did not interrupt the view. Through the centre of this web, where one might expect a spider, Gwynplaine saw a more formidable object. A woman. Her dress was a long chemise, so long that it floated over her feet, like the dresses of angels in holy pictures, but so fine that it seemed liquid. The silver tissue, transparent as glass and fastened only at the ceiling, could be lifted aside. It separated the marble chamber, which was a bathroom, from the adjoining apartment, which was a bedchamber. This tiny dormitory was a grotto of mirrors. Venetian glasses, close together, mounted with gold mouldings, reflected on every side the bed in the centre of the room. On the bed, which, like the toilet table, was of silver, lay the woman. She was asleep. The crumpled clothes bore evidence of troubled sleep. The beauty of the folds was proof of the quality of the material. It was a period when a queen, thinking that she should be damned, pictured hell to herself as a bed with coarse sheets. A dressing-gown of curious silk was thrown over the foot of the couch. It was apparently Chinese, for a great golden lizard was partly visible in between the folds. Beyond the couch, and probably masking a door, was a large mirror, on which were painted peacocks and swans. Shadow seemed to lose its nature in this apartment, and glistened. The spaces between the mirrors and the goldwork were lined with that sparkling material called at Venice thread of glass, that is, spun glass. At the head of the couch stood a reading desk on a movable pivot, with candles, and a book lying open, bearing this title, in large red letters, Alcoranus Mahumedis. Gwynplaine saw none of these details. He had eyes only for the woman. He was at once stupefied and filled with tumultuous emotions, states apparently incompatible, yet sometimes coexistent. He recognized her. Her eyes were closed, but her face was turned towards him. It was the Duchess, she, the mysterious being in whom all the splendours of the unknown were united, she who had occasioned him so many unavowable dreams, she who had written him so strange a letter, the only woman in the world of whom he could say, "She has seen me, and she desires me." He had dismissed the dreams from his mind. He had burnt the letter. He had, as far as lay in his power, banished the remembrance of her from his thoughts and dreams. He no longer thought of her. He had forgotten her. Again he saw her, and he saw her terrible in power. His breath came in short catches. He felt as if he were in a storm-driven cloud. He looked. This woman before him. Was it possible? At the theatre, a duchess. Here, a nereid, a nymph, a fairy, always an apparition. He tried to fly, but felt the futility of the attempt. His eyes were riveted on the vision, as though he were bound. Was she a woman? Was she a maiden? Both. Messalina was perhaps present, though invisible, and smiled while Diana kept watch. Over all her beauty was the radiance of inaccessibility. No purity could compare with her chaste and haughty form. Certain snows, which have never been touched, give an idea of it, such as the sacred whiteness of the Jungfrau. Immodesty was merged into splendor. She felt the security of an Olympian, who knew that she was the daughter of the depths, and might say to the ocean, "Father," and she exposed herself, unattainable and proud, to everything that should pass, to looks, to desires, to ravings, to dreams, as proud in her languor, on her boudoir couch, as Venus in the immensity of the sea foam. She had slept all night, and was prolonging her sleep into the daylight. Her boldness, begun in shadow, continued in light. Gwynplaine shuddered. He admired her with an unhealthy and absorbing admiration, which ended in fear. Misfortunes never come singly. Gwynplaine thought he had drained to the dregs the cup of his ill luck. Now it was refilled. Who was it who was hurling all those unremitting thunderbolts on his devoted head, and who had now thrown against him, as he stood trembling there, a sleeping goddess? What was the dangerous and desirable object of his dream lurking all the while behind these successive glimpses of heaven? Did these favours of the mysterious temper tend to inspire him with vague aspirations and confused ideas, and overwhelm him with the intoxicating series of realities proceeding from apparent impossibilities? Wherefore did all the shadows conspire against him? A wretched man, and what would become of him, with all those evil smiles of fortune beaming on him? Was his temptation prearranged? This woman, how and why was she there? No explanation. Why him? Why her? Was he made a peer of England expressly for this duchess? Who had brought them together? Who was the dupe? Who was the victim? Whose simplicity was being abused? Was it God who was being deceived? All these undefined thoughts passed confusedly, like a flight of dark shadows through his brain. That magical and malevolent abode, that strange and prison-like palace, was it also in the plot? Gwynplaine suffered a partial unconsciousness. Suppressed emotions threatened to strangle him. He was weighed down by an overwhelming force. His will became powerless. How could he resist? He was incoherent and entranced. This time he felt he was becoming irremediably insane. His dark, headlong fall over the precipice of stupefaction continued. But the woman slept on. What aggravated the storm within him was, that he saw not the princess, not the duchess, not the lady, but the woman. Gwynplaine, losing all self-command, trembled. What could he do against such a temptation? Were no skilful effects of dress, no silken folds, no complex and coquettish adornments, no affected exaggeration of concealment or of exhibition, no cloud. It was fearful simplicity, a sort of mysterious summons, the shameless audacity of Eden. The whole of the dark side of human nature was there, Eve, worse than Satan. The human and the superhuman commingled, a perplexing ecstasy winding up in a brutal triumph of instinct over duty. The sovereign contour of beauty is imperious. When it leaves the ideal and condescends to be real, its proximity is fatal to man. Now and then the duchess moved softly on the bed, with the vague movement of a cloud in the heavens, changing as a vapour changes its form. Absurd as it may appear, though he saw her present in the flesh before him, yet she seemed chimera, and palpable as she was, she seemed to him afar off. Scared and livid, he gazed on. He listened to her breathing, and fancied he heard only a phantom's respiration. He was attracted, though against his will. How arm himself against her, or against himself? He had been prepared for everything except this danger. A savage doorkeeper, a raging monster of a jailer, such were his expected antagonists. He looked for Cerberus. He saw a Hebe, a sleeping woman. What an opponent! He closed his eyes. Too bright a dawn blinds the eyes, but through his closed eyelids there penetrated at once the woman's form, not so distinct, but beautiful as ever. Fly! Easier said than done. He had already tried and failed. He was rooted to the ground as if in a dream. When we try to draw back, temptation clogs our feet and glues them to the earth. We can still advance, but to retire is impossible. The invisible arms of sin rise from below and drag us down. There is a commonplace idea, accepted by everyone, that feelings become blunted by experience. Nothing can be more untrue. You might as well say that by dropping nitric acid slowly on a sore, it would heal and become sound, and that torture dulled the sufferings of Damiens. The truth is that each fresh application intensifies the pain. From one surprise after another, Gwynplaine had become desperate. That cup, His reason, under this new stupor, was overflowing. He felt within him a terrible awakening. Compass he no longer possessed. One idea only was before him, the woman. An indescribable happiness appeared, which threatened to overwhelm him. He could no longer decide for himself. There was an irresistible current and a reef. The reef was not a rock, but a siren, a magnet at the bottom of the abyss. He wished to tear himself away from this magnet, but how was he to carry out his wish? He had ceased to feel any basis of support. Who can foresee the fluctuations of the human mind? A man may be wrecked, as is a ship. Conscience is an anchor. It is a terrible thing, but, like the anchor, conscience may be carried away. He had not even the chance of being repulsed on account of his terrible disfigurement. The woman had written to say that she loved him. In every crisis, there is a moment when the scale hesitates before kicking the beam, when we lean to the worst side of our nature, instead of strengthening our better qualities. The moral force which has been preserving the balance gives way, and down we go. Had this critical moment in Gwynplaine's life arrived? How could he escape? So it is she, the Duchess, the woman. There she was in that lonely room, asleep, far from succour, helpless, alone, at his mercy. Yet he was in her power. The Duchess. We have, perchance, observed a star in the distant firmament. We have admired it. It is so far off. What can there be to make us shudder on a fixed star? Well, one night rather, it moves. We perceive a trembling gleam around it. The star which we imagine to be immovable is in motion. It is no longer a star, but a comet, the incendiary giant of the skies. The luminary moves on, grows bigger, shakes off a shower of sparks and fire, and becomes enormous. It advances toward us. Oh, horror! It is coming our way. The comet recognizes us, marks us for its own, and will not be turned aside. Irresistible attack of the heavens! What is it which is bearing down on us? An excess of light which blinds us, an excess of life which kills us. That proposal which the heavens make we refuse, that unfathomable love we reject. We close our eyes, we hide, we tear ourselves away, we imagine the dangerous past. We open our eyes, the formidable star still before us, but no longer a star. It has become a world unknown, a world of lava and ashes, the devastating prodigy of space. It fills the sky, allowing no compeers. The carbuncle of the firmament's depths, a diamond in the distance, when drawn close to us becomes a furnace. You are caught in its flames, and the first sensation of burning is that Section 89 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 7th. Chapter 4. Satan. Suddenly the sleeper awoke. She sat up with a sudden and gracious dignity of movement, her fair silken tresses falling in soft disorder. Then, stretching herself, she yawned like a tigress in the rising sun. Perhaps Gwynplaine breathed heavily, as we do when we endeavour to restrain our respiration. "Is any one there?" said she. She yawned as she spoke, and her very yawn was graceful. Gwynplaine listened to the unfamiliar voice, the voice of a charmer, its accents exquisitely haughty, its caressing intonation softening its native arrogance. Then, rising on her knees, there is an antique statue kneeling thus in the midst of 1,000 transparent folds. She drew the dressing-gown towards her, and springing from the couch stood upright. In the twinkling of an eye the silken robe was around her. The trailing sleeve concealed her hands. Only the tips of her toes, with little pink nails like those of an infant, were left visible. Having drawn from underneath the dressing-gown a mass of hair which had been imprisoned by it, she crossed behind the couch to the end of the room, and placed her ear to the painted mirror, which was, apparently, a door. Tapping the glass with her finger, she called, "Is any one there? Lord David, are you come already? What time is it, then? Is that you, Barkilphedro?" She turned from the glass. No, it was not there. Is there anyone in the bathroom? Will you answer? Of course not. No one could come that way. Going to the silver lace curtain, she raised it with her foot, thrust it aside with her shoulder, and entered the marble room. An agonized numbness fell upon Gwynplaine. No possibility of concealment. It was too late to fly. Moreover, he was no longer equal to the exertion. He wished that the earth might open and swallow him up, anything to hide him. She saw him. She stared, immensely astonished, but without the slightest nervousness. Then, in a tone of mingled pleasure and contempt, she said, "Why, it is Gwynplaine." Suddenly, with a rapid spring, for this cat was a panther, she flung herself on his neck. Suddenly, pushing him back, and holding him by both shoulders with her small claw-like hands, she stood up face to face with him, and began to gaze at him with a strange expression. It was a fatal glance she gave him with her Aldebaran-like eyes, a glance at once equivocal and star-like. Gwynplaine watched the blue eye and the black eye, distracted by the double ray of heaven and of hell that shone in the orbs thus fixed on him. The man and the woman threw a malign, dazzling reflection one on the other. Both were fascinated, he by her beauty, she by his deformity. Both were in a measure awe-stricken, pressed down as by an overwhelming weight. He was speechless. "Oh," she cried, "how clever you are! You are come. You found out that I was obliged to leave London. You followed me. That was right. Your being here proves you to be a wonder." The simultaneous return of self-possession acts like a flash of lightning. Gwynplaine, indistinctly warned by a vague, rude, but honest misgiving, drew back, but the pink nails clung to his shoulders and restrained him. Some inexorable power proclaimed its sway over him. He himself, a wild beast, was caged in a wild beast's den. She continued, "Anne, the fool, you know whom I mean, the Queen, ordered me to Windsor without giving any reason. When I arrived she was closeted with her idiot of a chancellor. But how did you contrive to obtain access to me? That's what I call being a man. Obstacles indeed. There are no such things. You come at a call. You found things out. My name, the Duchess Josiana, you knew, I fancy. Who was it brought you in? No doubt it was the page. Oh, he is clever. I will give him 100 guineas. Which way did you get in? Tell me. No, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Explanations diminish interest. I prefer the marvellous, and you are hideous enough to be wonderful. You've fallen from the highest heavens, or you've risen from the depths of hell through the devil's trap-door. Nothing can be more natural. The ceiling opened, or the floor yawned. A descent in a cloud, or an ascent in a mass of fire and brimstone, that is how you have travelled. You have a right to enter like the gods. Agreed. You are my lover." Gwynplaine was scared, and listened, his mind growing more irresolute every moment. Now all was certain. Impossible to have any further doubt. That letter. The woman confirmed its meaning. Gwynplaine the lover, and the beloved of a duchess. Mighty pride, with its 1,000 baleful heads, stirred his wretched heart. Vanity, that powerful agent within us, works us measureless evil. The duchess went on. "Since you are here, it is so decreed. I ask nothing more. There's someone on high or in hell who brings us together. The betrothal of Styx and Aurora. Unbridled ceremonies beyond all laws. The very day I first saw you, I said, "It is he. I recognize him. He is the monster of my dreams. He shall be mine. We should give destiny a helping hand. Therefore I wrote to you. One question, Gwynplaine. Do you believe in predestination? For my part, I've believed in it since I read in Cicero Scipio's dream. Ah, I did not observe it. Dressed like a gentleman. You in fine clothes. Why not? You are a mountebank. All the more reason. A juggler is as good as a lord. Moreover, what are lords? Clowns. You have a noble figure. You are magnificently made. It is wonderful that you should be here. When did you arrive? How long have you been here? Did you see me naked? I am beautiful, am I not? I was going to take my bath. Oh, how I love you! You read my letter. Did you read it yourself? Did anyone read it to you? Can you read? Probably you are ignorant. I ask questions, but don't answer them. I don't like the sound of your voice. It is soft. An extraordinary thing like you should snarl and not speak. You sing harmoniously. I hate it. It is the only thing about you that I do not like. All the rest is terrible, is grand. In India you would be a god. Were you born with that frightful laugh on your face? No. No doubt it is a penal brand. I do hope you have committed some crime. Come to my arms. She sank on the couch and made him sit beside her. They found themselves close together unconsciously. What she had said passed over Gwynplaine like a mighty storm. He hardly understood the meaning of her whirlwind of words. Her eyes were full of admiration. She spoke tumultuously, frantically, and with a voice broken and tender. Her words were music. But their music was to Gwynplaine as a hurricane. Again she fixed her gaze upon him and continued. I feel degraded in your presence, and oh, what happiness that is! How insipid it is to be a grandee! I am noble. What can be more tiresome? Disgrace is a comfort. I am so satiated with respect that I long for contempt. We are all a little erratic, from Venus, Cleopatra, Mesdames de Chevreuse and de Longueville, down to myself. I will make a display of you, I declare. Here's a love affair which will be a blow to my family, the Stuarts. I breathe again. I have discovered a secret. I am clear of royalty. To be free from its trammels is indeed deliverance. To break down, defy, make, and destroy at will, that is true enjoyment. Listen. I love you. She paused, then with a frightful smile went on. I love you, not only because you are deformed, but because you are low. I love monsters, and I love mountebanks. A lover despised, mocked, grotesque, hideous, exposed to laughter on that pillory called a theatre, has for me an extraordinary attraction. It is tasting the fruit of hell. An infamous lover, how exquisite! To taste the apple, not of paradise, but of hell. Such is my temptation. It is for that I hunger and thirst. I am that Eve, the Eve of the depths. Probably you are, unknown to yourself, a devil. I am in love with a nightmare. You are a moving puppet, of which the strings are pulled by a spectre. You are the incarnation of infernal mirth. You are the master I require. I wanted a lover such as those of Medea and Canidia. I felt sure that some night would bring me such a one. You are all that I want. I am talking of a heap of things of which you probably know nothing. Gwynplaine, hitherto I have remained untouched. I give myself to you, pure as a burning ember. You evidently do not believe me, but if only you knew how little I care. Her words flowed like a volcanic eruption. Pierce Mount Etna, and you may contain some idea of that jet of fiery eloquence. Gwynplaine stammered, "Madam." She placed her hand on his mouth. "Silence," she said. "I am studying you. I am unbridled desire, immaculate, I am a Vestal Bacchant. No man has known me, and I might be the virgin Pythoness at Delphus, and have under my naked foot the bronze tripod, where the priests lean their elbows on the skin of the python, whispering questions to the invisible god. My heart is of stone, but it is like those mysterious pebbles which the sea washes to the foot of the rock called Huntly Nab at the mouth of the Tees, and which if broken are found to contain a serpent. That serpent is my love, a love which is all-powerful, for it has brought you to me. An impossible distance was between us. I was in Sirius, and you were in Alioth. You have crossed the immeasurable space, and here you are. 'Tis well. Be silent. Take me. She ceased. He trembled. Then she went on, smiling. You see, Gwynplaine, to dream is to create, to desire is to summon, to build up the chimera is to provoke the reality. The all-powerful and terrible mystery will not be defied. It produces results. You are here. Do I dare to close cast? Yes. Do I dare to be your mistress, your concubine, your slave, your chattel? Joyfully. Gwynplaine, I am woman. Woman is clay longing to become mire. I want to despise myself. That lends a zest to pride. The alloy of greatness is baseness. They combine in perfection. Despise me, you who are despised. Nothing can be better. Degradation on degradation, what joy! I pluck the double blossom of ignominy. Trample me underfoot, you will only love me the more. I am sure of it. Do you understand why I idolize you? Because I despise you. You are so immeasurably below me that I place you on an altar, bring the highest and lowest depths together, and you have chaos. And I delight in chaos. Chaos, the beginning and end of everything. What is chaos? A huge blot. Out of that blot God made light, and out of that sink the world. You don't know how perverse I can be. Net a star in mud, and you will have my likeness. She went on, a wolf to all beside, a faithful dog to you. How astonished they will all be! The astonishment of fools is amusing. I understand myself. Am I a goddess? Amphitrite gave herself to the Cyclops. Fluctivoma Amphitrite. Am I a fairy? Urgally gave herself to Bugrix, a winged man with 8 webbed hands. Am I a princess? Marie Stuart had Rizzio. 3 beauties, 3 monsters. I am greater than they, for you are lower than they. Gwynplaine, we were made for one another. The monster that you are outwardly, I am within. Thence my love for you. A caprice? Just so. What is a hurricane but a caprice? Our stars have a certain affinity. Together we are things of night, you in your face, I in my mind. As your countenance is defaced, so is my mind. You in your turn create me. You come and my real soul shows itself. I did not know it. It is astonishing. Your coming has evoked the Hydra in me, who am a goddess. You reveal my real nature. See how I resemble you. Look at me as if I were a mirror. Your face is my mind. I did not know I was so terrible. I am also, then, a monster. Oh, Gwynplaine, do you amuse me? She laughed, a strange and childlike laugh, and putting her mouth close to his ear, whispered, Do you want to see a madwoman? Look at me. She poured her searching look into Gwynplaine. A look is a philter. Her loosened robe provoked 1,000 dangerous feelings. Blind, animal ecstasy was invading his mind, ecstasy combined with agony. Whilst she spoke, though he felt her words like burning coals, his blood froze within his veins. He had not strength to utter a word. She stopped, and looked at him. "Oh, monster!" she cried. She grew wild. Suddenly she seized his hands. "Gwynplaine, I am the throne. You are the footstool. Let us join on the same level. Oh, how happy I am in my fall! I wish all the world could know how abject I am become. It would bow down all the lower. The more man abhors, the more does he cringe. It is human nature. hostile but reptile, dragon but worm. Oh, I am as depraved as are the gods. They can never say that I am not a king's bastard. I act like a queen. Who was Rhodope but a queen, loving Bate, a man with a crocodile's head? She raised the third pyramid in his honor. Penthesilea loved the centaur, who, being now a star, is named Sagittarius. And what do you say about Anne of Austria? Mazarin was ugly enough. Now, you are not only ugly, you are deformed. Ugliness is mean. Deformity is grand. Ugliness is the devil's grin behind beauty. Deformity is the reverse of sublimity. It is the back view. Olympus has two aspects. One by day shows Apollo, the other by night shows Polyphemus. You are a Titan. You would be Behemoth in the forests, Leviathan in the deep, and Typhon in the sewer. You surpass everything. There is the trace of lightning in your deformity. Your face has been battered by the thunderbolts. The jagged contortion of forked lightning has imprinted its mark on your face. It struck you and passed on. A mighty and mysterious wrath has, in a fit of passion, cemented your spirit in a terrible and superhuman form. Hell is a penal furnace, where the iron called fatality is raised to a white heat. You have been branded with it. To love you is to understand grandeur. I enjoy that triumph. To be in love with Apollo, a fine effort forsooth. Glory is to be measured by the astonishment it creates. I love you. I have dreamt of you night after night. This is my palace. You shall see my gardens. There are fresh springs under the shrubs, arbors for lovers, and beautiful groups of marble statuary by Bernini. Flowers, there are too many. During the spring the place is on fire with roses. Did I tell you that the queen is my sister? Do what you like with me. I am made for Jupiter to kiss my feet, and for Satan to spit in my face. Are you of any religion? I am a papist. My father, James II, died in France, surrounded by Jesuits. I have never felt before as I feel now that I am near you. Oh, how I should like to pass the evening with you, in the midst of music, both reclining on the same cushion, under a purple awning, in a gilded gondola on the soft expanse of ocean. Insult me, beat me, kick me, cuff me, treat me like a brute. I adore you. Caresses can roar. If you doubt it, observe the lions. The woman was horrible, and yet full of grace. The effect was tragic. First he felt the claw, then the velvet of the paw, a feline attack made up of advances and retreats. There was death as well as sport in this game of come and go. She idolized him, but arrogantly. The result was contagious frenzy, fatal language, at once inexpressible, violent, and sweet. The insulter did not insult. The adorer outraged the object of adoration. She who buffeted deified him. Her tones imparted to her violent yet amorous words an indescribable Promethean grandeur. According to Aeschylus, in the orgies in honor of the great goddess, the women were smitten by this evil frenzy when they pursued the satyrs under the stars. Such paroxysms raged in the mysterious dances in the grove of Dodona. This woman was as if transfigured, if indeed we can term that transfiguration which is the antithesis of heaven. Her hair quivered like a mane, her robe opened and closed. The sunshine of the blue eye mingled with the fire of the black one. She was unearthly. Gwynplaine, giving way, felt himself vanquished by the deep subtlety of this attack. "I love you," she cried, and she bit him with a kiss. Homeric clouds were, perhaps, about to be required to encompass Gwynplaine and Josiana, as they did Jupiter and Juno. For Gwynplaine to be loved by a woman who could see and who saw him, to feel on his deformed mouth the pressure of divine lips, was exquisite and maddening. Before this woman, full of enigmas, all else faded away in his mind. The remembrance of Dea struggled in the shadows with weak cries. There is an antique bas-relief representing the Sphinx devouring a Cupid. The wings of the sweet celestial are bleeding between the fierce, grinning fangs. Did Gwynplaine love this woman? Has man, like the globe, two poles? Are we, on our inflexible axis, a moving sphere, a star when seen from afar, mud when seen more closely, in which night alternates with day? Has the heart two aspects, one on which its love is poured forth in light, the other in darkness? Here a woman of light, there a woman of the sewer. Angels are necessary. Is it possible that demons are also essential? Has the soul the wings of the bat? Does twilight fall fatally for all? Is sin an integral and inevitable part of our destiny? Must we accept evil as part and portion of our whole? Do we inherit sin as debt? What awful subjects for thought! Yet a voice tells us that weakness is a crime. Gwynplaine's feelings are not to be described. The flesh, life, terror, lust, an overwhelming intoxication of spirits, and all the shame possible to pride. Was he about to succumb? She repeated, "I love you," and flung her frenzied arms about him. Gwynplaine panted. Suddenly, close at hand there rang, clear and distinct, a little bell. It was the little bell inside the wall. The Duchess, turning her head, said, "What does she want of me?" Quickly, with the noise of a spring door, the silver panel, with the golden crown chased on it, opened. A compartment of a shaft, lined with royal blue velvet, appeared, and on a golden salver a letter. The letter, broad and weighty, was placed so as to exhibit the seal, which was a large impression in red wax. The bell continued to tinkle. The open panel almost touched the couch where the Duchess and Gwynplaine were sitting. Leaning over, but still keeping her arm round his neck, she took the letter from the plate and touched the panel. The compartment closed in, and the bell ceased ringing. The Duchess broke the seal, and opening the envelope, drew out 2 documents contained therein, and flung it on the floor at Gwynplaine's feet. The impression of the broken seal was still decipherable, and Gwynplaine could distinguish a royal crown over the initial A. The torn envelope lay open before him, so that he could read, "To Her Grace the Duchess Josiana." The envelope had contained both vellum and parchment. The former was a small, the latter a large document. On the parchment was a large chancery seal in green wax, called Lord's sealing wax. The face of the Duchess, whose bosom was palpitating, and whose eyes were swimming with passion, became overspread with a slight expression of dissatisfaction. "Ah," she said, "what does she send me? A lot of papers. What a spoil-sport that woman is!" Pushing aside the parchment, she opened the vellum. "It is her handwriting. It is my sister's hand. It is quite provoking. Gwynplaine, I asked you if you could read. Can you?" Gwynplaine nodded assent. She stretched herself at full length on the couch, carefully drew her feet and arms under her robe, with a whimsical affectation of modesty, and giving Gwynplaine the vellum, watched him with an impassioned look. "Well, you are mine. Begin your duties, my beloved. Read me what the Queen writes." Gwynplaine took the vellum, unfolded it, and, in a voice tremulous with many emotions, began to read. "Madam, we are graciously pleased to send to you herewith, sealed and signed by our trusty and well-beloved William Cowper, Lord High Chancellor of England, a copy of a report showing forth the very important fact that the legitimate son of Linnaeus Lord Clancharlie has just been discovered and recognized, bearing the name of Gwynplaine, in the lowest rank of a wandering and vagabond life, among strollers and mountebanks. His false position dates from his earliest days. In accordance with the laws of the country, and in virtue of his hereditary rights, Lord Fermain Clancharlie, son of Lord Linnaeus, will be this day admitted and installed in his position in the House of Lords. Therefore, having regard to your welfare, and wishing to preserve for your use the property and estates of Lord Clancharlie of Hunkerville, we substitute him in the place of Lord David Dirry-Moir, and recommend him to your good graces. We have caused Lord Fermain to be conducted to Corleone Lodge. We will and command, as sister and as queen, that the said Fermain Lord Clancharlie, hitherto called Gwynplaine, shall be your husband, and that you shall marry him. Such is our royal pleasure." While Gwynplaine, in tremulous tones which varied at almost every word, was reading the document, the Duchess, half risen from the couch, listened with fixed attention. When Gwynplaine finished, she snatched the letter from his hands. "Anne R.," she murmured in a tone of abstraction. Then, picking up from the floor the parchment she had thrown down, she ran her eye over it. It was the confession of the shipwrecked crew of the Matutina, embodied in a report signed by the Sheriff of Southwark and by the Lord Chancellor. Having perused the report, she read the Queen's letter over again. Then she said, "Be it so," and calmly pointing with her finger to the door of the gallery through which he had entered, she added, "Begone." Gwynplaine was petrified, and remained immovable. She repeated, in icy tones, "Since you are my husband, begone." Gwynplaine, speechless, and with eyes downcast like a criminal, remained motionless. She added, "You have no right to be here. It is my lover's place." Gwynplaine was like a man transfixed. "Very well," said she, "I must go myself. So you are my husband. Nothing can be better. I hate you." She rose, and with an indescribably haughty gesture of adieu, left the room. Section 90 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Novella Serena. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Part 2, Book the 7th, Chapter 5. They recognize, but do not know each other. Gwynplaine was alone, and in the presence of the tepid bath and the deserted couch. The confusion in his mind had reached its culminating point. His thoughts no longer resembled thoughts. They overflowed and ran riot. It was the anguish of a creature wrestling with perplexity. He felt as if he were awaking from a horrid nightmare. The entrance into unknown spheres is no simple matter. From the time he had received the Duchess's letter, brought by the page, a series of surprising adventures had befallen Gwynplaine, each one less intelligible than the other. Up to this time, though in a dream, he had seen things clearly. Now he could only grope his way. He no longer thought, nor even dreamed. He collapsed. He sank down upon the couch which the Duchess had vacated. Suddenly he heard a sound of footsteps, and those of a man. The noise came from the opposite side of the gallery to that by which the Duchess had departed. The man approached, and his footsteps, though deadened by the carpet, were clear and distinct. Gwynplaine, in spite of his abstraction, listened. Suddenly, beyond the silver web of curtain, which the Duchess had left partly open, a door, evidently concealed by the painted glass, opened wide, and there came floating into the room the refrain of an old French song, carolled at the top of a manly and joyous voice. Trois petits corets sur leur fumier, jurés comme des porteurs de chaises. And a man entered. He wore a sword by his side, a magnificent naval uniform covered with gold lace, and held in his hand a plumed hat with loops and cockade. Gwynplaine sprang up erect as if moved by springs. He recognized the man, and was in turn recognized by him. From their astonished lips came, simultaneously, this double exclamation, "Gwynplaine! Tom Jim Jack!" The man with the plumed hat advanced towards Gwynplaine, who stood with folded arms. "What are you doing here, Gwynplaine? And you, Tom Jim Jack? What are you doing here?" "Oh, I understand. Josiana, a caprice, a mountebank and a monster. The double attraction is too powerful to be resisted. You disguised yourself in order to get here, Gwynplaine? And you too, Tom Jim Jack? Gwynplaine, what does this gentleman's dress mean? Tom Jim Jack, what does that officer's uniform mean? Gwynplaine, I answer no questions. Neither do I, Tom Jim Jack. Gwynplaine, my name is not Tom Jim Jack. Tom Jim Jack, my name is not Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine, I am here in my own house. I am here in my own house, Tom Jim Jack. I will not have you echo my words. You are ironical, but I've got a cane. An end to your jokes, you wretched fool. Gwynplaine became ashy pale. You are a fool yourself, and you shall give me satisfaction for this insult. In your booth as much as you like with fisticuffs. Here, and with swords? My friend Gwynplaine, the sword is a weapon for gentlemen. With it I can only fight my equals. At fisticuffs we are equal, but not so with swords. At the Tadcaster Inn Tom Jim Jack could box with Gwynplaine. At Windsor the case is altered. Understand this. I am a rear admiral, and I am a peer of England. The man whom Gwynplaine recognized as Tom Jim Jack burst out laughing. Why not a king? Indeed, you are right. An actor plays every part. You'll tell me next that you are Theseus, Duke of Athens. I am a peer of England, and we are going to fight. Gwynplaine, this becomes tiresome. Don't play with one who can order you to be flogged. I am Lord David Dirry-Moir. And I am Lord Clancharlie. Again Lord David burst out laughing. Well said. Gwynplaine is Lord Clancharlie. That is indeed the name the man must bear who is to win Josiana. Listen, I forgive you. And do you know the reason? It's because we are both lovers of the same woman. The curtain in the door was lifted, and a voice exclaimed, You are the two husbands, my lords. They turned. Barkilphedro! Cried Lord David. It was indeed he. He bowed low to the two lords, with a smile on his face. Some few paces behind him was a gentleman with a stern and dignified countenance, who carried in his hand a black wand. This gentleman advanced, and bowing 3 times to Gwynplaine, said, I am the usher of the black rod. I come to fetch your lordship.
Section 91 of The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. The Man Who Laughs by Victor Hugo. Section 9, Part 2, Book the 8th, Chapter 1, Analysis of Majestic Matters. Irresistible fate ever carrying him forward, which had now for so many hours showered its surprises on Gwynplaine, and which had transported him to Windsor, transferred him again to London. Visionary reality succeeded each other without a moment's intermission. He could not escape from their influence. Freed from one, he met another. He had scarcely time to breathe. Anyone who has seen a juggler throwing and catching balls can judge the nature of fate. Those rising and falling projectiles are like men tossed in the hands of destiny. Projectiles and playthings. On the evening of the same day, Gwynplaine was an actor in an extraordinary scene. He was seated on a bench covered with fleurs-de-lis. Over his silken clothes he wore a robe of scarlet velvet, lined with white silk, with a cape of ermine, and on his shoulders 2 bands of ermine embroidered with gold. Around him were men of all ages, young and old, seated like him on benches covered with fleurs-de-lis, and dressed like him in ermine and purple. In front of him other men were kneeling, clothed in black silk gowns. Some of them were writing. opposite, and a short distance from him he observed steps, a raised platform, a dais, a large escutcheon, glittering between a lion and a unicorn, and at the top of the steps, on the platform under the dais, resting against the escutcheon, was a gilded chair with a crown over it. This was a throne, the throne of Great Britain. Gwynplaine, himself a peer of England, was in the House of Lords. How Gwynplaine's introduction to the House of Lords came about, we will now explain. Throughout the day, from morning to night, from Windsor to London, from Corleone Lodge to Westminster Hall, he had step by step mounted higher in the social grade. At each step he grew giddier. He had been conveyed from Windsor in a royal carriage with a peer's escort. There is not much difference between a guard of honour and a prisoner's. On that day, travellers on the London and Windsor road saw a galloping cavalcade of gentlemen pensioners of Her Majesty's household, escorting two carriages drawn at a rapid pace. In the first carriage sat the Usher of the Black Rod, his wand in his hand. In the second was to be seen a large hat with white plumes, throwing into shadow and hiding the face underneath it. Who was it who was thus being hurried on? A prince? A prisoner? It was Gwynplaine. It looked as if they were conducting some one to the Tower, unless, indeed, they were escorting him to the House of Lords. The Queen had done things well. As it was for her future brother-in-law, she had provided an escort from her own household. The officer of the Usher of the Black Rod rode on horseback at the head of the cavalcade. The Usher of the Black Rod carried, on a cushion placed on the seat of the carriage, a black portfolio stamped with the royal crown. At Brentford, the last relay before London, the carriages and escort halted. A four-horse carriage of tortoise-shell, with two postilions, a coachman in a wig, and four footmen, was in waiting. The wheels, steps, springs, pole, and all the fittings of this carriage were gilt. The horse's harness was of silver. This state coach was of an ancient and extraordinary shape, and would have been distinguished by its grandeur among the 51 celebrated carriages of which Robo has left us drawings. The Usher of the Black Rod and his officer alighted. The latter, having lifted the cushion, on which rested the royal portfolio, from the seat in the post-chaise, carried it on outstretched hands, and stood behind the Usher. He first opened the door of the empty carriage, then the door of that occupied by Gwynplaine, and, with downcast eyes, respectfully invited him to descend. Gwynplaine left the chaise, and took his seat in the carriage. The Usher carrying the rod, and the officer supporting the cushion, followed, and took their places on the low front seat provided for pages in old state coaches. The inside of the carriage was lined with white satin trimmed with Banch silk, with tufts and tassels of silver. The roof was painted with armorial bearings. The postilions of the chaises they were leaving were dressed in the royal livery. The attendants of the carriage they now entered wore a different but very magnificent livery. Gwynplaine, in spite of his bewildered state, in which he felt quite overcome, remarked the gorgeously attired footman, and asked the Usher of the Black Rod, "Whose livery is that?" He answered, "Yours, my lord." The House of Lords was to sit that evening. Curia erat serena, run the old records. In England parliamentary work is by preference undertaken at night. It once happened that Sheridan began a speech at midnight and finished it at sunrise. The two post-chaises returned to Windsor. Gwynplaine's carriage set out for London. This ornamented four-horse carriage proceeded at a walk from Brentford to London, as befitted the dignity of the coachman. Gwynplaine's servitude to ceremony was beginning in the shape of a solemn-looking coachman. The delay was, moreover, apparently prearranged, and we shall see presently its probable motive. Night was falling, though it was not quite dark, when the carriage stopped at the King's Gate, a large sunken door between two turrets connecting Whitehall with Westminster. The escort of gentlemen pensioners formed a circle around the carriage. A footman jumped down from behind it and opened the door. The usher of the black rod, followed by the officer carrying the cushion, got out of the carriage and addressed Gwynplaine. "My lord, be pleased to alight. I beg your lordship to keep your hat on." Gwynplaine wore under his travelling cloak the suit of black silk which he had not changed since the previous evening. He had no sword. He left his cloak in the carriage. Under the arched way of the King's Gate there was a small side door raised some few steps above the road. In ceremonial processions the greatest personage never walks first. The usher of the black rod, followed by his officer, walked first. Gwynplaine followed. They ascended the steps and entered by the side door. Presently they were in a wide circular room with a pillar in the centre, the lower part of a turret. The room, being on the ground floor, was lighted by narrow windows in the pointed arches, which served but to make darkness visible. Twilight often lends solemnity to a scene. Obscurity is in itself majestic. In this room 13 men, disposed in ranks, were standing, 3 in the front row, 6 in the second row, and 4 behind. In the front row one wore a crimson velvet gown, the other 2 gowns of the same colour, but of satin. All 3 had the arms of England embroidered on their shoulders. The second rank wore tunics of white silk, each one having a different coat of arms emblazoned in front. The last row were clad in black silk, and were thus distinguished. The first wore a blue cape, the second had a scarlet St. George embroidered in front, the third 2 embroidered crimson crosses, in front and behind. The fourth had a collar of black sable fur. All were uncovered, wore wigs, and carried swords. Their faces were scarcely visible in the dim light. Neither could they see Gwynplaine's face. The usher of the black rod, raising his wand, said, "My lord Fermain Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville, I, the usher of the black rod, first officer of the presence chamber, hand your lordship over to Garter King at Arms." The person clothed in velvet, quitting his place in the ranks, bowed to the ground before Gwynplaine, and said, "My lord Fermain Clancharlie, I am Garter, principal King at Arms of England. I am the officer appointed and installed by his Grace, the Duke of Norfolk, hereditary Earl Marshal. I have sworn obedience to the King, peers, and Knights of the Garter. The day of my installation, when the Earl Marshal of England anointed me by pouring a goblet of wine on my head, I solemnly promised to be attentive to the nobility, to avoid bad company, to excuse, rather than accuse, gentlefolks, and to assist widows and virgins. It is I who have the charge of arranging the funeral ceremonies of peers and the supervision of their armorial bearings. I place myself at the orders of your lordship." The first of those wearing satin tunics, having bowed deeply, said, "My lord, I am Clarenceau, second King at Arms of England. I am the officer who arranges the obsequies of nobles below the rank of peers. I am at your lordship's disposal." The other wearer of the satin tunic bowed and spoke thus, "My lord, I am Norroy, third King at Arms of England. Command me." The second row, erect and without bowing, advanced a pace. The right-hand man said, "My lord, we are the 6 Dukes at Arms of England. I am York." Then each of the heralds, or Dukes at Arms, speaking in turn, proclaimed his title. "I am Lancaster." "I am Richmond." "I am Chester." "I am Somerset." "I am Windsor." The coats of arms embroidered on their breasts were those of the counties and towns from which they took their names. The third rank, dressed in black, remained silent. Garter King at Arms pointed them out to Gwynplaine, said, "My lord, these are the 4 pursuivants at arms, Blue Mantle." The man with the blue cape bowed. "Rouge Dragon." He with the St. George inclined his head. Rouge croix. He with the scarlet crosses saluted. Portcullis. He with the sable fur collar made his obeisance. On a sign from the King at Arms, the first of the pursuivants, Blue Mantle, stepped forward and received from the officer of the usher the cushion of silver cloth and crown emblazoned portfolio, and the King at Arms said to the usher of the black rod, "Proceed, I leave in your hands the introduction of his lordship." The observance of these customs, and also of others which will now be described, were the old ceremonies in use prior to the time of Henry VIII, and which Anne for some time attempted to revive. There is nothing like it in existence now. Nevertheless, the House of Lords thinks that it is unchangeable. And if conservatism exists anywhere, it is there. It changes, nevertheless. Et per se mouve. For instance, what has become of the Maypole, which the citizens of London erected on the 1st of May, when the peers went down to the House? The last one was erected in 1713. Since then the Maypole has disappeared. Disuse. Outwardly unchangeable, inwardly mutable. Take, for example, the title of Albemarle. It sounds eternal, yet it has been through 6 different families: Odo, Mandeville, Bethune, Plantagenet, Beauchamp, Monk. Under the title of Leicester 5 different names have been merged: Beaumont, Breuse, Dudley, Sidney, Coke. Under Lincoln 6, under Pembroke 7. The families change under unchanging titles. A superficial historian believes in immutability. In reality it does not exist. Man can never be more than a wave. Humanity is the ocean. Aristocracy is proud of what women consider a reproach, age. Yet both cherish the same illusion, that they do not change. It is probable the House of Lords will not recognize itself in the foregoing description, nor yet in that which follows, thus resembling the once pretty woman who objects to having any wrinkles. The mirror is ever a scapegoat, yet its truths cannot be contested. To portray exactly constitutes the duty of a historian. The King at Arms, turning to Gwynplaine, said, "Be pleased to follow me, my lord," and added, "You will be saluted. Your lordship, in returning the salute, will be pleased merely to raise the brim of your hat." They moved off, in procession, towards a door at the far side of the room. The usher of the black rod walked in front, then Blue Mantle, carrying the cushion, then the King at Arms, and after him came Gwynplaine, wearing his hat. The rest, Kings at Arms, heralds, and pursuivants, remained in the circular room. Gwynplaine, preceded by the usher of the black rod, and escorted by the King at Arms, passed from room to room, in a direction which it would now be impossible to trace, the old Houses of Parliament having been pulled down. Amongst others, he crossed the Gothic State Chamber, in which took place the last meeting of James II. and Monmouth, and whose walls witnessed the useless debasement of the cowardly nephew at the feet of his vindictive uncle. On the walls of this chamber hung, in chronological order, 9 full-length portraits of former peers, with their dates: Lord Nansladren, 1305; Lord Balliol, 1306; Lord Belestede, 1314; Lord Cantilupe, 1356; Lord Mountbegon, 1357; Lord Thibotot, 1373; Lord Zouch of Codnor, 1615; Lord Belleaqua, with no date; Lord Heron and Surrey, Count of Blois, also without date. It being now dark, lamps were burning at intervals in the galleries. Brass chandeliers with wax candles illuminated the rooms, lighting them like the side aisles of a church. None but officials were present. In one room, which the procession crossed, stood, with heads respectfully lowered, the 4 clerks of the signet, and the clerk of the council. In another room stood the distinguished Knight Banneret Philip Sydenham of Brympton, in Somersetshire. The Knight Banneret is a title conferred in time of war, under the unfurled royal standard. In another room was the senior baronet of England, Sir Edmund Bacon of Suffolk, heir of Sir Nicholas Bacon, styled Primus Baronetorum Anglicae. Behind Sir Edmund was an armour-bearer with an arquebus, and an esquire carrying the arms of Ulster, the baronets being the hereditary defenders of the province of Ulster in Ireland. In another room was the Chancellor of the Exchequer, with his 4 accountants, and the 2 deputies of the Lord Chamberlain, appointed to cleave the tallies, 21. At the entrance of a corridor covered with matting, which was the communication between the lower and the upper house, Gwynplaine was saluted by Sir Thomas Mansell of Margam, Comptroller of the Queen's household and member for Glamorgan, and at the exit from the corridor by a deputation of 1 for every 2 of the barons of the Cinque Ports, 4 on the right and 4 on the left, the Cinque Ports being 8 in number. William Hastings did obeisance for Hastings, Matthew Aylmore for Dover, Josias Burchett for Sandwich, Sir Philip Boteler for Hythe, John Brewer for New Rumney, Edward Southwell for the town of Rye, James Hayes for Winchelsea, George Naylor for Seaford. As Gwynplaine was about to return the salute, the King-at-Arms reminded him in a low voice of the etiquette. "Only the brim of your hat, my lord." Gwynplaine did as directed. He now entered the so-called painted chamber, in which there was no painting, except a few of saints, and amongst them St. Edward. In the high arches of the long and deep pointed windows, which were divided by what formed the ceiling of Westminster Hall and the floor of the painted chamber. On the far side of the wooden barrier which divided the room from end to end, stood the 3 Secretaries of State, men of mark. The functions of the first of these officials comprised the supervision of all affairs relating to the south of England, Ireland, the colonies, France, Switzerland, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Turkey. The second had charge of the north of England, and watched affairs in the Low Countries, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Poland, and Russia. The third, a Scot, had charge of Scotland. The 2 first mentioned were English, one of them being the Honourable Robert Harley, member of the borough of New Radnor. A Scotch member, Mungo Graham, Esquire, a relation of the Duke of Montrose, was present. All bowed without speaking to Gwynplaine, who returned the salute by touching his hat. The barrier-keeper lifted the wooden arm which, pivoting on a hinge, formed the entrance to the far side of the painted chamber, where stood the long table covered with green cloth reserved for peers. A branch of lighted candles stood on the table. Gwynplaine, preceded by the usher of the black rod, Garter King-at-Arms, and blue mantle, penetrated into this privileged compartment. The barrier-keeper closed the opening immediately Gwynplaine had passed. The King-at-Arms, having entered the precincts of the privileged compartment, halted. The painted chamber was a spacious apartment. At the farther end, upright beneath the royal escutcheon, which was placed between the 2 windows, stood 2 old men in red velvet robes, with 2 rows of ermine trimmed with gold lace on their shoulders, and wearing wigs and hats with white plumes. Through the openings of their robes might be detected silk garments and sword hilts. Motionless behind them stood a man dressed in black silk, holding on high a great mace of gold surmounted by a crowned lion. It was the mace-bearer of the peers of England. The lion is their crest. Et les lions ce sont les barons et les pairs, runs the manuscript chronicle of Bertrand du Guesclin. The King-at-Arms pointed out the 2 persons in velvet, and whispered to Gwynplaine, "My lord, these are your equals. Be pleased to return their salute exactly as they make it. These 2 peers are barons, and have been named by the Lord Chancellor as your sponsors. They are very old, and almost blind. They will themselves introduce you to the House of Lords. The first is Charles Mildmay, Lord Fitzwalter, 6th on the roll of barons. The second is Augustus Arundel, Lord Arundel of Trerice, 38th on the roll of barons. The King at Arms, having advanced a step towards the two old men, proclaimed, Fermain Blancharlie, Baron Clancharlie, Baron Hunkerville, Marquis of Corleone in Sicily, greets your lordships. The two peers raised their hats to the full extent of the arm, and then replaced them. Gwynplaine did the same. The usher of the black rod stepped forward, followed by Blue Mantle and Garter King at Arms. The mace-bearer took up his post in front of Gwynplaine. The two peers at his side, Lord Fitzwalter on the right, and Lord Arundel of Trerice on the left. Lord Arundel, the elder of the two, was very feeble. He died the following year, bequeathing to his grandson John, a minor, the title which became extinct in 1768. The procession, leaving the Painted Chamber, entered a gallery in which were rows of pilasters, and between the spaces were sentinels, alternately pikemen of England and halberdiers of Scotland. The Scotch halberdiers were magnificent kilted soldiers, worthy to encounter later on at Fontenoy the French cavalry, and the royal cuirassiers, whom their colonel thus addressed, Monsieur le Maître, assurez vos chapeaux, nous allons avoir l'honneur de charger. The captain of these soldiers saluted Gwynplaine and the peers, his sponsors, with their swords. The men saluted with their pikes and halberds. At the end of the gallery shone a large door, so magnificent that its two folds seemed to be masses of gold. On each side of the door there stood, upright and motionless, men who were called doorkeepers. Just before you came to this door, the gallery widened out into a circular space. In this space was an armchair with an immense back, and on it, judging by his wig and from the amplitude of his robes, was a distinguished person. It was William Cowper, Lord Chancellor of England. To be able to cap a royal infirmity with a similar one has its advantages. William Cowper was short-sighted. Anne had also defective sight, but in a lesser degree. The near-sightedness of William Cowper found favour in the eyes of the short-sighted Queen, and induced her to appoint him Lord Chancellor, and Keeper of the Royal Conscience. William Cowper's upper lip was thin, and his lower one was thick, a sign of semi-good nature. This circular space was lighted by a lamp hung from the ceiling. The Lord Chancellor was sitting gravely in his large armchair. At his right was the Clerk of the Crown, and at his left the Clerk of the Parliaments. Each of the clerks had before him an open register and an ink-horn. Behind the Lord Chancellor was his mace-bearer, holding the mace with the crown on the top, besides the train-bearer and purse-bearer in large wigs. All these officers are still in existence. On a little stand near the woolsack was a sword, with a gold hilt and sheath, and belt of crimson velvet. Behind the Clerk of the Crown was an officer holding in his hands the coronation robe. Behind the Clerk of the Parliaments another officer held a second robe, which was that of a peer. The robes, both of scarlet velvet, lined with white silk, and having bands of ermine trimmed with gold lace over the shoulders, were similar, except that the ermine band was wider on the coronation robe. The third officer, who was a librarian, carried a square of Flanders leather, the Red Book, a little volume, bound in red morocco, containing a list of the peers and commons, besides a few blank leaves and a pencil, which it was the custom to present to each new member on his entering the House. Gwynplaine, behind the two peers, his sponsors, brought up the procession, which stopped before the woolsack. The two peers, who introduced him, uncovered their heads, and Gwynplaine did likewise. The King at Arms received from the hands of Blue Mantle the cushion of silver cloth, knelt down, and presented the black portfolio on the cushion to the Lord Chancellor. The Lord Chancellor took the black portfolio and handed it to the Clerk of the Parliament. The clerk received it ceremoniously and then sat down. The Clerk of the Parliament opened the portfolio and arose. The portfolio contained the two usual messages, the royal patent addressed to the House of Lords, and the writ of summons. The clerk read aloud these two messages with respectful deliberation, standing. The writ of summons, addressed to Fermain Lord Clancharlie, concluded with the accustomed formalities. We strictly enjoin you, on the faith and allegiance that you owe, to come and take your place in person among the prelates and peers sitting in our Parliament at Westminster, for the purpose of giving your advice, in all honour and conscience, on the business of the kingdom and of the Church. The reading of the messages being concluded, the Lord Chancellor raised his voice. The message of the Crown has been read. Lord Clancharlie, does your lordship renounce transubstantiation, adoration of saints, and the Mass? Gwynplaine bowed. The test has been administered, said the Lord Chancellor. And the Clerk of the Parliament resumed, His lordship has taken the test. The Lord Chancellor added, My Lord Clancharlie, you can take your seat. So be it, said the two sponsors. The King-at-Arms rose, took the sword from the stand, and buckled it around Gwynplaine's waist. C'est fait, says the old Norman charter. Le père prend son épée, elle monte au haut siège, et assiste l'audience. Gwynplaine heard a voice behind him which said, I array your lordship in a peer's robe. At the same time the officer who spoke to him, who was holding the robe, placed it on him, and tied the black strings of the ermine cape round his neck. Gwynplaine, the scarlet robe on his shoulders, and the golden sword by his side, was attired like the peers on his right and left. The librarian presented to him the red book, and put it in the pocket of his waistcoat. The King-at-Arms murmured in his ear, My lord, on entering, will bow to the royal chair. The royal chair is the throne. Meanwhile the two clerks were writing, each at his table, one on the register of the Crown, the other on the register of the House. Then both, the Clerk of the Crowns preceding the other, brought their books to the Lord Chancellor, who signed them. Having signed the two registers, the Lord Chancellor rose. Fermain Lord Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie, Baron Hunkerville, Marquis of Corleone, in Sicily, be you welcome among your peers, the Lord Spiritual and Temporal of Great Britain. Gwynplaine's sponsors touched his shoulder. He turned round. The folds of the great gilded door at the end of the gallery opened. It was the door of the House of Lords. 36 hours only had elapsed since Gwynplaine, surrounded by a different procession, had entered the iron door of Southwark Jail. What shadowy chimeras had passed, with terrible rapidity through his brain, chimeras which were hard facts, rapidity which was a capture